Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take charge, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
It was a brilliant knock from Joe Root yesterday, one of the very best, but 3 late wickets may just have turned the game Sri Lanka's way as they go in search of a victory that would level the series. England trail by 42, and let's hope Root has slept soundly, as they may need more of his heroics later today or tomorrow. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. And I feel it's incumbent upon the last pair of Jimmy Anderson and Jack Leach to eke out a few more singles this morning. With me to discuss such prospects are none other than the Bear himself. Morning, Bear.
Good morning, Hendo.
Oh, you sound awfully awake.
Well, I tried to go. I fell asleep on the sofa at about 4 in the afternoon. Then I woke up. Then I went to bed at about 10:30.
Right.
Tossed and turned in bed and don't really know what time I fell asleep. But my brain is telling me I went to bed at 10:30, so I had 5 hours sleep, theoretically.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I think
right.
I had about 3, something like that. Anyway, manning the ramparts, or the Guerrilla Cricket ramparts, really, that's the tweets. We have none other than Nestle Boy this morning. How are you, Nestlers?
I feel fine. I went to bed at 9:30.
9:30?
Watched a couple of old X-Files. on the iPad, and then drifted off to sleep. So
that's particular. You recommend the X-Files for pre nighttime ritual?
Well, I don't know about that, but it's one of my favourite TV series. So you know.
Ah, well, there you go. That's how many times have you watched those particular episodes?
Oh my God, I could
many.
I could probably do them backwards.
Well, it's kind of a kind of cricketing X-Files going on out there today, because we have to work out who's going to win this game. I think those wickets last night have put it very much in Sri Lanka's favour. I don't know how you feel. And the reason I say that is because not only is Embledenia bowling like a genius, Joe Root must be absolutely knackered. He's been out there in 34 to 38 degree heat for every part of this match, bar 4 or 5 overs. If England are going to continue to be so reliant on him, something's going to give, isn't it?
Well, in theory, yes. But also, you have to hope that, although he has been out there all the time, he knows that's what his job is, and he's a professional, and he's prepared to do it. And he is the skipper, and it's on his head be it. We are 1-0 up, so we get the Moose Cup anyway, because we won last time. Yay.
We get the Moose Cup!
We get the Moose Cup.
We've already got the Moose Cup.
Well, I presume it's just the same cup as last time. It's just now called the Moose Cup, in which case we do get to retain it, surely, if we draw. So
I think that's been new. I think that's been newly minted. That cup, don't you think?
Well,
does it go into the long room?
Well, I think it would. I think they went to the silversmith especially for that one. It's a cracking trophy.
It is. But so, I mean, my thoughts are that we're close enough now that it's actually quite tricky for Sri Lanka to know when to stick and twist, if you like. Do they go hard and try and get a big lead quickly, in which case they risk losing wickets? If they bat methodically, are they going to be enough ahead at the end of the day to say, right, we're actually going to stick them in, we're only going to have a lead of 260, which they could knock off in a day if bloody Joe Root gets in? And let's face it, we've only got him out, by a lucky run out once, a stupid run out another time, and the fact that he holed out because he was with number 11 when they were in 435 in the first innings of the first game. They found it very difficult to get past Joe Root, and he's found it very easy to score runs. So they will have to decide that, and if they bat on till lunch tomorrow, England would have a good chance of holding out for draw. So, and they need to win. So it's tricky for Sri Lanka, the choices to make.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, because I was watching a little bit of the coverage by other networks yesterday, and Mike Atherton was kind of implying that in this sort of game where you get two relatively high scores in the first innings, and then you maybe got a couple of days left, actually the third innings is the most difficult one. Anyone got any thoughts on that?
Well, I was listening to that, and that's why I came down what I've just said. I think that's kind of true, because they have to win it to draw the series. It's not like they can draw it and retain a lead in a series. They are the team down, and so in order to win, they've got to be proactive, which could cause them issues.
But they are a proactive kind of a team as a batting side, aren't they? They've got a lot of attacking players.
Yeah. True.
So it kind of might suit them in a way.
Yes, but it also might suit us. If the pitch is ragging square, even though our spinners are pretty shit, they might take some wickets. You never know.
You never know.
These are the men that are going to save England.
They are indeed. Two left-handers, one bespectacled and one 38 years old. It's Jack Leach and Jimmy Anderson out there. Can they eke out a few more runs, get England closer to that Sri Lanka first innings score? Well, to find out, listen on, because we will be bringing you all the action. Let's jingle up the men out there, shall we?
Okay, we have this man. This man.
Coming up is a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
And this man is bowling.
The fastest Lankan to 50 wickets, and the fastest to 102, an average of 32. Dilruan Pereira bowls off great. Dilruan, how many will he take? Right, I'm afraid.
Now that jiggle says he's fastest to 50 wickets. You think Embledenia will overtake that?
Ooh, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Here he is. He's got 3 men round the bat. He's bowling to Leach, and Leach. Sorry, it's Anderson. He just props forward, defends, back up the pitch, and there is no run. Well, England know that every run they can get now is 1 run they won't have to chase.
Exactly.
So it's a very important final wicket stand. Got a man at slip at Galle at forward short leg. Oh, that hurries on to Anderson as he goes back into his crease, but he plays it comfortably enough out into the offside. And again, there is no run.
Well, I mean, what do these two do? I mean, Jimmy likes a sweep, doesn't he?
He likes the sweep. He likes the reverse sweep as well. But he'd be reverse sweeping with the spin. This one is foolish. He gets right forward, defends towards extra cover, and there is again no run. Yeah, the reverse sweep is one of his best shots these days. It has to be said. The man on the fort is there as well, Rob Lewis, the man we could never get hold of.
Yeah.
Seems to like a little bit of a boost. This one goes past the outside edge of Jimmy Anderson as he presses forward, and that is the end of the over. I guess because we were just finishing off one from last night when Joe Root was run out. Nestle boy, who's joined us this morning? Anyone?
Oh yeah, Mike Michael Wood. It says good morning brackets afternoon from a sweltering new town in New South Wales. Mog says and hello. The light rollers joining you good folk again today from a sweltering Melbourne, currently 39 degrees. Fans are working well though, and I've anchored down the gazebo looking forward to a cool change coming in, and of course the cricket game is finally poised. Farong, morning all from Dakar, busy day ahead for me. How long will England last? 1 ball, 1 hour, 1 over. Sri Lankan lead at stumps, 202. Bangladesh West Indies from Chattogram in an hour. Need to finalise my fundraising campaign for launch tomorrow and meetings tonight. Good God. O'Neill Harris. Good morning, Gorillas. It's 11:30 p.m. in Greensville, South Carolina. You fellows will be putting me to sleep tonight as calming as reading a book.
Embuldinia will open, and he throws this one up temptingly towards Jack Leach. Jack Leach just props onto the front foot and defends it back to him. He's got 3 men round the bat. He's been brilliant, hasn't he, Embuldinia? He's picked up 7 for 132. He's bowls to Leach, who whips this, trying to get it past mid-on, but he can't. Good piece of fielding there, just running around to the right as we look at that. Tragic!
It was tragic.
Tragic in the sense of John Arlott and Derek Randall.
Brilliant fielding.
Brilliant fielding. Now Leach has advanced down the wicket and does actually get to that, then steers it as far as a wide-ish mid-off. So he's showing certainly some skills with regards to playing slow bowling. He's in again, bowls, he goes back, squares up a little bit, plays this to mid-on. And England are using up time at the moment. They're not scoring any runs. They do need to get a few more runs. That is the main thing. Just chip it around for singles if they can. That would be good. No necessarily big shots down the leg side. They will get a single here as Leach helps it with the spin down to a man coming in off the fence at long leg. And he has his first run of the morning. England are now 41 behind. And Jimmy Anderson comes down to face.
You often wonder as a tail ender, you'd much rather face spin, wouldn't you, than some dude bowling at you 90 miles an hour?
Yeah.
I suppose. Although it can be difficult to come by runs, especially when the ball is turning as much as it's beginning to now. Just noticed last night they were beginning to take little chunks out of the pitch from time to time, which is always a sign of deterioration. And here comes the reverse sweep from Jimmy Anderson, and it's beautifully played, and that will run away to the Ceylon tea sponge for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, if these guys could put on just 20 runs, I mean, then the deficit is reduced to 20. It makes it even harder for Sri Lanka to make choices, doesn't it? And it's virtually one innings game. I'm going to go and sync the TV and make a cup of coffee.
Oh, well, all right then. Off you go. I'm told that YouTube is already crazy. It's crazy out there on YouTube. Have you got YouTube up for Nestlers?
Of course, yeah.
You are a pro. You are a pro. I didn't need to really ask you, did I?
Well, it's Dandy Castro and Frazzle from Glasgow. Frazzle.
No one frazzles in Glasgow. It's normally about -20.
They're saying good morning, hello, and
morning.
Everything's possible.
Everything is possible. So many outcomes, and yet ultimately there'll be only one. It's going to be Dilruwan Pereira to bowl his first full over of the morning. He's coming in, bowls to Leach, plays the sweep. He's going to hit on the pad, and he's been given out. He's been given out. So it's all ended very quickly indeed. The Bear has gone to make coffee. I blame the Bear for going to make coffee, and England are all out for 344. Not surprisingly, Jack Leach is reviewing, and he wanders down the wicket to talk to Jimmy Anderson. As Jimmy's saying, "No chance, mate. No chance. That was absolutely plum." He's saying.
I didn't actually see it. Let's have a look.
Burnley. It's pitched. I think it's pitched in line. Oh, hang on. Has he got an under edge on that?
I don't know.
Ooh, if he has, well, obviously that's good news for England. If he hasn't, I think he's plumb. He's gone right down onto his back knee, and it's hit low down on that back knee. Are we going to see a little bit of a thingy edge? No, there's nothing there at all. It was an optical illusion, and I'm afraid that if that is going straight on, which it appears to be, then
it's
England
crashing into off stump, isn't it?
37 runs behind. We're waiting for the outcome. Sri Lankans are already congregating in anticipation of wandering off, and they're now all looking back at the big screen. Here is the replay. Original decision is in line, impact in line, and hitting middle stump 2 inches from the top. So that is the end of Jack Leach. It's the end of the England innings. That'll be disappointing for England, although of course these two are going to have to run off and get ready to bowl. England all out then for 344. Dilruwan finally takes a wicket. Well done, that man.
Easier, won it left-hander. Anyway, let's give a jingle for the wicket.
On your bike, mate.
Yes, indeed. That is the end of Jack Leach, and off goes Latif Embuldinia, clutching the match ball, not surprisingly. Now, interestingly enough, I got taken to task, I remember, for calling Embuldinia Embuldenier. And yesterday I heard Michael Atherton, no less a man than Michael Atherton, call him exactly the same thing. But earlier in the day, he called him Embuldinia. So it just shows how confusing it is for us commentators to get the old emphasis right when you've got about 8 syllables in your name.
He's denying the emble.
He is denying the emble. You don't want to deny the emble.
No.
And England want to deny the emble, but they were unable to. I'll tell you what, Nestle boy, we've got loads and loads of time now.
Yep.
Why don't you race through loads and loads of tweets and loads of hellos from YouTube and Cricket Tracker?
Well, Cricket Tracker, we've got Xavier J. Mejido, who says, "Cheers, gentlemen." Cheers, Xavier. The Light Roller is telling everybody that TMS is geo-blocked, so he'll be listening on Guerrilla Cricket, a more refreshing and irreverent offering. And Michael Wagner has offered himself as an extra voice. He's available tomorrow evening.
Ooh.
If we need him. It's on the Twitter feed there. Some bloke, Messi, Jize.
Who is he? Very irritating man, isn't he?
Yeah. Morning all.
What's he saying now?
Just having to soothe my shattered ego after I heard the news that the Bear and Hendo were listening to other commentators when I was on yesterday. Oh well, I suppose you have to assess the opposition sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's all I was doing. I mean, I was just sort of dozing on the sofa while in and out of sleep, watching a bit of cricket here, listening to a bit here there. I couldn't really confuse my mind by putting on Guerrilla as well. I suppose that would have just been too much. An overload.
Don't want to confuse your mind.
Absolutely.
Anna Forsyth says, "Hello all. There's something kind of wonderful about watching Jimmy bat, seeing the best bowler in the world not being absolutely brilliant at something. Kind of comforting." Nakul M. Pandy has joined us. Morning. Well, an excellent 3 days of the Emball Denier Moose Cup that we've had so far.
Yeah.
England do have an imperative to win this test to keep their World Test Championship final hopes alive. Otherwise, they'll need to win all 4 tests in India. Well, we can forget about that.
Yes.
Ravi Nair says, "We're doomed." And a full size. Jimmy never met a reverse sweep he didn't like. Glad he got one in at least. Yeah. The Light Roller says, "My hopes of McGrath Gillespie like the 10th wicket stand cruelly dashed. And Mog says, well, that was quite the damp squid of resistance.
It was the damp squid of resistance.
Yes. All hail
highly predictable.
The damp squid of resistance.
Absolutely. If you're going to have a squid, you might as well have it damp. That's what I say. It's come from the sea, hasn't it? So, you know, why try to do anything else with it?
You don't want your squid coming out dry, do you?
You don't want a dry squid. That's really not what you want. Well, here we are then. So they have a lead, Sri Lanka, of 37 runs. Could that turn out to be a crucial 37 runs in the context of this game? It's going to be so fascinating, isn't it? Because well, we're going to see what England's spinners can do second time around. They really need to stand up and do something, don't they? They were pretty insipid in the first innings, and they've got to do that just to give us a bit of confidence going to India as well, because we're very worried about our spinners, I would suggest.
Well, I think we are, and Michael on Hot Tube even says,
is he in a hot tub?
well, he says, good evening, gentlemen. Let's hope England spin bowlers show up today in agreement with you, Hendo.
Yes, absolutely. Well, they need to.
Kes says couldn't be worse than their first innings effort.
Not really. It's curious, isn't it? We took no wickets, and then Embaldini on his own took 7. Dilrawan took 1 and Mendes took 1. So, in fact, all their wickets came from spin. Of course, if you factor in the run out as well. So that's that. When people look at this match in, 10 years' time, they're going to be confused by that, aren't they?
Well, the thing was, the wicket. The wicket is a classic Sri Lankan wicket, isn't it? I mean, or as they say, it's a classic Galle wicket. It's not. Doesn't do much for the first 2 days, and then it breaks up and becomes a minefield. Winning the toss is very important in Sri Lanka if the pitch is going to act that way. Sri Lanka won the toss, they got the runs on the board, and they'd have hoped to have a bigger margin, to be honest, to be fair, I'd have thought. Having got nearly 400, they'd have hoped, and they took a long time to get there as well. I mean, it took them 5.5 sessions or whatever it was to get to their virtually 400. And England have done well to get to nearly parity on a pitch that is now starting to break up. So it's kind of like a one innings match now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right about that. Since we've got Knuckle on the other end of a tweet, I wouldn't mind if he could look up, because he's brilliant now on Stats Guru, and find out, has there ever been a game where all the wickets in the first innings have been taken by pace, and all the wickets in the second innings of the match have been taken by spin? That's a curious one, isn't it? That's a good stat. That's the kind of thing that will get us talking on WhatsApp for, 10 hours, something like that. Something like that. It's a great stat. We were having a little chat about stats the other night.
Well, no, we weren't.
Went long into the night. It started off with most of us, and it ended up with just with Knuckle and Josh, didn't it? But there you go.
The rest of us looking at it, scratching our head, going, "What?
Get a life, you people!"
What are they talking about?"
Exactly.
Neymar Butlins is checking in from LA. He just tried to explain what happened in the game to his wife, and he's on a hiding to nothing. Farong has said, "Open up with Bess and Leach tomorrow with England back. That'll create some interest."
Oh yes. Well, do you know, they couldn't do worse than the two that have
very true.
opened so far. Have as one of my friends was tweeting me yesterday or texting me yesterday when Bess was batting, he said, "This Dom is better than our opening Dom." And I think, he did look it. He played some really nice shots actually, Bess, when he was batting. We're looking at one of those beautiful vistas of the sea breaking on the shore as we look across to the little ground on the roundabout near the beach, as I like to call it. Lovely little ground in Galle. I've made a mental note to myself that I must go there. I mean, I don't really have a bucket list, but I think I'm going to have to put that on it.
You made a mental note there. Spicy Golden Duck has joined us. Good morning. So I'm not sure if it's worryingly late or alarmingly early, but I'm enjoying Test cricket with a nice glass of chilled Primitivo. Cheers to you all.
What is Primitivo? Is it a form of? Is it wine or is it a liqueur? I don't know.
I have no idea.
I have no idea, but I'm sure he'll tell us.
I'm sure he will. I'm sure now that we've put it out there.
Mog says, "Wow, you have the coolest WhatsApp chats."
We really do. You really, it's like the green room doubled. What more can I say?
Gary is typing. That's always my.
Yeah. Well, Gary will be here soon.
He will.
He should be. Yeah, very shortly he will be joining us. What are we looking at? They're looking at the second innings now of the previous test, and Jack Leach actually getting some wickets, which is, it's hard to be too critical of Leach because he's done so little bowling over a year of just travelling around the world and getting ill.
Yeah.
Or being in bubbles. So he's going to take a bit of time to come back to his best, and this might be a really good warm up for him for India, just beginning to find his length, and a good performance here would send him off to Chennai in great spirits, wouldn't it?
I think he's definitely been the better of the two bowlers. He's more consistent.
Yes.
I think Leach just tries. Bess tries too much rather than just trying to stick it on a spot and let the wicket do the work. And Leach is much more that man. His line's been a little bit off occasionally, and his length is a little bit too short too often. But certainly I'd have him if I was going to bring Moen back in and only have two spinners. I would ditch Bess partly because I want someone who turns it away and turns it in, and so I've got variety.
Yeah, we're talking the other day about it's a right hand top heavy order, the Indian one, and so actually Leach would be more important. I've got I don't know, because you'll have Stokes back in the team. But do you play Broad and Anderson together? I think don't you play the best bowlers if your spinners aren't performing, especially? Do you just not go in with one spinner and perhaps a bit of Joe Root? I don't know.
It's kind of tempting, isn't it? I mean, you look at the stats for Jimmy and Broad over these two tests. They've taken an awful lot of wickets for bugger all runs in an awful lot of overs.
They do indeed.
And
anyway, we can move on. We can stop wibbling because the Sri Lankan batsmen are out there ready for their second innings. It'd be interesting to see how they approach this. And shall we jingle them up there?
Yes, we got this man.
Lahiro Thirimani!
And this man.
Another keeper batsman snuck out of the country. One of the replacements in a Sri Lankan blazer. The bowlers broke down, so what do they send? Another keeper batsman to join all his friends. Colombo's a go-go, but now he's in Soho. Poor little Pereira.
Well, listening to that Thirimani jingle, it shows you how long he's been around.
I was thinking exactly the same
thing.
Is there a certain voice that is no longer a part of the guerrilla fraternity? It was evident upon that. Anyway, in the bowling for England will be the man who has the most test wickets for his country.
This man.
Yet.
Jimmy was a local boy, but he see much more than the change in the weather. Sitting in a uniform of a three-piece suit and the ribbons from his past.
I'm noticing on Twitter that the ICC have been tweeting out a picture of a rather large lizard on the outfield at Galle. So
that was yesterday.
That was yesterday, was it? Oh,
yeah.
Right, okay. Did you see him? Did you see him in the live lizard?
Yeah.
Was he attacking Sammy Curran on the boundary?
He was just wandering along, minding his own business. Was he scaring everybody?
All right then.
What was the thing with egrets yesterday, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
What was the thing with the egrets yesterday?
Oh, I don't know. I did see some of that chat. It was just that I think. At one point, Don Bess chased an egret. I think it was getting a bit too close to the wicket. It was probably running on the pitch. Had to have a warning from the umpire. This first ball from Anderson outside the off stump to Pereira, and is left alone. We've got two slips and a gully, so not over attacking from England. And it'll be interesting to see whether Sri Lanka go after the quicker bowlers at the start of the innings. Anyway,
I'm joined by Moggy.
Pereira. Sorry, go on, Nestle.
I say I'm joined by Moggy, the neighbour's cat.
Bit early, isn't she? No. Pops in at this time, does she? 4 o'clock in the morning.
Sleeps here.
Oh, does she? Oh, right, okay.
Oh, I thought that was a wicket, but of course there's not.
No, we're looking at replays. Why is there such a delay between the first ball and the second ball? I don't understand this. This is giving us time to watch about 4 wickets go down. But
Session.
now Anderson is ready to bowl the second ball, seemingly. Warm sunshine, it would appear, in Galle right at the moment. And he's in to Pereira. Oh, and Pereira leaves that one. You'd say purely on length, because it was straight enough. It went right over the top of middle and off, but over the top it went. So in that respect, it was a pretty good lead, but it was a little bit worryingly close from a Sri Lankan perspective. In fact, when you look at it from behind, it looks like it's gone way over the top of the stance, but it didn't actually miss by that much. Curious optical illusion again there. Anderson in again, full swinging in and driven. Somehow, I don't know whether Anderson was trying to get out of the way of that, but he's kicked it towards mid wicket, and they will have got their first run because of that. Sri Lanka are 1 without loss. More tweets, Nestlers.
Well, we've been joined on Hot Mic by Jim C. Good afternoon from Perth. I thought this was going to be a relatively dull test after the last Aussie-India match, but this is great. Thanks, GC, for livening up a weekend painting ceilings.
Oh, God, that's... Oh, I mean, you must have got a real pain in your neck doing that. I mean, painting the ceiling has to be It's an onerous task, is it not? Not one. Not the one that I take on very often. Anderson into Tiramani, and Tiramani is just a little squared up by this one as the ball shoots out to backward point, and there is no run. Just look at that replay of Anderson trying to stop the ball with his foot. He took it right on the ankle bone. That could have put him out. That could have put him out of India. That could have put him out of the Ashes. The whole of the summer.
Could have killed him.
Could have killed him, quite frankly. Yeah, I don't think it's overstating the case to say that. Anyway, Anderson turns again and runs in past the umpire. Bowls to Thiramani. Thiramani aims a drive at this one, pleasantly enough, fielded at extra cover, and there is no run.
We should, of course, mention the GPL.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
The GPL is £109 this morning.
£109, and that is for a £1 stake. You could win £109 simply by going to GorillaCricket.com competitions. Then you would estimate how many runs you think there will be in the day. You have until lunch to do this, and you could win £109 plus £109 minimum. This is punched square on the offside. Bess misses the attempt to get to that. Is that Bess? Yes, I think it is. They should have got back for 2, but in fact they did, yes. Sri Lanka moved to 3 without loss, and that is the end of the first over, and the lead is now 40 runs in a 1 innings match.
Mog says that jingle just makes no fucking sense.
No.
Mayank says, morning everyone, long day of cricket today I reckon. Could be. Anna Forsyth said the shots of the lizard running towards the camera that the TV coverage used yesterday will be what I see when I close my eyes. Barong has sent us in a picture of Blackadder with the word wibble under it. Wibble.
Yeah, I suppose there was a bit of wibbling in Blackadder from time to time.
Oh yeah, there's got to be a bit of wibbling.
Proper wibbling. So, if you're just joining us this morning, Sri Lanka 381, England 344, lasted an over and a half this morning. Time enough to see Jimmy Anderson play a lovely reverse sweep for 4, but not that good because England were left trailing by 37. Opening the bowling from the the pavilion end is going to be little Sammy Cullen.
Yeah, let's find a jingle for him. There we go.
Is he a batter or bowler?
Sam Curran.
What's his distinguishing features?
Sam Curran.
His dad's from Zimbabwe.
Sam Curran.
And he's beloved by Liz Yates.
Sam Curran.
We're having difficulties with our scorecard, so it's going to stay up there, but it's not being correct today.
Oh, that's very annoying. In comes the floppy-haired one. Bowls to Pereira. Pereira defends a ball that just hinted at away movement up towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah,
Well, we've got a new listener on YouTube who also seems to be new to Test cricket.
Oh, wow.
Ray Quazim, who says, I don't watch, I watch the World Cup only.
I watch what only? I didn't catch that.
The World Cup. I like it, but I'm not familiar with the rules. Been a year since I watched, but not many games.
Oh, right, okay. This is pushed up. This is pushed up to mid-off. Again, there's no run.
Dandy Castro's putting him right.
Jolly good.
about the Test match 2 innings.
Tremendous.
Well done, Dan.
Well, it's a learning day for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite just listen to us talk crap. I mean, that's part of it, you know.
Actually, I mean, listening to us will probably confuse you. If you actually want to know about cricket, we'll probably completely confuse you.
Talk for yourself, Hendo.
Well, I do. Curran in again, 2 slips in the gully, bowls onto the leg stump, and it's pushed by Pereira up to mid-on, and there is no run.
I suppose if you're on YouTube, you're watching us talk nonsense as well as listening to us talk nonsense.
Yep.
It's very dusty, isn't it? As we see pictures of them sweeping the wicket, there's an awful lot of dusty dust.
I'm guessing that Curran will bowl maybe 2, maximum 3 overs before England have a little look at the spinners. And it's a very important afternoon for them, or morning for them. Curran in again, right up in the block hole, dug out square on the offside, and fielded by Lawrence at backward point.
Might give
3 for no wicket.
Might give Woody a go before I went to the spinners if I'm going to give Curran a couple.
Yes, that's another good point. Or maybe you just keep. Do you keep Anderson and Wood at one end and have spin at one end? I don't know. We shall have to see. Those are decisions that are rather frazzled in the mental sense. You would think Joe Root, well, actually physical sense as well. Onto the back foot goes Pereira. This one's dropped a little bit shorter. There was a bit of width. He tried to play a whirling dervish of a shot, a wind up really, and didn't really time it out into the offside. And there is again no run. His hair's getting longer, isn't it, Sammy Curran? He's beginning to look quite sweet now, rather than the quite frightening devil child that he used to look like.
Yes. Wow. I'll say about my scorecard. So I think Damien, my man, is absolutely quite upset with me.
Oh no, we don't need that. This is forced off the back foot. They're going to run through for the single. Dummy run from the man at extra cover, picked up at mid-off. Pereira will keep the strike. That is the end of the second over. And Sri Lanka are 4 for no wicket. What have you done to upset our webman?
Well, I was trying to get him because because we're doing this. We've got a scorecard now. We're doing it via an API, yeah. So we can actually get the full scorecard like you get on any other site as well.
Whoa!
So the thing is, I was trying to get that into a web page, and I think it broke it all. And then so I said, "Oh, sorry," and then basically he's not answered my phone. I tried calling him a couple of times yesterday. And I sent him an email going, I guess you hate me now. He goes, I do. He's about as grumpy as me, so I'm hoping that after this test, the point was I wanted to get it ready for India, but being a very diligent man that he is, he thought, I'll do it straight away, I think, and I was trying to pressure him, but I'm not. I know the Galle is, but it does seem to have broken it.
Oh dear, that's not good news. Anderson will start his second over. He's round the wicket to, they're both left-handers, but this one is Pereira. He turns a back-of-length delivery straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Adelaide Barmies have joined us. Crucial session in Galle now. If you're in Oz and want to watch, Sportsbet and Bets 365 are carrying visuals. If you have an account, Gorilla Cricket have the usual audio. Come on the land, he says.
We have the usual.
Well, I think we're the unusual.
Oh, well, I suppose that's true. We're kind of usual in an unusual way, I suppose.
They're obsessed with the rollers.
They are obsessed with the rollers.
Well, one presumably is the light one and one's the heavy one, I presume.
Well, they are. Anderson, a little bit short into the ribs of Pereira, wants to turn it away for a single. Can't get it. Lawrence comes into field from mid-wicket. Score remains 4 for no wickets. More from you, Nestlers.
Well, they can't get them on now, the rollers, can they?
Well, no, they had them on before. Now, yeah, presumably they've had... What roller would they have wanted? Just a light roller, I would think.
It's very
the heavy roller. No, they want the heavy roller to try and flatten out the pitch, I suppose.
Very dusty.
A little bit. It is very dusty, but here's Anderson again. Bowls to Pereira. He's in behind this one. Defends it back to the bowler. And there is no run.
It's not gone... The pitch hasn't gone completely doolally, though, has it?
Oh, not at all. I think it's been a lot better pitch than people have probably given it credit for. And extraordinary after the first test, I think. They said, didn't they, in the days leading up to this match, that it had been very dry, and they did expect it to break up much more quickly than it has. It stayed together pretty well. That said, it'll be interesting to see what happens when, in particular, Leach gets on. Anderson in, bowls, good leave again. on length by Pereira as the ball is fired in towards his off stump and goes through to Butler.
So pleased to be featured on the coverage. Everyone wants the light roller, says the light roller.
Yeah, well, I imagine that Sri Lanka would have wanted a heavy version. That looks like they haven't got one of those heavy versions that you can sit on. They're gonna you have to wheel it out there, which is a lot of work for the ground staff, isn't it?
They're very old school rollers, they are.
Absolutely, down the leg side. I think they're going to get a single here, although Pereira set off quickly. He may be thinking of a second, he won't get it. Lawrence has to run behind square leg to field. There was a bit of bat or glove in that. I thought for a moment it might have been a leg by. But Pereira moves to 3 and the score to 5 without loss.
I was reminded reading an Inder Dutta's book about Indian tennis, why the All England Lawn Tennis Championships exist, and it was down to a broken roller.
Really? Wow.
Well, that's the reason that the All England Croquet Club had a tennis championship, because they wanted to get some money in to pay for their broken roller.
Thank God for that, because croquet's no fun. Flicked away through square leg. Here comes Jack Leach from long leg to field. Gets himself sided off. Throws in with his right hand, which is interesting. And they take 2. Thiramani moves to 4. The score is 7 for no wicket. Gary Naylor should be here at any moment now.
He is here.
Is he here?
In the room.
Yeah.
He's in the room. Well, if he would like to show himself, I will take my leave. He's very, very dark, is Gary Naylor.
He's darker than you.
All I can see is like 2 eyes, basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, I shall take a break. Gary will be doing your ball boy ball, and I'll see you later.
Well, according
Gary
to this,
looks like one of those things from the Star Wars.
it's me doing ball by ball.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Gary's next on ball by ball after me. So I shall take over. Morning, Gary. I can hardly see you.
Morning.
How are
I'm
you?
fighting a bit of an unstable internet connection, so I may end up talking across you and everything else, but just like to say how delighted I am to be at Guerrilla Cricket for the first time in a while.
Okie dokie. Karen is in and defended out to cover, no run. Go on.
I felt it's a little unfair of you to already be obsessing about the rollers. I mean, Bess and Leach haven't had a bowl yet.
I wasn't obsessing about the rollers. I think the TV was. They just keep showing pictures of rollers. So it wasn't us, it was them. Yeah, you're right, they haven't bowled yet, and they should get some turn. It'll be a lot better for them than the first innings. Karen down leg side. Big flick at it from Pereira, but couldn't catch up with it, and goes through to Butler, and there's no run. What are your thoughts, Gary?
Well, I've got Sri Lanka absolutely miles ahead here, and I'm not a kind of doomed, as some of our esteemed listeners may be. I'm usually quite optimistic about England, but had England led by 30-odd runs, then I'd say it was a bit of a coin toss, but we're actually 30-odd runs behind on first innings. This is a very stiff ask to get out of this one.
Defended up to mid-off. And there is no run.
Neymar Butlin says, can we see the Bay City Rollers now?
No thank you. Long-haired lover from Liverpool. That was them, wasn't it?
No, that was Jimmy Osmond.
Oh, wasn't it? Oh, right, yeah. What did the Bay City Rollers do then?
God knows.
They did Bye Bye
Bang.
Baby, which is what
God.
I'm feeling England's chances will be.
I don't know. I mean, I think Sri Lanka, that's a nice drive, though, by Kusal Pereira, and it beats the man at cover, makes it all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
They've got. I mean, what do they declare on, though, Gary? I mean, if they set England 260, it may well be enough, but if you gave England 260 to get in a day, there's a good chance you might lose as well. If Root gets going, I mean, they found it very difficult to get Rooty out. They've run him out twice, and he's given his wicket away the other time.
Well, he's Steve Smithing in this series, but you seldom win a series with just one batsman.
Well, hold on. There's been some 50s from elsewhere. Dan Lawrence has scored a 50 or 2, or batted pretty well. Bairstow's looked all right, unless
we're talking the fourth.
Hold on. Curran in bowls another beautiful drive. Same shot again. It's going to be the same result, I feel. It is indeed. It goes all the way to the boundary for another one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
This will do them some good. I think this could be Karen's last over. Go on.
We're talking the 4th innings of a test in Sri Lanka. The idea that we can chase 260 with Root getting another 100, I think, is somewhat fanciful. But, it may happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, in the last year and a half, there's been quite a lot of decent 4th innings chases, haven't there? And it's not a question of... the question is, do they allow themselves enough time to bowl England out, is the other thing. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. And that's the conundrum. If they give themselves a day to bowl England out, that's enough time. And presumably, unless they go hard, they won't have enough runs to necessarily close the game out. But they need that amount of time to get England out. Or do they go on to, say, lunch tomorrow to make themselves safe and hope that they can bowl England out in 2 sessions? That's the decision they've got to make, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you're giving me a free hand, I'd suggest that the Lankans would probably declare, if they have the chance to declare, they probably declare after maybe even just a couple of overs tomorrow. They'll want a second new ball, and they've got to win this test to get a hand on the Moose Cup. So I don't think they'll be batting on till lunch. I don't think they'll be trying to make the game safe. I think they'll be trying to give themselves the opportunity to win the match.
Well, they've got to do that. Well, we are going to see what's going to happen because this man's coming to the attack.
If the pitch isn't good for pace, get this lad on his bowling's ace. But if you need someone who bats, you should just save Tom Bess for last.
Gentlemen, I'm going to leave summarising duties for 5 minutes or so to reboot my internet because it's all a little jerky here in South London. So I'll be back on soon.
Tooting is an internet black hole. We have decided that part of London is terrible. That's gone straight through. Thiramani, who's prodded and played for some turn. Instead, it's gone inside the inside edge and missed the stump somehow. Bounced off Butler, and they've got a bye.
We've been joined on YouTube by Jonathan Horowitz, who says Saturday night was Bay City Rollers, and Beast TV says, can you guys just stream the match? No, we can't because we don't have the TV rights.
Absolutely. We'd be sued and out of business in no time at all.
A mere ball to the ankle won't stop Jimmy Anderson, says Spicy Golden Duck. It will take a meteor strike or a thermonuclear war to stop the Jiminator.
Absolutely. Defended by Thiramani. Kusal Pereira after that bye. Back to the bowler, Don Bess. And ain't no run.
Anna Full Size says, all this talk of light and heavy rollers, but what if we rock and roll it?
Bess is around the wicket. Played off an open face, trying to get a run. I think he was trying to force that through the offside, but bounced a little bit on him. And was aerial for a while down towards backward point, and there ain't no run.
Fraser Middleton says Shangalang was the Rollers' best known hit. At least it was, I suppose. Mayank says, did anyone notice that Sky is not showing the India series on TV? I read online it will be an Indian streaming app, Hotstar.
Yeah, it could be Hotstar, or it might. Well, this is what we've got to figure out, actually. That's cut out to the man, deep point. It's a little bit too short from Bess. We're hoping it'll be on Star Gold. Which is somewhere down the end of the Sky thingamajiggy. Yeah, they the BCCI wanted to charge them extra money right at the end. So that's going to be interesting. That one's left alone by Thiramani. Through to Butler, and there's no run. The lead is 54.
Adelaide Barmy say, morning chaps, much cooler today and raining, which hopefully will make it easier for the county fire service to put out the local bushfires. And telling everyone to be careful out there. Root has no confidence in Anderson, says Mog.
Bess around the wicket and defended by Thiramani. Only one run off that over. That's a decent first over. Too short a couple of times, but there you go. Go on. Any more? Any more?
Butlins says, I think we should have a Bay City Rollers tribute concert. You can have the heavy rollers, the light rollers, and the easy listening rollers. I think the last thing the world needs right now is a Bay City Rollers reunion or tribute.
Yeah.
They're probably still going with about like one original member, like the bass player or something.
Exactly. He's probably copyrighted the name, hasn't he? So the others can't get hold of it, and they're all in dispute.
Didn't one of them die recently? Wasn't
I don't know. There's been a lot of deaths recently.
No, every day you open up and some famous musician from the past. But Keith Richards is still going.
Keith Richards is still going. Yeah. Well, we're going to have double spin. This man's coming on from the other end.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
And he's going to be bowling to Pereira. I'm trying to think who's next in for Sri Lanka. It'll be Fernando, who didn't get many in the first innings, did he?
No.
He's a righty. I'm just trying to think right and left-handers. Round the wicket is Jack Leach, and immediately it turns, but it turns down the legs, and Thiramani can just work it. Was that Thiramani? No, it's Kusal Pereira. Sorry, worked it down the long leg, and they got back for 2.
Kavi Prasanth has joined us on Crick Tracker, just saying hello to us. Hello guys, good morning. Good morning guys. Hi, hello.
Good morning.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome along. And Awesome Facts has joined us on
now there's an appeal for Elby Darwin. That's got to be bloody close, and it's been given. Absolutely. Kusal Pereira, I think that's a fair enough decision. I think it's pitched in line. Probably going on to hit the stumps. He was trying to slog sweep, was Kusal Pereira. He wants to get on with it clearly. Are they going to review? He is going to review it. But I think the umpire's got that right there. Much the same as Jack Leach was given out at the end of the England innings. I think that's pretty spot on. I think it pitched probably middle and leg. All right, Gary, you're back. Oh, you got light behind you as well now. Bit of a halo effect. Let's have a look. That's pitched in line. That's straightened. He hasn't hit that. That's hitting middle and off, I reckon. And that's a good shout. It's only hit him. He's down pretty low. It's hit him on the back thigh. Don't think there's any bat on that. There is nothing on the bat. And has it hit his front pad before the back pad? That would be interesting to see. No, it hasn't. And it's hit him in the midriff, but he's right down. He's not a tall man. I think the umpire's got that right, and I think that is going to be England's first wicket, and that'll do Jack Leach no end of good. And he'll have a right-hander to bowl that too, which will please him no end. It's pitched in line, straightened. It's going to hit middle and off. And this umpire's cool. It was taking the bail, but it was the correct call. And so England have their first wicket, and they'll be very happy.
On your bike, mate.
Thoughts, Gary?
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Gary. Never a good thing.
One of my main thoughts is I've got a new box, and it seems to be no better than the previous one for the internet, but that's by the by. My thought was that England were a bit lucky to get that decision. It's
So you froze it. Yeah, your box isn't that good.
hitting quite high. I felt it was going over the top. I would have had no problem at all with the umpire giving that not out, but he's given it out. And England, I think, have got a little bit of luck there, but well bowled Jack Leach. He did what he should be doing, which is attacking the stumps. There's going to be some runs given away by England spinners as a result of that attacking line they're going to bowl. But it's the only way England are going to drag themselves into this match is by taking wickets. The only way they'll take wickets is bowling the most attacking line.
Yeah, I thought that looked out to me. I mean, he's not a very tall man, Kusal Pereira, and he's right down on one knee, and it's him sort of on the waistband, but he's kneeling down with one leg on the ground. And it's a great little pose there. The Atlas man from Jack Leach. He's
Well, he's
very
giving it
happy.
a Bruce Forsyth, isn't he? It's a bit of Brucey
A bit of
there.
Brucey.
Jack Leach.
Absolutely. So England get their first wicket. And Sri Lanka are 19 for 1, 5.2 overs gone. So they lead by a good 50 odd runs. And Kusa Pereira was a dangerous man, though, because he does like to score quickly. Thiramani not so. And we haven't seen much of a Sharda Fernando, who we're going to give a jingle to after this ball, because he lasted about 5 balls in the first innings and chopped on to Jimmy Anderson in his debut home test. We'll give him a jingle after. Maybe we'll. I don't know. Jack Leach is still prattling about, so we'll give him a jingle.
Sharda Fernando's a guy from Sri Lanka. He's a batsman hard to stop, but once he starts, he's never played at home, and now he gets a shot. Oh, Sharda Fernando.
Ooh, yeah, nice. Come on, get on with it. We're having a look at Rooty. Rooty looks alright. Probably had a nice bath last night and a hell of a lot of massaging. And he'll feel pretty good about life, having scored 400 runs. That is played square on the offside. Nice easy first ball, short and a little bit wide. And he was able to just play it away to backward point. Gets himself no run. So Root's average is about 120, 130 in this series so far. It's pretty good. He's overtaking a whole lot of batsmen in this series as well in England's run scoring list, as that's left alone outside the off stump by Fernando. Too wide from Jack Leach. Needs to be a little bit straighter. Needs to be bowling at sort of middle and off stump, I'd have thought. If you can get one to turn from middle and leg, it'd be ace. Ooh, that one cuts past the outside of Fernando's bat as he goes back and across. There's no runs. He lets it through to Butler. A little bit fuller would be nice. And Boldenaya bowled extraordinarily well, didn't he? That's a cracking ball. Draws him forward, good length and decent line, just outside off stump. Fernando had to play at it, and it turned and whizzed past his outside edge, taken by Butler. Everyone smiles, and there is no run. 6 overs gone, 19 for 1, and we've lost Nestle. There's only you and me, Gary.
Well, we've got some drone shots of Galle, and I heard Hendo talking about going to a test at Galle. Well, 9 years ago, that was my happy task, and I can confirm that everything they say about Galle, it's spectacular location, one of the great cricket grounds of the world. It's all true, and if anybody has got a list of grounds to go to, then I think there's Dharamsala. There's obviously Lords, the MCG, Eden Gardens, the great citadels of the game. But Galle should be in any list of top 5.
How did you get that gig? Who were you working for that one? Bess around the wickets to Thiramani, too wide, let alone no run.
Well, I did some writing for Spin Cricket magazine, the late lamented Spin Cricket
George's
magazine
outfit
that was in. That folded in somewhat tragic circumstances when its publisher left us at a very early age.
That's a decent ball by Bess. Left alone outside Thiramani's off stump. Wise decision. Goes through to Butler and there's no run. George was the editor, wasn't he? Editor at large of that outfit, wasn't he? Gary? George DeBell? Can you hear me, Gary? As Gary disappeared again. Oh, cut too short by Bess, and it's gone to backward point, and it'll be fielded out there by, it looks like the fridge, Dom Sibley.
Can you hear us, Gary?
No, can you hear us, Gary?
I hear the occasional word at the moment with the entirely redundant message flashing up on my screen that your internet connection is unstable.
Oh God! You have bad internet down in Tooting, man. Bad internet.
I have bad machines. My entire life is blighted this way, so why should this be any different?
Well, it must be the actual connection. It must be the from the network. It's not just the machines in your house, Gary. It's.
I've only had 50 years of this, so.
Well, it seems to be. That's what I mean. It's your location. Just happens to be
you
a bad
had the internet
one.
50 years ago.
Yeah.
Fuck hell.
Good on
No,
you.
I've had 50 years of machines not doing as they ought.
Well, That's straight, and Fernando's going to get himself off the mark in his second innings as he clips that down to Wood, down towards long leg. It'll be a single.
We've been joined for the first time on Hot Mic by Adrian, first time app user, found you on YouTube, went to your site. Welcome, Adrian.
Welcome, Adrian. Whilst Nestle chomps away on a sandwich. Good man. I've got crumpets for later. On the back foot, cut and down towards backward point. Sibly Fields. Be another single. Bess worries me, I have to say. He's just not consistent enough as a spin bowler.
Well, worrying for India.
Yeah, it's very worrying for India. I think they'll go back to Moeen for India.
Well, that's an uncertain thing as well.
Well, it is an uncertain thing, but you do have the advantage that he might actually get you some runs. Mind you, Best batted pretty well, which I noticed George actually putting on, tweeting out yesterday. Well, that's why Bess is not such a bad pick, because unfortunately that's what he does, and he's not so bad at number 8, and he'll get you some runs. But I think you've just got as much chance with Moeen, to be honest. And you've got a chance of big runs with Moeen at number 8. I do like Moeen.
Well, he's got the experience.
Well,
and
yeah,
he does have a habit of making things happen, but
indeed, too short again, and Fernando can just get back on the back foot, ride the spin down towards long leg, and he'll get himself another single, and he'll be facing up to Jack Leach.
Yeah, Awesome Facts on YouTube says England need to improve or it would be disgrace against India. And Fizzy Fitzpatrick, great name. Hi, listening from Australia, good to hear the cricket. It's our pleasure, Fizzy Fitzpatrick, to bring it to you. Yeah,
well, it'll be interesting, won't it? I mean, now that India have a decent pace attack, they won't hopefully just be dust bowls. There'll be something in it for the faster bowlers as well. I doubt they want Bumrah and Shami and all those guys having hopeless wickets to bowl on as well. So maybe a bit more competitive. It's an SG ball. I'm not sure what the SG ball is. I think it's a little bit more pronounced seam than the Kookaburra, but maybe not as pronounced as a Duke ball. Too short, too wide, hit into the offside. Fernando out to Sibley, who seems to be the man put out to the boundary on both sides, and it'll be a single to him.
Morgan is suggesting that the bass player for the Bay City Rollers went to jail for some very dodgy stuff. I don't know about that. Farong is telling us about Bangladesh West Indies. We need to win the toss and invite Bangladesh to bat.
They want the game to go for more than 25 overs a side, maybe. Is that another ODI? I take it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
with the B team or the C team, even possibly. Around the wicket, Leach to Thiramani. It's clipped into the leg side. It's all very easy.
Name up then says all the great performers are dying, but Kenny G is still alive. Oh, the injustice.
Larry King died, didn't he, as well, recently? A couple of days ago.
Yeah, yesterday or the day before?
Day before, I think it was, yeah. He was 87. Man, I mean, he survived a lot, though. Heart attacks, strokes, lung cancer. I mean, it took a lot to get him. It was COVID, wasn't it? They said he.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was COVID. Yeah. Tossed up. That's a decent ball by Leach. That's where you want to be more often than not, and it's just defended out to the covers, and there is no run. 25 for 1, Sri Lanka.
It's one of those figures that wasn't on British television, but we all knew who he was.
Yeah.
Quite.
Well, he'd been around since the 60s, hasn't he? And he was quite a name. Did some big interviews.
Actually, Martin Lawrence says West Indies chose to bowl. Apologies.
Okay. Yeah. Defended on the back foot this time by Fernando out to cover, and there is no run.
And a full-size German flatmate just walked past the TV and said, one day I'm going to understand that game, and then kept on walking. I guess one day is not today.
I gotta sit down and enjoy it. Must be reasonably timed in West Coast Canada, isn't it? It's about 7 o'clock yesterday. Played it square on the offside.
I'm going to try and butt in, but I've no idea whether I'm talking over you or not.
We can't.
Tomorrow might be
You're
a very
breaking
good
up.
day if anyone's new to Test cricket, because there'll be a very clear equation tomorrow.
Yeah, there should be. We caught half of that, Gary. Defended by Fernando. Out to the offside. Hands on head from Leach. And it goes to Galle, goes across to field it. And there's no run.
Icy Golden Duck says, with in the quotes, "You're on mute, Gary." Hashtag so fucking Gorilla Cricket. There's a bit of chatter about the Bay City Rollers, and now Bucks Fizz.
Yeah, leave that alone, I think. And that's
Yeah, I know. It's just no, that one. No. Other spinners around though, apart from Mo. What's Kegs doing now? Kegs 10.
I presume that's what's his name. The one who had
Simon Kerrigan.
That's the one. An absolute howler. It completely shot his confidence, didn't it? Bess around the wicket to Thiramani. Decent ball. And pulls him forward. Lets it go. No run. A little bit of turn.
1 down, 9 to go, says Kez on hot mic.
Yeah. I'm not sure England have taken a chunks out of the pitch that Boldenaya was either. It's weird, isn't it? There's a little bit of turn though. Defended out to the offside and there's no run.
Well, I mean, his pitch isn't going, like I said before, isn't sort of raging, is it, at the moment?
No, I think maybe the roller has sort of toughened up the surface a little bit, and once it gets a little bit older, hopefully it will do. Well, that one did take a little bit of the pitch. Actually, there's a puff of dust as that hit the wicket. Quicker ball by Bess, and Thiramani just defends it out to the offside, and there's no run. I mean, England need to just bowl a tight line and make them play the shots. They're the ones who've got to chase the game. I don't think you want to be mixing it up too much. If I was Bess and Leach, I just want to find that line and just keep bowling it there. Defended out into the covers, off the back foot by Thiramani, no run. And Bess has certainly managed that a bit better this innings so far. He's only his third over, it has to be said. But I do think he tries to try too much, tries to get those wonder balls, and whereas you don't really want to do that on these sides of wickets. Defended by Thiramani, gets right forward and defends it up towards mid-off. No run.
Chris Silbury Beams is with us. Morning all. Is the cricket still going on? Was the grumpy half asleep comment from the other side of the bed to my alarm going off?
Yeah, there's another day of it after this too, followed by another 4 tests starting next Friday. That one's defended out on the leg side by Thiramani, and the man on the 45 is a little bit finer and a little bit deeper, allowing them to scoot through for a quick single, and Thiramani will retain the strike.
I assume they start at the same time.
Yeah, pretty much 4:30 in the morning, I think. That's absolutely right. There's a day-nighter in India, which is going to be interesting.
Oh, okay.
Considering how hot it is during the day, and presumably it gets dewy at night, it could be quite interesting.
Just the one day-nighter?
Just the one day-nighter. I think it's the third test is a day-nighter, which means we'll start at 8 in the morning, which isn't so bad. It'll be like being in South Africa.
Oh, that's very sociable.
That is quite sociable.
I mean, these early starts are okay. It's just that first 5 minutes when your alarm goes off.
Yes.
You sort of think, what on earth?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting up. Once I've had a shower and a cup of coffee, I'm fine. And I actually prefer it than trying to go through the night. Ooh, tries to work as a leg side Thiramani. Gets a little bitty aerial, but between leg slip and fine leg. Short leg, and goes down to fine leg. He'll get himself a single.
We'll do a change after this over, I believe.
We are. Well, Gary's supposed to do ball by ball. What are you reckoning, Gary? No way.
No chance, I'm afraid.
No chance. Well,
I'm gonna try again after lunch.
But you're all right at the moment. You can summarise.
I can
barely defended up the wicket, and there's no run. Gary,
talk. He's frozen.
He's frozen.
We've got frozen Gary. Terrifying sight.
Yeah, Gary is having big problems, and Hendo's on picture, and he shouldn't be.
I've come back. I'm responding to an emergency.
Yeah, okay. Tossed up, driven by Ashada Fernando. Nice stop by, who's that? Is that Jimmy Anderson, I think? sort of extra cover and stop the single, which is good. Yeah, Gary looks like he's frozen again. Oh, he's very bitty. Internet connection in 2 seconds, it's appalling.
Yeah, I'm very bitty, so I'm going to get off and hopefully be back after lunch.
Okie dokie. Tossed up and left alone outside the off stump. No run.
There you go. Looks like it's us three then to until lunch, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It
there's
does.
no one else.
There is no one
Okay.
else.
Well, I'll take over ball. I'll take over ball by ball, and then the bear can come back to do the final ball by ball.
Okie
Well,
dokie.
he'll be there anyway.
Oh, hang on. No, we Messy Jez could come in and do tweets at least.
Well, if one of you wants a break, then perhaps we can do that then. If Messi's,
I'm happy to go through to lunch, but if Nestle wants a little break, Messi can come
Messi-
in.
a little break.
Messy's an expert on the tweets as well.
Well, you stay for now, and we'll have Messi on for the last half an hour. All right.
Okay.
Okay, Jack Leach is continuing to bowl. We probably missed a few balls while we were talking about that. 28 for 1 is the score as Fernando stretches forward in defence. Yeah, they're too short, the England bowlers. Far too short.
Oh, it's been the case the whole series, though.
I
hasn't it?
know, and it's annoying because you think they would have begun to wake up to that fact.
You would have done.
Right on the wicket, Leach. That's a much better ball, and Fernando is looking for a single as he just eases that into the offside. Root races from behind the stumps to prevent that, and that is the end of the 10th over. Sri Lanka 28 for 1. Nestlers.
We're getting all sorts of offers now on WhatsApp. Adelaide Barmy says, I think Gary is the new Norman Collier. He also says he was totally shot to bits after that test. 325 wickets, about 30 in the first class isn't bad for a Lanks spinner.
Yeah, we're talking about Kerrigan. Yeah, he was shot to bits, but it was a terrible bit of bowling, wasn't it? That sea looks absolutely gorgeous.
It's just incredible, isn't it? It really is.
It's crystal clear, isn't it?
It's enchanting. That's what it is. Enchanting. Go on.
I was going to say, Anna Forsyth says 9:30 PM is pretty civilised in my book, but the flatmate is a coffee shop manager, so he's up with the larks. I reckon he's already asleep.
Bess starts new over, round the wicket to the left-handed Tiromani, who stretches forward in defence. Now I'm just looking at Sri Lanka and how long they might want to bat if in fact they don't get bowled out, and there's no signs of that at the moment. 28 for 1, they're going along at near enough 3 and over. Best is in again, given that one a little bit more air. It's played off the straight by Tiromani, who then starts to hurry in the second part of the run, thinking there might be a second, but there won't. 29 for 1. Tiromani is into double figures. Were people talking about Les McEwen being dead?
No. Who's
No.
Who's Les McEwen?
The bass player I suggested might be.
Oh, what, from the Bay City Rollers?
I just said that, I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought I was searching for it online to see if it was actually. I couldn't find anything. I was trying to remember his surname for a while. Best then over the wicket. 3 men round the bat. That's awfully short. Might have gone onto the back foot and tried to cross bat that away, but defended it down towards short leg. We've got a leg slip. We've got a forward short leg, fairly square. We've got a slip. So England not over-attacking at the moment. Why would they? Bess in, bowls this one, and that's turned, and it's been caught. Yes, he's got a wicket. Now that is much more like it. Fernando goes. He pressed forward. It really did turn and bounce. Popped up off an inside edge, and was taken there at short leg. Great bowling this time from Dom Bess, and he has his first wicket of the test.
He does indeed. Give it a jingle.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah, 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 nah.
Now, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but I reckon if I bowled to this side, I could have been as efficient as our 2 spinners in the first innings of this match, specifically.
Well, I think you are blowing your own trumpet, Bear. But yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. That came out of nothing, didn't it?
Well, it did, but it was the right length, wasn't it? It's the right length and the right line. So he's an off spinner. He's bowling just outside the off stump. He's given it a bit of air. It's drawn the guy forward, and the pitch has done the work. It's spat a little bit. It's turned a little bit. The batsman. The only shot he can really play to that is a forward defensive, and it's turned enough to take the inside edge onto the pad, and it's looped up, which is, that's your goddamn job. That's what you got to do. You got to try and get the guys forward.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully that will show him the length to bowl, and that could be, I don't know, the impetus for Dom Bess to suddenly emerge as a match-winning spinner. Anyway, Angelo Mathews is on his way to the wicket, 100 in the first innings. Let's jingle him up.
He goes like that. Oh no, that's the wrong one. This one.
Run into ball, or he comes into bat. Angelo Mathews, Angelo Mathews.
I think Bess's problem is that he doesn't want to stick to that line and length and bowl the rhythm. He's always trying to change it slightly, and I don't think you want to be doing that on these types of wickets. You just
is it because he's looking to bowl different balls every delivery, or is it that he just doesn't have the control? I mean, you've got to. I'm sure if you did have that control, you'd do it more, wouldn't you? You don't have to be looking for the spectacular delivery every time. And I suppose there is a temptation to try and, if you see a little bit of turn, you want to try some things, but he's got to learn. He's got to learn fairly quickly.
Well, exactly. But you have a stop ball, and you know when you know the pace of your arm and everything when you let go of your stop ball. And once you get your stop ball in the right place, you go, right, that's my stop ball, right? And then if you bowl 4 of them, you might go, well, maybe I'll try one a little bit flatter, or try and get a little more overspin on one, and try and get a little bit more dip and get a little bit more air. But you don't want to try that ball one possibly over. You've got to find your rhythm and then move on to trying those variations. It does seem that he tries them too early for me.
Well, you see, I don't even know that that's true of bowlers. I mean, you look at, for example, a quicker bowler trying to bowl Yorkers, and half the time those don't work. It's all about consistency, isn't it, and becoming more consistent. First ball is swept rather viciously by Mathews, but straight into the legs of the man who took the catch, which is John Crawley, Zach Crawley. He's strange if it was John Crawley out there all this time. Anyway, he's grinning about it. He's got quite a lot of him to get out of the way of that shot. It's not easy for a 6'4" or 5 man to jump up out of the way of those. Anyway, Bess will continue. Final ball of his 4th over, and again it's tossed up. Mathews advances and pushes it up to, or whips it up to Curran at mid-on, comes through for the single. That is the end of the over, a successful one from Dominic Bess. He has figures of 1 for 8. Sri Lanka are 30 for 2. Shall I just say, Knackle is offering his services, certainly as a summariser, so if he comes on with Messi and Hubert for the final session, that should be alright, shouldn't it? And then Nestor can have a little nap for a little while.
Adrian on Hot Mic says, is it just me, or does the boundary look really short? It's not the biggest ground in the world, but it's is what it is.
It is what it is. It's the little ground on the roundabout by the beach.
Mark Zip wants to send us down a YouTube rabbit hole with Larry King, but we won't go there at this time of the morning. Ravi Nair says, did you read Emma John in The Guardian bigging up the sofa and making covert reference to the gorillas? Well, we've got that covered, Ravi. Let's just say that.
Oh, well, I do believe that you made mention of it, didn't you? In Below the Line, Ravi. It was you.
You did.
Yeah. It was you who thus spoke. Now, so Leach and Bess. What more could you want? They both got wickets early on in this innings, and that is good news for England. Not so much for Sri Lanka. 30 for 2. They lead by 67. I think 180 lead is going to be very tough, personally.
It is. Now, if you're England and if you get another 2 wickets for, say, another 10 runs, then you're kind of back towards sort of where parity should be, I'd have thought.
Yep, we've got a man gone out at deep backward square. We've got a slip in for Mathews. And it's Leach. There's also a Galle. Oh, now that does turn, but again it's too short. In fact, Mathews has to wait for it and then hits it in front of square. He wants to come back for the second, but won't get it as the ball is thrown into Jack Leach at the non-striker's end. 31 for 2. Glorious sunshine at Galle this morning. And an absolutely fascinating Test match unfolding in front of us. 3 men round the back, staying round the wicket to the left-hander. He's in, bowls, and he presses forward. Ball scoots all the way along the ground to the short square leg, who's a little bit deeper than normal, I would say. Probably a couple of yards from the bat. A little bit deeper for the spinner than you would ordinarily imagine. In again, defended on the front foot, perfectly straight delivery, dribbles back to Leach, and there is no run.
Oh, by the way, I did give our quotes to.
Oh, good.
Envoy Nova.
Did you send him shit gets wickets?
Oh shit! No, that was the one I forgot.
Ah,
but I can
get on to that as well.
Okay.
Flicks past the man at short leg. They'll get a single here. They'll jog it. Tiramani will go to 11, and England, to Sri Lanka to 32 for 2. The lead is 69. They led in the end by 37 runs. If you're just joining us, don't forget to take part in the GPL. The GPL fund, the pot, starts. It just starts at 109. It can go nowhere but up.
Absolutely.
It may not go much higher, but it will go higher. So get involved with the GPL, go to guerrillacricket.com, competitions, estimate how many runs you think there'll be in the day, and if you get it on the nose, you get all the money in the world. Leach bowls, flicked away by Mathews. Mathews has got the air of a man who's just scored 100. He seems very confident in his ability. Flicks that away, square leg, will take a single.
The ones I sent were the obvious ones, and there is no run. You fucking muppet. And one that came through the other day, which was great, we get on air because of the bear.
Glorify yourself, Bear. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
But it's actually a good saying as well. But I will send, and shit takes wickets as well. That's a good one. Hombre's actually listening, I think, because he's joined the GPL, I believe.
There were a few others. That were good as well. I meant to write them all down, but you know what it is. You get lazy, don't you? And you're doing other things, and you kind of forget. Just the 2 close fielders now for Tiramani. Outside the off stump, goes back to this one. There's plenty of time to wash it off the pitch. Defends it down to Crawley at short leg, and that is the end of the 12th over of the second innings. 33 for 2. Nestlers.
Mayank says, listening to Gary Naylor having issues with the Wi-Fi and the improvisation to keep the commentary going smoothly is why I love to listen in. Farong says, was just typing when the wicket fell. England get it right here and go for the kill before lunch, and who knows, they could be batting today.
Possibly.
Anna Forsyth says, another wicket for spin. Spin has always been dominant in this test match, and Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia.
Okay. We've had some entries in for the GPL, and I shall give you them in a second. I'm just doing something. We've had Seldom Party, who I don't know who that is. He's a new person to me playing the GPL. He's gone 214. Hombre Nuevo is 217 and 257, and Quack Quack Mel, who is also a new person to me on the GPL. He has 239.
Hombre Nuevo also says, good morning. Don't worry, I heard that. We'll add it to the list.
Nice.
Shit. Okay. I assume it's shit gets wickets.
Yeah.
And Ravi Nair says, of course it was me making explicit reference below the line, never missing an opportunity.
I've noticed that whenever there's a cricket article about poor radio coverage, that Ravi does always...
he always joins in.
He always joins in and puts our name in the fray, which is good of him.
Leia's joined us with the spelling on the back of Sri Lanka's number 66. I'm convinced there is a Lahiri is Thirumani from Heaven joke in there somewhere. Also, morning.
Oh, morning. Good morning. I think we must be having some sort of drink. Some sort of...
Yeah, it's been possibly an hour of their innings, isn't it? So.
Yeah, we've been out there for an hour and a bit, actually. Well, we've been on air for, an hour and a half pretty much now.
Yep.
So, I've had a drink. I've had a couple of drinks, to be fair.
We've got a new listener, it looks like, on YouTube, or a new viewer.
Right.
Called No One Likes Vanilla. Your talk of Don Bess's perhaps lacking some control reminds me that Monty Panesar's bowling certainly did have some good points, and the Basic role as manager was quite the tyrant by all accounts. There may have been some financial naughtiness involved.
Allegedly.
Well, he said there might have been. It's not. It's not gone through the courts.
Well, could still.
We're not saying it is.
Not saying it is.
There was quite a few dodgy band managers back in those days. I mean,
everyone just got ripped to shreds back then.
Apart from what's his name? Was it the big dude Grant? Wasn't it?
The big dude.
Led Zeppelin man.
Peter Grant.
Yeah. he was hardcore.
He was the first one to make it so that bands got
What
made
they
millions
deserved.
of pounds,
Yeah.
basically by threatening everybody.
Yeah,
Have you anyone ever read the John Niven book, Kill Your Friends? Brilliant book about the music industry.
Yeah.
Really extreme and funny. I mean, it's fiction, but it's kind of not, I suppose. But it is a great book.
I was working at CAA, which is an artist agency, last year, and I was sitting there one day, and the accounts department was behind me, and this woman just went, "Oh, I'm getting fed up with this. I've just sent Ed Sheeran another $10 million."
Oh, really?
And I was like,
Poor
and
bloke.
the head of HR came out, looked at me, and just went, "Not bad for a ginger busker, hey."
Yeah, and kind of, on the basis that you could, on the way to the O2, you could probably see 5 more talented people than Ed Sheeran, and then you get to the Ed Sheeran concert. I find that a bit odd, but there you go.
I don't know if they're more talented than Ed Sheeran, but he
He's
did
not
start
very,
as a busker.
I don't think he's very talented. I think all his songs sound exactly the same. Anyway, we'll get into an argument about that, no doubt. This is flicked away through mid-wicket, and Mathews will pick up another run. Is that Mark Wood out there? I think it may be. He's not been asked to bowl so far, but if England don't manage to pick up a couple more wickets perhaps before lunch, they may take a look at him. 34 for 2 is the score. Mathews has moved on to 4. Thirumanni is on 11, and he's facing Dominic Bess, off-break bowler, bowling to the left-hander, taking it away from him. He's in, bowls, and squeezes that down under his bat, close to his pad. The ball just squirts out on the onside.
See, if I was Bess, I'd possibly bowl around a wicket to Mathews as well.
Would you?
Well,
if it's turning, you've got the one that can go across him, I suppose.
And you bring LBW into play, which you're not going to get from over the wicket.
Yeah, well, this is nicely tossed up. It aims a drive at it, stopped at extra cover. But that was the right length, really, because that was the one you felt that if it does turn, he might just get an edge to it. But he played it well enough. And just for a moment, though, he's thought perhaps he could have been in trouble. Good work by the fielder in the end. Slip and a gully, in comes Bess, onto the back foot this time. Not too much deviation. Defended into the covers again. The lead is now 71. And it's a pretty beautiful day in Galle. A good day to be watching cricket. Unfortunately, very few people can go to Galle and watch cricket. Apart from, of course, our man on the fort ramparts. Here is Bess again in. Oh, now there is turn there. Waits for it and cuts it quite nicely off the front foot, really. They're only going to get a single out to the cover boundary. So Thirumanni moves on to 12. Sri Lanka to 35 for 2.
We've been joined on Crick Tracker by Mir Amin Ula Balok, who says, "Very nice."
Thank you very much.
That's beautiful.
Hello, Crick Tracker.
Now he's going to come back over the wicket to the right-hander, although Bear is urging him to go round. He's got a short square leg, that is, a slip, a shortish mid-wicket, quite straight, and a lot of open space in the offside. This one turns in as an appeal for LBW, but surely that was going over the top if nothing else, as it was quite short. And that is the end of the over, 35 for 2. Nestlers.
Cow Corner Crikey has joined in on Twitter, but he's replying to Dan Diper and said, "You do the best sketches ever, in my humble opinion." Leia says, "The only Ed Sheeran song I like is the one in Ricky Ponting by Steve Jackson. But why there had to be 3 parts, only the gods knows. Martin Freeman was good there." I don't know a single Ed Sheeran song.
No, me neither. That's my point.
But there are millions of people that do.
Yeah,
I suppose so.
He's got a whacking great estate out in Norfolk or wherever it is.
I just kind of think, I think he doesn't really use the full extremes of what a guitar was meant to do. Put it that way.
Well, he's not Jimi Hendrix, yeah.
No, but I mean, he just strums a couple of chords. It's only a couple of chords each time, isn't it? It's not really that exciting. Back goes Thirumanni, just flicks it past the man at short leg. They'll get a single. Sammy Curran is patrolling at deep square leg, now coming in on the 1 for the right-handed batsman. 36 for 2. Leach has 1 for 10. He's into his 5th over now.
That's
He's
pop
not-
music all
he's not
over.
John McLaughlin, is he, Hender? Or Faden
Jimmy
Boys on
Page
guitar.
or yeah, exactly.
The Faden Boys. Who are the Faden
Nice.
Boys? Nice jazz. Leach then, is he going to round the wicket, I think, to Angelo Mathews? And here he is in bowls. He reaches for this one and just eases it to the left hand of the extra cover that runs through to the man fielding deeper, and they take a single. 37 for 2. We're just comparing the two actions of Jack Leach and Embledenia, or Embledenia, depending on what you want to call him. He's taller, isn't he, the Sri Lankan?
Yep.
He's tall and thin. He's not massive. He's probably about 6 foot, whereas I think Jack Leach is about 5'10". Just comes down from a little bit higher than it would do when Leach is bowling, or just gets that maybe a little bit more loop because of the height from which he's bowling. Anyway, there's a delay for some reason. Maybe there's been a change in the field is being made. But once more, we're having a look at a graphic. Here is Leach, who really throws that one up and turns it into a horrible, filthy full toss, which Thirumanni is unable to take advantage of. Just drives it, drills it straight to mid-off. That one just slipped out from Leach. He's in again. That's better. Flicked with the turn to mid-wicket. And again, no run. The lead is 74, 37 for 2. Thirumanni 13, Mathews 5, and Jack Leach has 1 for 11. He's got rid of Kusal Pereira. He's in again, bowls. Oh, flicked in the air, and caught at short leg. Good catch, and good reason for Crawley to be that little bit further back that I mentioned a couple of minutes ago. And Jack Leach has a second. Thirumanni can barely believe it. He's gone for 13, and Sri Lanka are 37 for 3.
That's a
good catch.
Very good catch.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Well.
Interesting.
That's a rather sad musical accompaniment to a wicket, I feel. Always makes me feel a little melancholic, and I feel a little bit melancholic about Lahiru Thirumanni's Test career, because it's never really taken off, despite the fact that he got 100 in this series earlier. You just feel like he has the ability to make more, but he finds ways of getting out. The man in the shorts, that's Mickey Arthur, is crossing his legs. No, well, you can understand that. He might be very, very nervous now.
I thought you held it together well there, Hendo, to talk all the way through that picture of Mickey Arthur right to the end.
Well, I mean, it was quite an exciting sight, but I'm a professional, Nestlers,
I know.
So, yeah, it was a very good catch by Crawley, and just a little bit of trouble here for Sri Lanka at 37 for 3, and on their way to the middle is they'll have their two most experienced men out there now.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
Captain Dinesh Chandimal.
Chandimal, unstoppable, except they suspended you over 8 ballyhoo. In the T20, you lost the captaincy. Oh, Chandimal, you're unstoppable.
And I wonder whether that just stopped on the batsman a little bit as he tried to clip it away, and that maybe meant that it didn't go quite as quickly to short leg as we would have thought. Just a little bit of a puff of dust, and that's what these spinners are looking for.
Absolutely. I mean, still a sharp catch.
Yep, still a sharp catch. But as I pointed out, he is a little bit deeper than you might normally be. And as I said, I don't think Thirumanni timed it quite as nicely as he would have hoped. Anyway, Leach has a second wicket, and the interest in this game goes up yet another notch. As Chandimal takes residence in the crease, and Leach has the ball in his hands, squeezing it between his index finger and his third finger on the left hand. What can he do? Can he find his way through the defences of the Sri Lankan captain. That would be an enormous blow if he could for England. Chandimal is finally ready. Slip and a short leg. No, a slip and a gully, and he's forward to a ball that does turn, but not enough to trouble him. Defends it into the offside, and there is no run. That is the end of another successful over from Leach. He has now figures of 5 overs, 2 for 11, and Sri Lanka are 37 for 3.
Leia has said it's fair to say that Sheeran is no Dennis Damore, and has sent in a cartoon of Dennis Piggy Damore.
I don't know Dennis Damore, I have to say. Who is Dennis Damore? Can someone tell me?
A guitarist from... I'm sure she'll tell us.
I think she will. I think she'll have to. Yes, indeed. So Mathews has 5. Chandimal yet to score. Pereira out for 14. Thirumanni for 13. Fernando for 3. Still got Dick Weller and Mendes to come. Pereira, of course, got a 50 in the first innings. But, Dick Weller got 92. Went close to a first Test century.
Just to let you know that Messages is going to pop in early for me.
Oh, is he? Okay. All right. Come on in, Messrs. Welcome.
Thank you. Off the bench.
Yeah, well, it's only since we've had 5 substitutes that we can let you in. Bess is he has figures of 1 for 10. The short leg again is quite deep as he's in. Bowls too short, but worked past Crawley there. But there is a man at backward square as a second line of defence, and there is no run.
No one likes Vanilla talking about Ed Sheeran. Says Ed Sheeran's songs are only bad in 3 places. They are the beginning, the middle, and the end.
Bess in again. Oh, tosses that one up. Nicely played by Mathews in the end, going back, getting right on top of it, playing it down into the ground, and then to Crawley at short leg.
We're not doing a lot to win over the 50 million Ed Sheeran fans, are we?
Nope, I don't care. If you're an Ed Sheeran fan listening to us, I don't care. Bess is in, throws that one up, nicely bowled. Maybe just showing a bit more confidence in himself there, Bess. Putting it up above the eye line of Mathews, but Mathews would not be tempted. He knows that, again, this is an important innings for him and for his team. Crawley goes down, hands on his knees, a sun hat sticking out the back of his trousers. He's in. Oh! He's bowled him! He went for the sweep, tried to drag it from outside off stump, didn't manage to get anything on it, and it's bowled him.
Now you're gone.
Now Mickey Arthur doesn't look happy.
He doesn't. He's been bowled off stump. It's nothing wrong with the actual shot. The execution left a bit to be desired. He really seemed to sort of hit over the top of it, didn't he? So Mathew goes bowled best for 5, and England's spin twins are putting them in position for a fantastic victory.
Well, it's interesting now, isn't it? So who's in now? Is it Dick Weller already?
It will be Dick Weller already, and he'll be facing up to the ball moving away from him initially when he comes out to face Dom Bess. So this is fascinating. 37 for 4. Sri Lanka led by 37 after England lost their final wicket this morning. They've only doubled that advantage, and England have got through 4 of the top order.
Well, that's what I said, wasn't it? If they can get another 2 wickets for 10 runs, which is pretty much what they did, 74 for 4, pretty even game now.
Could be over today.
Could be over today.
I think Root should take credit for that wicket. He convinced Mathews that sweeping was so easy that he is really poor shot selection at 37 for 3.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, he thought, that's all right, I'll just sweep these guys. That's what Ruchi's been doing for the best part of 5 days, if you include his 228 in the first test. But no, it's not just the shot. You've actually got to play it well. And he didn't really.
No.
Clipped his off stump. Joe Root was absolutely delighted. It's giving him some energy. He must have been sapped a bit by what happened yesterday and getting out in that sort of rather unfortunate manner last night. But,
the Somerset spin twins. Should we give the new man a jingle?
Go ahead.
He'll scoop is his favorite shot frosted tips is what he's got. Unorthodox, the critics say, but I'm told keepers ought some way. Soon will Dick Wellerman come to bring Sri Lanka tea and fun. One day he'll get caught, or misjudge will leave and go.
Well, you say Somerset spin twins, and of course they do go back a few years, but of course Don Bess has now moved to Yorkshire, hasn't he?
Oh, has he?
You trying to take credit, are you, Hendo?
In what sense?
Well, as a Yorkshire man.
But I'm not Yorkshire.
No.
I thought you...
He's Wimbledonian.
Yeah, but...
You thought I was from Yorkshire?
Well, when we were up at York watching the game, I thought you were barracking for Yorkshire.
Oh, well, I barrack a bit for Yorkshire if I'm up there, because God knows if you don't, you'll get beaten up, won't you?
Shall I let Knackle in to take over for me at 6 o'clock?
Oh, yes, okay. Well, I'll finish off this over, and then you can ball by ball again, Bear.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going off.
No, you're ball by balling. He's summarising.
Oh, okay. I need to go to the loo.
Oh, well, hurry up then. For goodness sake. For goodness sake.
The light roller says, great catch from Crawley. Good start from England. Nice to see spinners contributing. Are we still doomed? Definitely not.
Not doomed, but I think 150, 160 might be interesting.
And Dave Wood says, morning, or what demons does this pitch hold? I regard it as very similar to the pitch in the first test, to be honest. Very slow turner.
Bess then into Dick Weller. Dick Weller defends on the front foot all the way back to the bowler, and there is no run. I don't think it's the same in that. I mean, it's been a much better pitch for batting than the first test pitch was. I would say it is beginning now to break up a little bit. As Bess is in again, defended by Dick Weller, and that is the end of the over. Another successful one from Dominic Bess. It's 37 for 4. Tweets.
Yes, Ravinair is following up on a discussion we had yesterday on the percentage of 50-plus scores per innings for over 40 such innings. I won't give the percentages other than Bradman is 52.5%, which is extraordinary. It's Bradman, Hobbs, Barrington, Steve Smith, Kane Williamson, Sangakkara, Doug Walters, Viv Richards, Joe Root and Len Hutton. Not a bad little batting line up there.
Quite decent.
Anna Forsyth with us. She says, Hendo pausing after the word test as Mickey Arthur's testicles appeared on screen was noticeable, and we don't blame him. I
have to actually say that I must point out that his gonads were not visible. They were well hidden, which is just as well. Now, why are we looking at Johnny Bairstow batting? We're looking at Johnny Bairstow batting yesterday. Why is there so much time between overs in this game? It's extraordinary.
I don't know.
Surely they're ready now.
It's Jimmy time to read tweets.
Oh yeah, good point. Carry on.
Annie arranged it yesterday. Farong says, is the Bear contemplating a bet on an England win?
I should have a look at the odds, and I will
Steady
tell
on,
you
Bear,
whether
steady on.
I'll tell you whether I am or not. Let's have a look. Are you going to go away then?
All right, I'll go away if you're ready to take over.
I'm ready to take over.
I shall disappear.
And we shall welcome Knackle.
Good morning. What an interesting test match we have.
Well, we do indeed. Leach bowls. Oh, that turns and meets the outside edge of Chandimal. There's half an appeal by Leach, but I don't think he touched anything. And Root is immediately gone up to Leach to discuss field placings. And he looks like he's talking about someone out on the sweep to me. And where are you going to bowl it, Leachy? Bowl it a little bit further outside the off stump?
The pitch has completely changed character since day one when Leach and Bess were toiling so much for their, what was it, none for 195 in their combined 64 overs. Now there is just assistance from just putting it on a length.
Well, yeah, and that's what happens on these wickets in generally in subcontinental conditions, and that's why you've really just got to concentrate on bowling it on the spot and let the wicket do the work, really. I'm not going to bet on England because they're favourites at 8-11. Chandimal back, and that's too short by Leach, which is a very English problem that we have had entire series and doesn't bode well for India. And it's smashed out to the cover boundary, extra cover really, for 4 runs. Yeah, you can't see India's bowlers dropping it short this often, can you, Knackle?
No, indeed. There is a certain element of just trying to make a bit too much happen. What Leach and Bess don't have is that dip that particular Embaldenia gets. So when they try and... there's a slight temptation that it's either too full and too flat or too short.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, well. Chandimal cut that behind square, and Dickweller head off down the track for a single. Chandimal just wasn't interested. The throw came in at the bowler's end, and he was stretching to get back, but it wasn't a particularly accurate throw. And he got back with ease in the end.
I'm suspicious that Knackle's been on the helium.
No, he's just got a particularly... Look at him. He's got a flashy microphone, pop shield. Look at him. It's like a pro. Probably what they're doing at the BBC.
Does it sound all right?
It does. It sounds... actually, you got a bit of bass in your voice, which a lot of these headphone things don't. Leach tosses that one up outside the off stump. Dick Weller just comes down, knocks it up to mid-on. And there is a single. I mean, in a certain way, because they've lost 4 wickets, it might slow them down a bit. It's to England's advantage. Sri Lanka have got.
I don't think that's likely with I don't think that's likely with Naroshan Dickweller at the crease.
Well, no, but if they lose another wicket now, they put themselves in deep shit, don't they? And they're the ones who they have also got a push to get if they want to win the game. So I think England are in the advantage here. Well, that's a slog sweep, and it's a good slog sweep. They've obviously decided they are going for it because that's gone all the way down to Cow Corner for 4 runs. Good shot aerial for a long way. Was it a 4? Oh yeah, it was just a 4. Just bounced just inside the boundary. A lot of top spin on that. Chandimal is on the 9 off 5. Skipper has decided to take this on and try and hit Leach out the attack. Tosses that up and he's gone. Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. That's a difficult one. Oh, come on, Jimmy's caught it. Go, Jimmy! And Leachy has a third. Chandimal was looking to force it. Sri Lanka throwing this away here. 47 for 5. He's gone for another slog sweep. The wicket is, it's turning and it's bouncing a little bit. It's a indeterminate shot. I think you really want to get over the top and paddle it and do more what Root was doing. I mean, he's gone full-bloodedly. He's gone straight up in the air. It looks like he's gone miles up. Jimmy Anderson's down at long on. He's twirled around and around watching it in the air, and he has taken it. It's a pretty good catch. I wouldn't want to be under that one. It's a really good take with 2 hands. Sri Lanka are now 47 for 5 and in danger of throwing this one away. Let's give that a send-off. That was a bit foolish, wasn't it, Knackle?
We were talking about dip, and that's exactly what that had. It just dipped, so Dickweller wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball like we saw Root was able to with the sweep and the reverse sweep, and so it bounced that little bit. He's also lost his shape on the shot completely, I think partly because of the fact he's not quite to the pitch of the ball. The bats come right across the line of the ball, and yeah, that's a very good catch from Anderson, recognising exactly where the ball was going to be, the footwork getting him in position, and he's got a very fine pair of hands. It's been a masterclass today from Sri Lanka in how not to play the sweep.
Well, absolutely. I think he also tried to hit it too hard, didn't he? There's no need to hit it that hard, and that's why you say he lost the shape. Go on, Jez.
Yeah, so Leah says that Lankans are throwing it away. Mog says, well, this might be over in time to watch the crucial BBL game tonight. Ravi says, I'm doing commentary on Guerrilla South Africa tomorrow for Pakistan versus South Africa, so I'd really appreciate if you could wrap it up today, which I think we will.
Well, looking at one.
Mike Mihal Wood, I'm writing an article about India's selection dilemma ahead of England touring and made a passing reference to Bess and Leach struggling. Any chance they could go back to struggling? Because I have to go out in half an hour and need to submit the copy.
No, I think you're right, Mike Mihal Wood. I think they will struggle in India. I mean, they're doing all right here. The wicket's doing well, but India's batsmen are also supremely good at playing spin, especially England's not so good spinners. And the last time we outdid them with spin was when we had Panesar and Swan, who were particularly good that series. But last time we were there, we had little success. And the problem is...
Leah and Mog both accusing Knackle of being on copious amounts of helium.
doesn't sound like he's on helium to me from this end.
I've just tweaked a setting at my end. Let's see if that's any better in terms of the pitch. Obviously, this is the first time I've commentated on Guerrilla Cricket, not in the studio and in these remote times.
Well, yes. First time we've been on air together for months, isn't it? Because we're always either one of us is in the green room or not here. So this is a first for a while. That's a really good catch by Jimmy Anderson. I thought he wasn't in my mind, I thought it's going to be tricky. Anyway, Bess is now bowling to, I presume, I don't know who's in next actually. Well, whoever it is, he's just swept to 4. It will be, is it Ramesh Mendes, who has just come to the crease?
It would be Ramesh Mendes on international debut.
Ah, indeed. Let's give him a jingle. He's got a 4.
When he was only 20, he said quite jokingly, he was the only guy in Sri Lanka not on board your gang. Oh dear me, I hope that doesn't change, or Ramesh Mendes will find himself terribly ashamed.
And you got off the mark with a 4. 51 for 5, Sri Lanka. The lead is only 88. Now, it might well be that a lead of 160 might well be enough to win this game, but it's still 100 runs ahead.
I think 160 would be really interesting, actually.
It would be. A lot would be en route, wouldn't it? Ooh, goes back to cut Mendes. Doesn't turn as much, that one, and he slashes at it, misses it, goes through to Butler, and there's no run. I mean, will Sibly and Crawley actually get a start? I fear for Sibly in India, I have to say. I really do. Not so much
Sibly
Crawley.
is such an odd Sibly is such an odd one because ordinarily India actually wouldn't open with spin.
But they might well do against him. As Mendes plays that from the hip down into the ground to short leg, and there's no run.
Mark reckons you're using a weird equaliser setting on Knackle, but he says Knackle's voice is likely to set Mrs. Dogs off.
Yeah. I am now picking it up, I have to say. Ooh, that's another attempted sweep, and there is no run. It's like you got a slight pitch shift on it or something. But we can't do anything about that because Knackle's there. I'm here. His mic's good though. It's got a bit of bass on it, which is better than the usual headphone mics, as I said.
I can't believe they're still trying to sweep from outside the off stump.
Well,
but that in theory is absolutely fine.
Well, exactly.
Because that's actually the right line to sweep from.
Exactly, because you're not going to get LBW. Defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. But they're going at it very hard, and I don't think you really know. You got to choose the ones to go hard at. But they seem to be going hard at everything. You can quite easily just paddle it and get your singles and rotate the strike, and then wait for the one that's slightly over pitch or on the wrong line that you can actually get into. Bess, 2 for 14. Last ball of his 7th over. It's cut as Mendes goes back. It goes to backward point, and there is no run. Get through this, and you're Pereira, aren't we? After this, and then properly the tail.
Yeah, Dhurawan can batted very well in the first innings in very different circumstances, admittedly. Ramesh Mendes has a first-class 100, averages 50 with the bat in the last 3 years in first-class cricket.
I've got to say, Knackle, you're staring at Twitter now, and Mike Mahal Wood says, I'd say Knackle sounds like he has a terrible head cold, or he's commentating in the style of Frank Sidebottom. I hope it's the latter. Of course I do. I really do. And Dixon Sider says, sounds like he's using a voice change to stay incognito. Leah says the tweaking didn't work. You still sound like Mickey Mouse.
Not quite Mickey Mouse, but I can pick up this. Yeah, I can see what they're saying now that I'm listening properly. But it's all right. You know, he sounds clear enough. Just slightly high pitched. You know. Dick Weller is facing up to Leach, who's over the wicket, and he just props forward and defends that back up the track, and there's no run.
Jersey Oak thinks we've got Joe Pasquale on to commentate.
Well, Leach has 3 for 21, and Bess has a couple, so all the wickets have gone to spinners. Well, that would be interesting if England's spinners get all the wickets in this innings, and Seam got them in all in the first. Sweeps right off his off stump, and it didn't seem to turn much. It's quite flat from Leach. Straight to the man on a 45 though, no run. Lead is just 88. And England are right amongst it here. This game could suddenly speed on today and be over. Leach in bowls, defended by Dick Weller. Back to the bowler and there's no run. Might be tempted to stick on a bit of wood just before lunch. Give him a couple of overs at extreme pace. Bowl some short stuff possibly.
Well, quite well in this series for little reward. I thought.
That's gone up the end. It's been caught. Surely that's out. He's gone down the track. Well, that's the umpire not giving it. I thought he got an up top edge on that as he tried to work it into the leg side. And they're all discussing it. I thought he tried to work it into the leg side, got a top edge, and was caught at short leg. Look, you've got 3 reviews. You might as well take one. They have indeed. I thought he got a bit of top edge. England have reviewed that. Dick Weller came down the track, didn't get to the pitch of the ball, tried to work it onto the leg side. Seemed to beat the outside edge of the bat, but might have caught it and then gone onto the pad and went behind square. Crawley ran down behind square and caught it at what would be probably slip leg gully area. They all went up for the appeal and the umpire didn't give it out. Let's have a look. No, actually, well, now the question is, did it come up and off the glove? Because it missed the bat and came off the pad, but then did it come up and come off a glove? Maybe not.
Joe Root was signalling that it just hit the pad. I think he was obviously slightly unsighted from where he was and was talked into the review. It's certainly not hit the bat first time round. It's turned slightly too much and beaten the inside edge.
Yeah. Well, follow it through. I mean, his hands are too far forward. I can't imagine it's come up and then off the glove. Well, you could go for LBW, I suppose. Have a look. Probably turning too much. Well, you've got to roll it on to see if it's popped up.
They're required to look at LBW when the catch is not given.
Well,
they're not required to, but they can. But that's clearly turning too much far down leg, isn't it?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah, miles down leg side. But surely they have to roll that through and see if it's popped off the pad and up onto his gloves. But they didn't bother.
I think they think like you did. The gloves were too far forward to be a factor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, there we go. It's not out, but well, that might. He can pull his head in a little bit. That's straight again, and too straight really. Rather he tossed it up a little bit further outside the off stump. Dick Weller plays it into the ground to short leg, and there is no run. Now I don't know what we're going to do at lunch.
Martin Lawrence says that once again. Sorry.
Attempted sweep, very full, missed everything, missed by Butler. It's gone down for buys, down to fine leg. Bairstow pick it up and they get 2 of them. Go on.
Buys asterisk nobody's fault.
Yeah, Martin Lawrence says once again Fox Sport is not broadcasting a test series. This time it's Pakistan, South Africa. How do I find Guerrilla South Africa, please? Maybe Ravi could follow that through with you, Martin, and guide you to 1WSR Sports Radio in South Africa.
Yeah. Are they? Is it on right now? I'm not sure they're covering it. They're doing some women's cricket at the moment, I think. Oh, is that the women's cricket? Is that the
to be honest,
women
I'm not
versus
sure.
Pakistan women? Because they were doing a game.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They were doing
It's been
that
quite a good
yesterday.
series thus far between Pakistan and South Africa.
I haven't kept up with it, to be fair.
And Josie Oak is true to his roots. He says, I still think we're doomed. 100 will be enough on this crumbling wicket for Sri Lanka.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've gone at it really hard, and this was the thing I think Aston was going on about yesterday. It's quite tricky. That's virtual parity. They've got to win the game. They've gone at it quite hard and lost 5 quick wickets. Clipped into the leg side, and it's fielded by mid-wicket. No run.
And there's no indication that they're changing.
It is noteworthy.
Sorry.
No, and I sort of understand that, because if you don't have to bat that well to get a lead of 130 and being competitive. 100 plus has only been chased once successfully in the 4th innings at Galle.
This is true, but they haven't contested with Root, who sweeps like a good one. That one's played out to extra cover and there's no run. But we will be inevitably under 10 for 2. And what I have noticed about Bairstow is Bairstow comes in, bats really well, but you don't want him to stay overnight because basically he gets out the next morning. Clipped into the leg side, out towards deep square leg. There is a man out there. It's Sibly. And it'll just be the 1 run to Mendes. And he's looking at a pitch map for Bess. There's an awful lot of short stuff there. And I prefer the full stuff to
That's
the
what I
short
mean.
stuff.
Because he doesn't get that loop, when he tries to really give it a rip, he sometimes drags the ball down too short because he's trying to do what Embaldenia and Pereira were doing, is you give it a rip, but then it dips onto a good length, but he's getting it to come down too early and too short.
Well, he's just bowling it too flat. That's reverse swept by Dick Weller. That's a good shot, and an attempt by Sibly to get round and cut it off, but he can't. And it goes down to backward point for 4 runs. If I missed that, that'd be a good shout for OBW.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've actually turned back a little bit, but a good example of how to keep your shape on the shot. The bat coming through horizontal rather than with Chandamal, for example, who completely lost his shape through trying to hit the ball too hard.
Indeed, Bess tosses that one up, and Dick Weller just pushes it out through the covers down to Sibly once more at point. And he'll get himself 1 more run. 59 for 5 at the end of that over. No 1 ball left. Lead is now 96. As you say, we get another 60-70 runs, it'll be interesting. But England will have a lot of time if they do it that. There's no rush, is there? I mean, it's 5 down, and we've got, what, 10 minutes till lunch?
Yeah.
England can get another one before lunch, would be handy. On the back foot, Mendes forces that out into the covers. They go for the quick single, and they make it. And that ends that over.
So speaking of lunch, it's worth mentioning that GPL closes in 8 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's true. Let's
Dixon side, as they may have to go with Burns, Crawley, Pope, Root, Stokes. They need to commit to Pope like Australia have with Marnus Labuschagne.
He's a good.
Mayanks?
He's a good player of spin, I think. Pope. I think he'll be useful in India. Carry on. Sorry, Messi.
Mayank wants to know who this new guy is trying to impersonate Knackle. Neymar says, why can't we launch a national appeal for better spin in schools? Kick those teens off their fortnight and Call of Duty and give them a new cherry. Come on, you lazy gits.
I will note all of these people who are saying this when, and interesting to see what they react with when Somerset inevitably get fined for producing a turning track again.
Yeah, well,
the two are not coincidental.
It's very true. I mean, that is the problem. I mean, we just don't. It's not conducive to spin in England, so that's why we don't produce them. And occasionally you get people like Swan and Panesar coming. Oh well, Mendes plays it out to the cover, but his foot went down the line of leg stump, and his bat went towards the ball. It's not perfect, I wouldn't say. Encourage the bowler. First class career, average of 26.02 with 302 wickets for Leach, which isn't bad for a spinner in England. That's too short though. Cut to Sam Curran, backward point, no run.
I think Jack Leach's fundamentals are pretty strong. He's got a very easy, repeatable action. He does get some work on the ball. Doesn't quite get the dip that we've been talking about because he probably doesn't have the overspin. But it's interesting.
Oh no! Edged between the slips, and it's going to run away for 4. It's a genuine edge. He propped forward, the ball spun, caught the edge, just went past the diving route at slip and sort of left of Galle. But that'll encourage him. Good line as well. That's sort of leg stump, middle leg line, turned, had to play at it, just dipped below Rooty's hands as he went to try and catch it. And it's run away for 4 runs. And that's too flat. Drags it down, and Mendes can go back and cut out to, I presume that's Sibly on the cover boundary, and that'll be a single. 2 balls left in the over. 3 for 26.
I think Leach has a very solid fundamental game and is quite a reliable spinner. But it is noteworthy that he bowled more overs in the first test than he had in first-class cricket through the entirety of 2020.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, I do think he's certainly, as that's defended to short leg by Dick Weller, there's no run. I mean, out of these two, he certainly is more reliable in line and length. And exactly that. I mean, if he does get it back and the overs come in and he can find a more repeatable line length all the time. Reverse swept by Dick Weller out towards Sibly, a backward point. They get through for the single. Hit into the ground, didn't hit it particularly well. But he gets the one run and that ends the over. And he is a better bet than Bess, you'd have to say.
Farong tells us that Bangladesh are 2 for 42 after 9 overs. Ravi now has kindly sent through the link to get on for the Guerrilla South Africa coverage tomorrow, which will be competing with us if we're still going. Although I think there's a good chance we'll be done today.
Plus, I presume they're ODIs or they're T20s. It's certainly not a test. I think it's T20s. I'm not sure. In which case they won't be until we finish probably. And even an ODI won't start till 11 o'clock in the morning our time, which will be pretty much finished.
No, he says it's starting at 4:40 GMT, so it must be ODI at least.
Ooh.
Yeah, third one-day international of 3.
And what's the score on that series?
South Africa have won both the first 2 games, but both close.
Okay. Driven. Is that out? It is. Dick Weller has just driven that straight to cover. 6-6-6, 66 for 6. He hit that pretty hard, but it's a pretty good catch. There's only one man at cover, and he's hit it straight to him, and it seems pretty low. I didn't see who caught it. Maybe it was Crawley who's in the covers. I imagine Mickey Arthur's testicles are doing some weird things in his shorts at the moment. That's driven out. Yeah, it was driven. It was aerial. It was hit quite hard, but straight at the man, and Dick Weller is gone. England are in clover, and this game well could be over today. Let's have another jingle for another wicket.
After you've gone.
That'll be Dan Lawrence who caught that. Now, I can't imagine that England are going to go at their innings anything like this, are they? I mean,
you wouldn't think so.
You wouldn't think so.
No, although it is a different situation. I do understand the theory behind what Sri Lanka were trying to do, although they've mistimed almost every shot that they've tried to hit very hard. I understand the logic behind on a pitch that is turning, where you can't just prop forward and wait, of trying to get quick runs, knowing that you've got to, as you were saying earlier, you've got to have time to bowl the opposition out and trying to get that lead up to something. I'm sure they would have been hoping to try and get the lead up to 150, 170, and then have some time to try and bowl England out. They just haven't done it very well.
No, they haven't done it very well at all. I just think, I mean, that was a fair enough shot. I mean, he drilled that pretty hard, but he wasn't at the pitch of the ball, and it was always going up. I mean, a yard or two either side of the man. It would have been 4 runs, fair enough, but they are going hard at the ball, and whilst you're trying to score quickly, there's a point when you've lost a certain amount of wickets, you go, okay, we need to get a respectable total, and we've got plenty of time left here. Let's slow it down a little bit, work the 1s and 2s, get ourselves a partnership, get on top. I mean, it was only, and what we got, this is possibly the last over before lunch. I mean, it's a bit headless,
yes,
really.
Yeah.
Anyway,
as you say, it was a fair enough shot. He didn't play it very well.
Yeah. Ravi's corrected us. They're actually doing the first test between Pakistan and South Africa at Karachi tomorrow. Not the women's.
Oh, okay, so that'll be the men's. Oh, that's why it'll start so early, because it's in Karachi.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
South Africa have said that they're going to have. South Africa's men have said they're going to have completely separate Test and T20 squads playing in 2 different countries.
Wow. Defended by Dilruan Pereira, who's the next man in, and it just goes square on the offside. We'll give him a jingle after this ball. I'll just line him up.
Australia's doing the same in relation to the South African Test series and the New Zealand T20 series.
Well, that's fair enough, I guess, if your sides are so different. Defended by Pereira, back down the track, and there's no run. Let's give him a little jingle, I can talk over the top of it.
The fastest Lankan to 50 wickets, and the fastest to 102.
Bess is in, tosses it up, it's defended back down the track, no run.
Pereira bowls off great. Dilruan, how many will he take? Right, I'm afraid.
Now, how many? You're the stats man now. How many? That jingle says he's the fastest man at 50 wickets. How many? What was his time scale to get to 50 wickets? And what's his name? Bolden Eye on that list. As Bess tosses that up, it's just defended into the leg side to mid wicket, and there's no run.
Bear with me just 1 second, I'm just getting those figures for you. So Lasit Embaldenia has taken, if we just look that up very quickly, do that after the next ball.
Okie dokie. Bess has got 3 and Leach has got 3. So they have proved that if the wicket is turning, they're doing all right. I mean, I do think in that first innings, the pitch was pretty placid, wasn't it? Bess tosses that one. Edged! Oh! Dropped at slip! Diving route. Got a hand to it. It was going pretty quick and it was pretty low. And his back's probably knackered. But he did get a palm on it. And it's gone behind. And Pereira will get himself off the mark with a single. And that ends the 21st over. And that's probably going to lunch at 67 for 6, I'd have thought.
Would have been a very good catch. Never easy diving inside yourself, but he did get a good hand to it. No chance for Butler to take that catch because it went so low, and so quickly. But the catch goes down, and Bess denied a 4th wicket. It's interesting. Bess will probably end up with better figures than Leach in this series, but I think Leach has been the better bowler. By the way, excuse me, on Durawan and then Baldenia. So Durawan got to 50 wickets in 11 test matches. Lasit Embaldenia, this is his 9th, and he's taken 42 test wickets.
Ooh, so he could beat him. Okie dokie. Right, that's lunch. Someone, I suppose I could run down the scorecard. Oh, I've got it here. So England came out and faced bugger all this morning. Probably got, Anderson got a single and a reverse swept 4. And then Sri Lanka came out with a lead of 44, I think it was, or 37. Looking to press on and get quick runs and put the pressure on England, but they've lost 6 wickets. Kusa Pereira was LBW for 14 for Leach. The hero Thiramani was caught Crawley bowled Leach. Good catch at short leg. It wasn't going massively, it wasn't full blooded, but it was going pretty quick, and he was out for 13. Ashada Fernando was again caught short leg, bowled Bess this time. Angelo Mathews was bowled Bess, trying to sweep hard from outside as a stump. Missed it, lost a bit of shape, and it clipped his off stump. Chandimal, having hit 2 4s, slog swept out to cow corner. Tried a 3rd one and went at it really hard, and this time it just bounced a little bit more and turned. Massive top edge, and Anderson caught a really good catch at long on. It went miles up in the air, and he had to chase back and twirl around, but he managed to catch hold of it. He was out for 9. And Dick Weller drilled one at Dan Lawrence. Was the only man in the covers. Hit it hard enough, but straight at him. And he went for 7, which means we're with Mendes and Pereira, the last 2 people you'd say bat in this side. Mendes is 11 not out of 14, and Dura round Pereira has just been dropped, actually, getting his single by Root. And it was a hard catch at slip. For 1, so they go into lunch at 67 for 6.
Oh dear, a couple of tweets just to finish off. Anna Forsyth sent us a meme of an England supporter really happy, England spinners getting turn and then turning sour, saying, oh, we have to bat last. Lee says, Niroshan, you dick Weller.
Boom.
Josie Oak says, Pakistan tomorrow is both men and women. Women is ODI in Durban and will probably be washed out due to the cyclone Eloise. Men is the test in Karachi. Mog says, "Hey Knuckle, should we do a jingle for you called Stats Man, based on that Scatman song from a couple of decades back? I hear you love jingles about yourself." And Angelic Scooter says, "Given how reliant international cricket is on the months of the Southern Hemisphere summer, it's more surprising that Southern nations don't have to play split squad series more frequently than they have to at this point."
Well, I certainly think with the modern game and so many different players and different squads, you can get away with it easier. I mean, what do you hold up as the most important test? So I guess the T20 squad gets what's left.
Well, it depends. I think it depends who you are, and it depends on the year. It depends which format you're stronger at to some extent. The question always, obviously, is what do you do with those players who play both formats? And England had this last year with Butler and Stokes and Archer.
We've got this to a certain degree with the Indian series.
They had separate red and white ball bubbles, and COVID obviously is an issue with that as well. And we're seeing this with with players being rested for this series, and then players being rested for the first couple of tests of the India series. It is an interesting selectorial challenge.
Indeed, it is.
Indeed, it is. Well, that is lunch. We're gonna have Chevy Green again. I want to call him Chevy Chase just because that's the only Chevy I know before this, but it isn't Chevy Chase. It's Chevy Green. It's the man from Ace at Surrey. He's a very nice man, and he had a long chat with Tony about the Ace programme. We've got some other interviews we're going to play over the next series that Knuckle has done, but we're going to not let you have them now. So here we go, Chevy Green, and we'll see you after lunch.
Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to Gorilla Chat, and today I am delighted to say that my guest is Chevy Green, Director of Programmes for Surrey's ACE programme. Now, a study by Leeds Beckett University last year found a 72% decrease in black players in the English game between 1995 and 2019. Well, just one English-born black player had played Test match cricket since 2004. That's prior to Jofra Archer. And it's not just in the professional game. In our recreational game, only 1% of players are from African Caribbean heritage. Now, the ACE programme was launched by Surrey County Cricket Club in January 2020 in response to this alarming decline, with the bold intent of doing something about it. And to help us understand what and how well it's doing, I am thrilled to say hello to Chevy. Hello, Chevy.
Hi, Tony. Thanks for having me. Greatly appreciated to be with you this morning and talk around all things the ACE programme. Looking forward to getting stuck in with you.
Well, fantastic. Well, let's lob you a gentle full toss to start with. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you came into your current role.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Chevy Green, I'm now director of the ACE programme, but it started off for me at Surrey 7 years ago. Started off as a community coach, became a development officer, and then a cricket participation manager, and this role just kind of appeared really. I was working on the Surrey ACE programme, and back in March, where we had the trials and the open days, the programme was then heavily affected by COVID, but through that process, Sport England got in touch with us, and they liked what we were doing, and said, we want to support the program to grow. And initially it just started off as an extension of my role at Surrey as a participation manager, where I helped make the bid, and worked with Ebony and Richard Gould to kind of put a bit of meat on the bones to the program. And then skip a few months down the line, as things progressed, Sport England said, let's make this bigger. Could we make it into a national program? And we said, okay, yes, let's look at that. And they said, can you work towards making an independent charity. We'll give you a year to do that, and between Ebony and I and a few others at Surrey, we set up the charity in 8 weeks. And then the conversation said, who's gonna run the program? So then that's where the role came for me.
And you were the only one left sat in the room.
Yeah.
And they went, it'll be you.
Pretty much. Yeah, so it's kind of looking around, and a few, there's a few rumblings of, Chev, you might potentially get to run this program, and then it happened. So then there's a bit of negotiation between the Surrey Cricket Foundation, the charity arm of the club who I was working for, and the County Club and Sport England, and then it was decided that I'd be the director of programs, and I just thankful with everything that's going on this year, the past year or so, to still have an opportunity to progress and develop my career in something that I'm really, really passionate about. And it's exciting. Like, we launched in October as the independent charity, and I'd started on the 1st of December with my new role as director of programs, and it's been quite full on, juggling all the different stuffs with the lockdowns and everything else. And we went as soon as we could get back out in December. We had 3 sessions before Christmas with the current scholars that we've got on the program. And then, we had plans to do some more stuff this month, and we was going to have another open day in February. And, we launched in Birmingham this month as well. And, due to like everything else, it's kind of been put a little bit on the back burner, but there's still a lot of things, going on and taking place. So, just excited.
We'll come along and we'll talk about all of those things in good order, I think. So Ebony Rain-Brent is chair of the charity, isn't she? Was she directly involved in your appointment?
Yeah, she was. She kind of founded the program. There was a few people at the time actually having a lot of separate discussions, but Ebony kind of pulled it all together and kind of led from the front on this. And she, I've known Ebony for quite a number of years now, and as we was kind of working on the bid and putting everything together, and as everything landed, she was quite pivotal in having the confidence in me, putting my name forwards to be director of the program. So I'm thankful that she saw something in me and other people at Surrey, like Richard Gould, the chief exec, and my ex-employer Chris Coleman at the foundation, all saw something in me and believed in me, and that I could be the director and take this charity forward. So just positive, and can't thank them enough for.
That's fantastic. Great for you, and great for them. Let's ask another simple question, just for everyone's understanding. We have a very international audience, not just the UK. I might obviously. So it's a fairly simple one. ACE, is it an acronym? I could see African Caribbean potentially in there. Is it just a statement of intent? Tell us about ACE, the word itself in this context.
Do you know what, Tony? It's a bit of both, if I'm honest. It started off as the African Caribbean Engagement Program, and that's what ACE stands for. And I remember we was in a meeting, and I kind of just said, how can we simplify it a little bit, and that's where ACE came. But Ebony and I talk a lot about accelerated change. So with ACE as well, we use ACE as accelerated change empowerment. So we want to move things forward as quickly as can and empower the young people that we work with to fulfill the potential that they have. So yes, it's an acronym, and yes, it's a statement. I want one day to hopefully everyone will determine the name ACE as part of our program, and not just a serve and tennis
or a card.
Or a card, yeah.
but yeah, I get. Well, it's funny though, because when I looked at multiple articles about you and social media and your own sites, because you got a lovely section on the Kia Oval Surrey site, but then that links to the charity site. You don't ever actually use the 3 words in full, or if you do, I missed it. So that's why I asked that.
It's very rare. It's very rare. I think it's just to simplify it a little bit. But I just want get to a point where everyone knows that it stands for African Caribbean.
Well, the mission statement, bold and clear and absolutely restated everywhere, is supporting diverse talent from grassroots to the elite. And you kind of, I think, cite 3 objectives within that. So to sort of get everyone kind of understanding where we are and what we're talking about, I'm going to read those out, if you don't mind. But then perhaps we'll go back to them one at a time, and you can tell us what's going on behind those and what some of the success measures are. So, supporting diverse talent from the grassroots to the elite, and we're sitting within that 3 big objectives, which are building grassroots programs, talent pathways, and a better ID within black communities. Providing elite academy programs and scholarships to talented players, allowing them to fulfill their potential. And the development of a diverse coaching and volunteer scheme through targeted training and mentor programs. So that's a pretty clear agenda of things to be done. Let's look at them one at a time. Maybe the first one, building grassroots programs, talent pathways, and talent to open up to the black community opportunity. Tell us a bit more what's behind that and what's been happening and how you're doing.
Yeah, so for us, we know there's talent out there in the black British communities, and we've seen other sports excel in that. Football's got a high number, rugby recently, athletics, other sports have captured that talent. So for us, there's a long history, I guess, with the black community with cricket, going back to the Caribbean and Africa, and we just want to try re-engage that. And to do that, we're unfortunately we're at a stage where we have to infuse and find the talent out there, and by doing that we have to go to where they are. So we've got a school program that we plan to roll out, and going into and setting up community hubs, and just being an access point. So we've got to really try and get to where the kids go, working with schools and youth clubs and community groups, and doing a series of different skills and challenges that are cricket based but also a bit fun. And then from that we'll be able to draw some key denominators that we can say that they've got potential or a bit of talent, and then put them into our academy program if that is required.
I saw one extraordinary stat, I think, from one of the things Ebony had said. It was 33,000 black children walk past the gates of the Oval every day. Was it every day, every week? But the point I suspect was, the just massive, untapped, probably unmotivated, not currently interested but could be well of talent that potentially is out there right on Surrey's doorstep.
Yeah, it's quite sad when you look at it, because there'll be many kids and families that are in the vicinity of the ground that are from the community that we want to attract, but some of them wouldn't even know that the Oval is a cricket stadium. Imagine that for us as cricket fans, the Oval is iconic, but people living on their doorstep some of them wouldn't even necessarily know it. Is it a football stadium? Is it rugby? They wouldn't necessarily know that it's a cricket stadium, which in some aspects is very embarrassing. So part of the thinking at the start was how can we infuse the communities that the Oval is in Lambeth, the heart of got a big history of black communities. We need to be more, the Oval needs to be more reflective of that, and unfortunately for many years it hasn't. So by having this program, we hope to change that and make the community feel a lot more that open to coming into the ground, whether it is to watch, to play, and just be a part of it. And a lot of the areas that we plan and hope to go into, and by launching Birmingham is all targeted boroughs that have a higher population of the black community. So for us, it's as part of our talent pathway. The only slight difference is where we'll be doing the school stuff and the community engagement program and the community hubs is for a young black boy and girl who's got African Caribbean heritage. We'll look to kind of accelerate them into our academy if they've got a bit of talent, to give them some additional support. And if they're any, we're going to be working with all ethnicities. London is multi-diverse and loads of other areas are multi-diverse. So talented young Asian or white children, they will still get the opportunity to be part of our program at the kind of school and community level. But if they've got a bit of talent, we'll put them into my colleagues at Surrey to facilitate their development that way into the existing program there. All we're doing is through the ACEs providing a bit of extra support and coaching for young black British children.
I saw an interesting quote. I don't think it was that recent, but it was by Daniel Bell Drummond, I think. and he was talking about the different challenges between African, Caribbean, and South Asian communities. And the case, or the argument he made was, or the challenge he put forward was, in the case of South Asian communities, there was the massive interest in playing the game, but working them through to the professional system was the harder part. But in the case of the African Caribbean communities, you know, the kind of the interest in cricket has waned to the extent that it's getting them interested in the game itself. So it has a different set of challenges. How do you kind of gear up to address those challenges? It's one thing to, you know, promote being in clubs and things like that, but you're actually having to almost reignite the interest of a whole generation in the game of cricket, or certainly be part of that. How do you see that as a sort of a different set of challenges that you've got?
Yeah, no, first and foremost, I have to say thank you to Daniel anyway, because Daniel's a good supporter of us at the charity. He did a good Zoom with us, our young scholars, so that was quite inspiring. And yeah, you know, as you said, the percentages that you raised earlier are dire. You know, a 1% participation at recreational level, and the drop off at the professional games are dire. So, you know, for us, it's trying to boost those numbers, and, you know, with the South Asian communities, you know, culturally, historically, you know, a lot of the main sports that they play, you know, all over the world, you know, those South Asian communities is their main sport is cricket. So they have a vast interest in the game, and, you know, they've continued where they've still got their separate kind of parks leagues and leagues that they play on a Sunday. So that whilst they're still ingrained in playing on a Saturday in the traditional formats, they still continue their long history of their own, you know, cricket and infusing that. And, you know, years ago there was the same for the Caribbean, you know, cup competitions that used to take place. You know, I remember the Clive Lloyd Cup and all those kind of things. And unfortunately for the Black British community over here, that kind of stopped and didn't continue. A lot of let's say the forefathers of the game, you know, who are now probably grandparents and parents, didn't necessarily pass down that same love for cricket. And, you know, potentially there was a few barriers in there, time, finances, you know, many different potential aspects that could happen. But ultimately, you know, that love for the game necessarily wasn't passed down as massive as it was within the South Asian communities. So, you know, for us, we've got to try and make a change. We're kind of, as you say, starting afresh in some places. But, you know, it's exciting that we've got somewhere to start, which isn't that high. And, you know, hopefully through this program, we'll be saying that we can get the numbers up to one day just as much as the South Asian communities have had over the years in this country. And, yeah, you know, the journey, it's all part of a journey. And, you know, our journey starts at one point, and hopefully, you know, we've done some good things already. But you know, the main plan is, COVID permitting, we can go and infuse as many people as we can.
It might take longer than we want, but it will permit eventually.
Yeah. So it will definitely come, but yeah.
So it's grassroots participation to ignite interest, and kind of starting on your own doorstep. But Surrey is jolly well located in a way to do that. I'll come on and talk about some of the expansion and other things. You talk about as well, the other one was providing elite academy programs and scholarships to talented players. Now you have one young chap at Surrey, don't you, who's coming through. Talk a little bit about how the academy is going.
Yeah, the academy's good. You know, we've got 26 scholars at the moment, from all up and down the country. Actually, we've got a couple players from Bristol that travel down, one from Hertfordshire, one from Cambridge. A young lady travels down from Cambridge. So we've got players coming from all over. We unfortunately, the program has been heavily impacted, like anything else. So we didn't have through the summer as much training sessions and matches as we'd have liked. But for us, you know, like you mentioned, a young man, Idris, you know, was already a talented young player. And for whatever reason, you know, didn't make it, and we didn't make Idris a talented player in the summer. The two training sessions and 2 games that he played in, you know, he was already talented. All we did was expose him and give the opportunity in front of the right people. You know, credit to Jeremy Greaves, who's one of the performance managers at Surrey and is one of the head coaches on our program, and Gareth Townsend, the academy director at Surrey. They saw him, and he ended up getting to play a game for the Surrey under-18s at the back end of this season. So for us, it's just trying to create that opportunities where we can. We know there's some talented players we've got within our scholars at the moment. We've got some high-end level talent of players that we want to keep providing those opportunities to play, and there's others that are kind of starting more on their journey. We've got a little bit more of a long way to go, but it's just supporting their development to get better. So we were having regular 2-hour sessions in once a week.
Did I see a number of about 70 signed up academy scholars at some point?
At our trial, so we had at the open days, we had 70 people attend the open days,
right. And
then we whittled it down to 24, and then over the course of the summer we took on 2 extra as well. So yeah, we've got varied levels in the current scholars of abilities, some at the higher end, some at the lower end, but yeah, we're just trying to support them to be as best players as they can, and whether that is to continue their ambition to become to get into a county age group, and for others it might just be a better club player. So we're just trying to manage everyone's expectations best as they can. And in the past couple of weeks, we've had some interest from a lot of parents and players that are currently at some existing county age groups across the country, and feel at times slightly isolated, being one of the only black children playing, or one of 2 within their respective counties, and they've faced, unfortunately, some of them have faced some on the field and off the field racism, and felt that sometimes the support that they've received from the county wasn't enough, and they've reached out to say, what can Ace do for them. So we're kind of working on a mentoring type program to support those existing players at county age groups, and their parents, just being, not necessarily on the playing side. If they need some extra assistance with the playing and coaching, we'll do that, but it's more on the mentoring side, just being a support mechanism for the parents and the players, when they face these issues. So yeah,
for every promising sports person going through age groups, there's a parent that gets them where they need to be. Trust me, I know. Okay, so that's very much about the academy and bringing on talent. Then the third thing you talk about was development of diverse coaching and volunteering scheme to actually bring through the training and mentoring. Now, the professional game is not necessarily a great thing to look at by and large right now in terms of the number of black African Caribbean coaches. So is it a question of really sort of starting at grassroots level to ultimately change that?
Yeah, to a certain extent. That we know there's a lot of existingly there's quite a lot of coaches out there. More, I say a lot. There's a lot of male coaches out there at the moment. Coaching in the different environments, but we found a lot of them are, say, at level 2. And we want to try and progress them onto level 3 and create opportunities where they can get into the performance environment, and also we just want to attract more coaches into the game, try and get we want cricket to reflect society, and like I said, with a lot of these cities, London and Birmingham are very diverse, and I think cricket should reflect that in the areas that they're in. So we want to try and encourage more coaches from the black community to get involved, and we definitely want to get more women involved in the game. We want to get more women coaching. We want to try and get more women and girls playing the game as well. And the other thing we know, Tony, is that the percentage to become a professional in any sport is low. The numbers are low, so what we want to try and do is keep everyone infused, and the young people that we work with and the old ones, we just want to try and get more talent from that into becoming coaches, strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists, scorers, umpires. It could be the next second 11 or third 11 captain at a club, and the more junior coaches working on programs. So we just want to try and diversify cricket through our program, and like I said, the main thing is I feel like cricket should reflect society, and we live in a very multicultural time, and I think cricket could play a part in that, and hopefully we'll do that through this program to try and get more young coaches.
On guerrilla cricket, we would 100% support you on that. Let me so you've talked a little bit about the 3 objectives and some successes that we're already seeing there. One of the things you've mentioned the phrase actually, and certainly Ebony has spoken about it in sort of various interviews I've seen that she's done about accelerating change.
Yeah.
Let's try and put pandemics to one side if we possibly can. Give that just imagine for a second we could. If you project yourself forward 3 years of accelerated change from where we're going to be having this conversation in 3 years' time, either in a studio or at the Oval, or somewhere around the world because you've gone global. I don't know.
Yeah.
What are you looking back and saying we have done? What does success look like 3 years from now?
3 years from now, that percentage you first spoke about is going to go way up. I don't want to put a number on it just yet to sabotage myself at the moment, but no, definitely more young Black, British, African, Caribbean heritage children playing the game infused. We've got plans to do that by, looking at some of the key national programs the ECB do, All Stars, Cricket and Dynamos, and, working with other partners like Chance to Shine to try and spread the awareness and going into targeted boroughs and places and cities where we know the higher populations are. So by naturally doing that, we believe that we will be able to get the numbers up, and then not just getting people playing. We want to really transition. We want to transition players. So I'd love to say to you that in 3 years' time, some of the ones in our academy scholars at the moment who are maybe at the moment say 14 or 15, by the time 3 years down the line, we could say that 18, 19, and hopefully would have had an academy contract or playing on a rookie contract somewhere at a county. That's kind of the main goal. And like I said as well, Tony, it's just we want to empower the young people. We know not everyone is going to become a professional as much as we'd like them to. So it's just hopefully we could get some people working within cricket still, whether that is within cricket development, whether it is in the marketing team, whether it is events, but still involved in the game. There'll be more of a diverse feel to it, because at the moment you look at many of the different county boards, there's not many black faces across the country working in cricket development at the various counties. So that's
or at the coaching level or at playing level, and there's in a nutshell our challenge, right?
Yeah, so it's just the case we want to try and through this program make sure that we're supporting cricket to get more black faces into the game, and I'm excited to try and do that, and that is the goal. And we want to expand, and we've got some ambitions to go into other cities, and already we've had some great interest from other counties already that are reaching out to us, so we just want to be in a position to service that.
Well, let's talk about that, because you've already I think you mentioned earlier, you talked about Birmingham and Warwickshire and your high concentration of black African Caribbean communities. You have expanded or replicated or licensed the model out, however you've done it, to work with Warwickshire. Tell us a little bit about how that's going.
Yeah, that kind of was those initial conversations started happening around September last year, and then they progressed once we launched it properly in October. We've had a lot of meetings since then, and the plan was to launch this month. Obviously it's impacted like everything else, but it's replicating the same model where we would have been going out into schools, just in the targeted area of Handsworth in Birmingham. We would have been doing some stuff around there, and it kind of mirrored the same. They would have set up an academy, they would have weekly sessions, and they would have had a community hub as well. So everything that we're kind of doing in London, we're looking to do in Birmingham. Everything will look the same, and the support will be the same as well. And we just want to, by doing that, we had, it's probably come a lot sooner than we thought. We kind of had a year we was going to try and focus just on London, but we couldn't turn down the opportunity once Warwickshire were on board and was interested, and credit to them and credit to everyone else behind the scenes to help push that through. And we just got to be adaptable in this time, and they'll be starting their academy once
Is there a Chevy of Warwickshire? Who's in
there is I've got a good friend, a guy called Eaton Gordon. Eaton's been involved at Warwickshire for a number of years. He's a manager in their cricket, their county board. Eaton's a great guy. He's been involved in cricket for a long time, and he's got a lot of good local knowledge to the area, especially Handsworth. His cricket club is Handsworth Cricket Club, so he's got vast experience. And trust him wholeheartedly to deliver the program just as well in Birmingham. And we have regular chats, and it's quite I think with anything you got to have the right people around you. And Eaton's one of the good guys in cricket, and we'll be supporting him as much as we can, and the team up there. And like for us as well, it's not just the London program, it's now a Birmingham program, so we've got to be just as visible in both cities to attract both. And
I can think of 501 good reasons why the West Indian Afro-Caribbean community should embrace Warwickshire. So there you go. What a legend that is. What a role model. Yeah, indeed. Speaking of legends, though, people may or may not know, on your patrons, you've got some pretty well-known folks, haven't you? Tell us about some of those. You've got Ebony, Michael Holding, Sir Trevor MacDonald, Roland Butcher, who, by the way, is a regular contributor to our show, particularly when England play the West Indies. He's often on the line. Denise Lewis, Sophia Dunkley, Mark Butcher, Alex Tudor used to coach just around the corner from me at Hampton Wick, actually. Amongst, I'm sure he had many other coaching gigs, but that was one of them. Lonsdale Skinner. So these people are not just sort of sitting back and saying good luck, are they? There's a lot of active engagement there. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and just to add, just the past couple of months we added Chris Jordan and Jofra Archer as well, who came on as ambassadors. So we need to update the website. We'll update the website, get them. But those patrons and ambassadors you mentioned, are whole, fully invested into the program. As an example, Alex Tudor's joining us and joining myself and the scholars this evening on a Zoom, having a talk with him. So we've got Sophia Dunkley lined up to do something as well in a couple of weeks, and Roland Butcher, he's already sent me, we talk over WhatsApp, and he sends me different ideas and things that we can do to implement. Obviously he's based in Barbados, lucky for him. But as soon as he's already said once everything kind of loosens up and he comes over, he'll be more actively involved, as a presence over here. But he's already been sending me loads of different ideas and resources that we can use.
We love having him on the show, so that doesn't surprise me.
He's a good guy, and and Mikey and Ebony have a fantastic relationship, and he's been sending her stuff, and there's a lot of frequent conversations. Lonsdale Skinner, he's chairman of the African Caribbean Cricket Association. At times I speak to Lonsdale more than most people, so there's a lot of connectivity there, and looking forward to working more with Sir Trevor MacDonald and Denise Lewis over time, and Mark Butcher as well. So it's all, I think, and through all the ambassadors and patrons we've got, there's a lot of kind of personal connections there already through Ebony and myself, and once we had that conversation, they're all fully on board to be part of the program, and it's very exciting to have these people, these names, household names, involved in the program, and it does help with certain conversations and brings a greater exposure to the program. And for them as well, a lot of them have said, we wish Ace was here, wish he was part of something like this 20, 30, 40 years ago. So there wasn't a decline in the drop off, but we are where we are, and just using their expertise where we can to help develop the program as best, and show the scholars and the parents that they are involved. Like I said, Alex is coming on to our Zoom tonight, and that'll be an exciting experience to hear for the young people and their parents, to hear from him, sharing his journey in the game and what he's done and what he's doing now, and how his vision to help the Ace program moving forwards.
Yeah, you've got to have a long-term view. I know I was pushing you for acceleration, and what are we chatting about over a beer in 3 years time? But you're talking about, let's not sugarcoat the challenge. You're talking about reigniting the interest, the lost interest of a whole generation of Black African Caribbean cricket fans. Not from a near standing start. It's just dwindled so awfully, and that's the scale of the challenge. So 3 years was ambitious on my part, but you have to have a long-term view. It sounds like you have.
Yeah, no, for us, we're funded by Sport England for 3 years as a minimum, but for us, we see this as a much bigger program, and we're not looking to go anywhere anytime soon. We want this to be around. For me, as well, I want to take the charity as far as I can, and within how many years, I could pass this down onto maybe one of the ace scholars that came through as a player and now work their way up within cricket to become my kind of level as well. So that would be a fantastic journey where you could have players coming through our program that went on to play professional cricket, but then went on to work professionally in cricket development as well. So that's the dream.
You have young Nico Reifer there at Surrey, don't you? Did he come through the programme, or has he just been an active supporter? I saw him speaking passionately about it. Was he a direct result of the programme?
No, I can't take credit for Nico.
Okay.
as much as I would like to, I can't take credit for Nico. Nico, he's from Barbados. He came over here a few years ago, went to Whitgift School. He's been part of the Surrey program. So he was part of the Surrey program, and naturally, being a young black man himself, he heard about the program, wanted to kind of be involved and was interested. So, he's been a supporter of ours, and he's looking to start his coaching journey as well. And we're looking to support him through that as well, working with Surrey and the PCA, looking to support his coaching development through our program as well. So he's a young talented guy. Was on a rookie contract last year. Suffered a bit of injuries, but he's got a bright future ahead of him, and we wish him all the best.
But if you say that, let me just stop you and pick up on something there. I thought was really, really interesting. He's on a rookie contract. He's 20 now, I think, is he? If I remember my stats.
19. I think
19 or 20. But he's alongside his playing, he's already starting to study the coaching skills as well. Yeah. So you're kind of looking at a young.
Oh, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Yada yada bloody blah. Jono, you better unmute your microphone, and then we can all get going. Good morning. I'm at Fred Titmus. The Bear is at the controls. Jono is summarising, and England are in a reasonably good position after lunch on day 4, as Sri Lanka, having had a smallish first innings lead of, it escapes me at the moment, somewhere in the 40s, are 67 for 6 at lunch, having lost 6 wickets before lunch. Can't tell you exactly how that happened because I haven't seen any of them, but welcome to the Bear, who's been watching every single ball and can help us.
Well, I have been.
Comes in for the first ball after lunch, and Pereira is the batsman who will jingle up shortly, leans forward and defends.
They kind of threw him all away, Fred. There's a lot of some poor shots. I'm going to play a jingle. You can talk over the top of it.
Leach in again, inside edge down to short, fine leg, no run.
Dilruan, Pereira bowls off Gray. Dilruan, how many will he take? Right, I'm afraid.
Leach again, and just outside the off stump, and safely defended by Pereira. So talk us through the wickets.
Well, there were a lot of poor shots, and they started off okay. Chandimal particularly slog sweep.
Ooh. Hit up in the air over mid-off. It plugs about 15 yards short of the boundary. Bess chases it back from mid-off, and they come back for 2 runs. So they're not going to curb their attacking instincts, even though they're on a precarious 106 lead with 6 wickets down.
So both Angelo Mathews and Chandimal were out on the sweep. Angelo didn't get his back leg across to stop it from hitting his stumps, and he was bowled, and Chandimal just slogged swept one, went for it again. Really good catch by Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, chasing back.
Leaching again, and this is turned off his legs to the gap at mid-wicket for a single. Good morning, Jono.
Morning, Jono.
How are you?
Very well. You?
Very well. I've woken up to in absolute shock when I had a look at Cricket Info this morning, but with great surprise. But yeah, obviously very happy to see what I did. But yeah, if they have been throwing them away, it would suggest that England have probably still got a chance to go on and win it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of good catches. There was a straightforward catch at short leg and a pretty good one off the face. Thiramani was caught there as well.
Back goes the other batsman, Mendes, and cuts straight to point. The end of the first over after lunch, 70 for 6. The lead is 107. Have we got any social media messages?
I think Bear's going to do some tweets, some jingles, but just before he does, just go back to one that we would have received just at the lunch break. Angelic Scooter says, given how reliant international cricket is on the months of the Southern Hemisphere summer, it's more surprising that the Southern nations don't have to play split squad series more frequently than they do have to at this point. That was an interesting first tweet to have to read out, considering I've been awake for about 7 minutes.
Straight out of bed onto the screen. Well, you're lucky. It's 7:15. You got a lion, mate. I was up at 3:30.
Not sure whether it's at my end or yours, but you're a little bit on the quiet side, Jono.
Yeah, you can turn yourself up a little bit. Bess is going to start at the other end. Let me give you a jingle for him. Yeah, so some good catches at short leg.
If the pitch isn't good for pace, get this lad
You can talk over it, Fred.
Well, first ball, he comes down the wicket and looking to smash him back over his head, doesn't time it. It goes on the ground back to the bowler.
You should just save Dom Bess for last.
I don't know how they're thinking of playing this. Either they're saying let's play our natural game, or saying maybe we've got enough. Dangerous conclusion with 107 lead as Bess is in again, and this a little bit shorter on the back foot goes Pereira. Turns us to mid wicket, no run.
Well, they did seem to be trying to be proactive, but that's how they lost. I mean, there were a couple of wickets that were generally good balls and weren't thrown away, but I guess 3 of them were probably thrown away.
That's it again. And this
out.
is turned to short leg, straight, as simple a catch as you'll ever likely to see, and Pereira has gone, a 7th wicket down for Sri Lanka.
Chanamel doesn't look very happy.
He's just leaned forward and turned it straight into the hands of, is that Lawrence under the lid?
I think it's Crawley. He was there this morning.
Crawley, it's about as simple a catch as you could ever have at short leg, straight into the breadbasket. Well, I would imagine we've seen lots of gloomy shots of Mickey Arthur in the morning, and the way it looks like he's going to carry on this afternoon.
Well, yeah, very much so. That's exactly how.
He must be bursting out all over the place.
Well, precisely that, Fred. And that's exactly how Thiramani was out this morning, except he hit it a little bit harder, but very similar.
As a spinner yourself, to me it looks like he's almost gone too far forward there. He's almost overbalanced and overcommitted, and he's not really got any other option then but to offer the back.
Well, no, it's either that or you just defend it and pat it back, but they've been looking to turn it. I guess he's just trying to turn it with the spin, but I mean, you've either got to play it with softer hands so it goes finer. I mean, you know the guy's there, don't you? So, or hit it into the deck so that if it does go to him, it goes off the ground. But as you say, he's just turned the face and probably a bit too upright, and that's got himself out. And now we're really down to what is
and Jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I hope our old friend Roger McCann is listening now, because Suranga Lakmal has come to the crease wearing a cap.
He has indeed, and this is his jingle.
Didn't we have a lovely time? The match we picked Suranga Lakmal.
Well, I'm not sure. I was on yesterday, and I said that good teams, when the game is sort of evenly poised at the halfway stage after the first innings, take control in the third innings, whether it's with the bat or with the ball. That's what teams on a roll do, and that's what England seem to be doing now. As Bess comes in and bowls to the new batsman, who jabs this one down outside the off stump. He was trying to wait as long as possible before playing that. But he is a number 9, to be fair, and it is a dot ball.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Sri Lanka did everything right, didn't they? Won the toss, got a big score in the first innings, and just couldn't quite get a big enough lead against England in the second inning.
There's Bess bowls again, and again Lackmell plays late, but gets the middle of the bat down on it. It's not to say that, England having to chase, say, 160 possibly, is going to be easy in the fourth inning. It's not going to be easy.
No, it's not, but they have plenty of time, and Sri Lanka, I mean, this is the decision for Sri Lanka was how quickly do you go? You've got to get a result.
That's true. This is a little bit shorter, and it's Lackmell goes back and tries a violent pull. Doesn't time it all that well, but still going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket.
And they seem to have made the decision they were going to come out, be proactive, get the runs on, get a score, and get far enough ahead and try and put England on the back foot, but they kind of blown it a bit. 71 for 7.
That's true, but you can't make a plan and then carry on regardless. You have to keep assessing where you're at.
Well, that was the point. I mean, I thought when Angelo Mathews was out, I mean, he was the 3rd wicket down. No, he was the 4th wicket down. So when Thiramani was out, that's when you had Mathews and Chandamalin at the time. Those are the guys who got the runs in the first innings, set everything up. Plenty of time. All they had to do is bat out a session, get a partnership of 70 or 80, and they'd be back in the box seat. But instead, they both threw their wickets away. And now look where they are.
Well, I didn't see it, so I can't comment. So you may be a little bit harsh with throwing the wickets away just by the fact they were sweeping. That's how a lot of batsmen get a lot of their runs as Leach starts a new over, and Lackmell just slaps it for short extra, no run.
Yeah, but so I mean,
if that's the way you play against spinners, you are going to get out sometimes, but you are going to get the bulk of your runs in that match.
Yeah, it's true. But for example, Chandamal's shot, he swept, and it was like a slog sweep, and there was no need to play the slog sweep. The sweep was obviously going to be effective.
Next ball is defended by Lackmell.
But he went at it really, really, really hard, and playing against the spin, obviously. Didn't get over the top of it and got a big top edge. And Mathews, again, maybe it wasn't the right shot, but he didn't get himself in the position correctly, because if he had, he'd have been outside his off stump, couldn't have been LBW, and it wouldn't have bowled him. But,
Leach up to the wicket, and this one may have kept a little bit low, but it's dug out by Lackmell out towards mid-wicket. Mid-on comes round to field, a single for him. 72 for 7, lead now 109. And we'll have some tweets at the end of this over. Jono, you can have a brief.
You got yourself a coffee there.
3 balls.
I need to get another coffee. I didn't realise I was on straight after lunch.
In comes Leach, and there's a sweep from outside the off stump by Mendes. He's timed this pretty well, and it's going to go across the boundary backwards square leg.
And he's the last recognised batsman in this lineup, and he's a debutant. So he can make a name for himself here, I suppose.
Played it pretty well, and Leach has immediately said, let's have a man out there, which there's arguments for and against, I suppose.
I presume there is a man out there, but you might be a mid-wicket.
But if it's against the turn, maybe you'd back yourself to say, well, do that again, and hit the ball up in the air. As Leach bowls again, and this is chipped up in the air, and it's going to be called a silly point. Well, is it? Did it come off the? Did it come off?
Well, they're reviewing it.
Did it bounce? They're going through a review anyway. So the umpire was not convinced. England have only 2 reviews left, so they must have lost one at some point.
Yeah, they did a similar thing. They reviewed one. It was Dick Weller did a similar sort of thing, swept one, and they were convinced it came off something, and it was caught, and it got nowhere near anything. But
well, this is missed. Well, it's missed the edge of the bat, and it's missed the glove, and it's hitting on the bicep. So unless we're going to see something unlikely on the hot spot.
Oh yeah, it's missed everything.
It missed everything. This is going to stay with the umpire's decision to not out, and England will have burned in the idiom that's used nowadays. Burned a review.
That's 2 they've burned. I guess it's quite tricky. I think it seemed like he probably got something on it. I mean, there is a chance of an LBW, but I think it's turned too much, isn't it? It's going to be missing off stump.
I wasn't paying attention to that, to be honest, but
well, it would certainly hit him in line, but I think it's turned too much. That was the other option. I mean, I'll have to look at it
Often
now.
get people LBW off their bicep.
Well, no, but he's very low. It's turned way too much.
No, it's turning. It's missing another set of stumps.
Yeah.
And too high and too wide. So they had a look at the LBW. They've had a look at the court. Neither of them are out. And let's get on with it. 76 for 7. The lead now 113. I bet the England openers are mulling what's coming.
Well, we'll be next to nothing for 2. That's guaranteed.
Got 2 very close slips as Leach bowls again. This is well defended. The end of the over. Let's have some tweets from John O'Gordon.
Nestler's saying that his neighbour's cat enjoyed Tony's lunchtime chats and there's a lovely photo. Messi Jez welcomes me to the day. G'day, Jezza. Good to hear from you, mate. Mog saying England will win this by 8 wickets. Sri Lanka merrily pissing this right away. Neil Franklin says he must have cursed Sri Lanka, tweeting a picture of Wetamani from 1984 earlier on this morning. Josie Oak says this is enough for Sri Lanka. The spinners will go through England like a bad kebab on a Saturday night.
Well, that's not a particularly pleasant thought. Hopefully England
like
won't.
So many of Josie Oaks.
Well, the thing is, if England got 4 sessions to get 150, whilst they may lose, I don't think they'll be going at it too aggressively. Oh no, that's not.
Best bowls they got for LBW. I think that's an inside edge and missing leg stump. But apart from that, it's a good shot. And they don't think of using their last review. It was given not out, but there was again some sharp turn from Bess as Lakmal, resplendent in his Sri Lanka cap, pulled low over his eyes, vaguely piratical air about him. In comes Bess with some silly glasses on, bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Lakmal, who comes well forward, bat and pad close together, and defends him to the leg side.
I thought it was a bit of an inside edge on that one. Awesome facts. So how many overs will England get in the second innings? Well, they could have quite a lot at this rate. They could have at least a day, which is 90, plus whatever they have today if they get the other 3 wickets reasonably quickly.
Outside the off stump, and Lakmal just drops the bat on it, pushes it into the offside, and runs through for a quick single. Happy to get off strike by the looks of things. We've had some information on the higher scores at Galle in the 4th innings. There's been a number over 200. England have chased. England have been involved in a few of them as the next ball is turned into the leg side by Mendes, went back deep into his crease, picks up a single. It's good that they're looking to run the singles, because you pick up 15 of those, and in a game that's likely to be tight, you've done your team good without taking too many risks. So the lead now 115, 78 for 7. Lakmal back on strike. His Bess is in and bowls, and again he's playing mostly from the crease, as tailenders tend to do, but he gets this down into the ground and it's defended.
Interesting.
Another dot ball.
I think there's only one score over 100 that's actually won a Test match in the 4th innings, though. But it's interesting you say that there are plenty of others that have probably ended up in draws.
As again defended by Lakmal, played it into the ground, and that's the end of the over. 78 for 7.
Mog says there's an AFL saying that claims the Premiership quarter is the 3rd quarter. I guess it applies to cricket too then. It's almost like in golf they refer to moving day as Saturday, don't they? The 3rd day out of the 4. That's when you can really start to make an impression on either the game or the field, if you like. Farong saying it appears we have a 4-day test. Leah doesn't agree with the either Josie Oak or Mog by saying this will be done quite quickly. That'd mean them not losing any batsmen apart from the openers. I fully count on Perstow being a dick and selling someone down the river, Butler mistiming a sweep and someone else trying to win it with a 6.
Well, you could have that. I mean, the thing about Bairstow is, you basically, as I said, you don't want him hanging around overnight. He seems to bat all right when he comes in, and then fucks it up the next morning when he comes out after being in overnight and looking quite good.
Well, Leach, unsurprisingly, is continuing from the other end.
Oh, now that's...
Sweep comes up, and they're going up for LBW and for court. The umpire is shaking his head. He went for the sweep. Butler came forward from behind the stumps and caught it in around sort of the silly point region. They're thinking about using their last review, and Butler's made the sign. Where's Root?
Has Root gone off?
Butler doing it.
Maybe
it was
Root
only the
has
captain
gone.
that was allowed to do it. Has Root gone off the pitch? He may have done.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can get one right this time. They were convinced that time, but they've been convinced every time, haven't they?
Yeah, teams on a roll are often convinced.
Has anyone else noticed that Dan Lawrence, for someone in his second test, seems to be very involved in stuff?
Well, it pitched on the stump,
Oh, yeah.
so he's edged it down onto his boot. It's pretty much like Butler
I think he has, yeah.
did. He's got a bottom edge onto his boot, and it's so it's not going to be out LBW, but it looks like it might well be out court.
It's definitely got an under edge. There it is.
Down
Big
onto his boot. Has it hit the ground with this side view will show us. It looks like it's gone straight up in the air off his pad, and it should be caught behind.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. We haven't got that as a jingle, have we? Should have.
They're probably quite aggressive on their copyright.
Everyone else is. It doesn't seem to bother us. Yeah, that's going to be
He
given
overturned
out.
his review. That is going to be caught by Butler. Good catch. He didn't get quite as far forward as I thought he did, but he took it parallel with the stumps. And a wicket has fallen. Another one on the sweep, supposedly. Mendes has gone. The last recognised batsman for 16. Butler bowled Leach. Those are his first runs in Test cricket, I think, because he got a duck in the first innings.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka 78 for 8.
Indeed. And this game is moving on a pace. 2 wickets in the first, 10 minutes after lunch? 20 minutes
2
after
minutes
lunch.
fallen in 20 minutes.
A good time to wake up and come on air that today. I'm pretty impressed with myself.
Don't rub it in, Jono. Try and stay under the radar. Otherwise you just get all these bad vibes from the people who were here at 4:30.
I just like
Let's run through some tweets while we're waiting.
Yeah, we've only got the one at the minute. Salopian from Japan says, "Good afternoon from a moderately warm, sunny Japan, gorillas. Just home from work and actually remembered to tune in this time. Almost managed to miss the whole of the Sri Lankan innings, it seems."
Well,
Mog says he's an optimist. Well, yes, absolutely. Although Anna Forsyth has just gotten in touch. Reason number 1,000 as to why I wouldn't be a good umpire. I wouldn't be able to help, at least, and I told you so smirk after a review was burnt.
Yeah. Right. So those people on YouTube saying the score needs updating. Our scoreboards are broken at the moment, and my grumpy web designer has been grumpy over the weekend because I asked him to do something that was really difficult for him, and he's refusing to answer phone calls at the moment. So I kind of have to do it manually, which I can do every once in a while, which I will do now. But that explains why it's not working. We switched to an API system, which takes a little bit of programming.
I did warn you about that.
Actually come back. There you go. 78 for 8. It's right now.
78 for 8. We'll jiggle up the new batsman after he faces his first ball. Leach is in, and this is blocked into the leg side. They think of a signal, then they yes, no, but they make their ends comfortably. It's just a dot ball.
So who's in now? Is it Emboldenaya?
The left-hander.
I think so, yeah.
It must be then. Yeah, he's got a jingle that goes like this.
Watch this kid throw them down. He smashed a finger in his second game. There was concern, but it was just dislocated.
Thumbs is next ball.
That's it, them bulls any year. Happy days whenever, wherever you play.
Thank you, Mog. Leach bowls again, and again defended by Umbaldenia. Took a half a step down the wicket to defend that, which not the worst idea. 78 for 8 to the lead, 115s, and England look likely to be set a smallish target going into the last innings, as again he comes forward and defends his next ball.
Awesome Facts asks, would you change the batsman's order for England's second innings? No. And do you think England can win if Root out quickly in the second innings? Now that's a different question. Still
Well, they
possibly.
got 70 odd in the last innings chase, in the last test rather, as he comes down the wicket, Embledenia, and drags this out to long on for a single. They lost 3 wickets quite early. Root was one of them, but Bairstow
and Lawrence got through.
Saw them over the line.
It was Lawrence, wasn't it? Crawley was out.
Lawrence, sorry, not Crawley. Yeah.
Crawley was caught in the slips, prodding forward, getting one
So
off the edge.
79 for 8. Any tweets, John?
Just one more from Messages. It would seem that bears, gorillas, and APIs don't mix.
Yeah, it will do. It was working on day one, and then I asked him to do something that was a little bit of a stretch too far. And I didn't actually want him to do it for this test. It was just something going forward. But then, of course, he sent me an angry email saying, I worked half a Saturday and then he broke your website. And then he hasn't responded to phone calls. So that is the end of that for this test. And presumably he'll emerge on Wednesday and have a moan at me. And hopefully we'll get it sorted for the beginning of the test series that starts a week Friday.
You're listening to back office banter at Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, yeah.
It's what's called letting sunlight in upon magic. As Bess starts a new over to the left-hander, you won't be upset about that. But Embledenia defends this reasonably well. The lead 116. At this point, 20 runs could make a big difference for Sri Lanka.
Absolutely.
And they need to eke out every last possible opportunity to score. So they do that there as he just pushes it square on the offside. It's pretty close to the point fielder, but they do make the single comfortably.
He looks like he can bat, this lad, to me. He's batted, they sent him in as night watchman. He's obviously got a reasonably good technique, Embledenia.
Yeah, but they sent him in after Lakmal, which, Lakmal isn't a great batsman, is he? So, I mean, does that say something? Or is that just seniority and Lakmal going, well, we're all in a towel and I'm more experienced than you and I'm going to go before you?
Bess into Lakmal, who tries to slap a drive through the offside. It goes straight to short extra. It doesn't look like he's going to stop himself from playing shots.
I was just trying to work out. What did England get?
First class average is 11. So perhaps not all that good. This time Lakmal drops it into the offside and takes a good single.
I mean, without Root, England scored what, 150? The rest of the side? All that for
it doesn't work like that, but yeah.
I know it doesn't work like that, but in theory, what we got 337, 344. So nearly 160.
Bess into Embledenia, who again, as Jono says, looks tidy, leans forward, plays an unfussy defensive shot.
The wicket was a lot flatter as well at that point there.
Yeah, true. And Dan Lawrence didn't get any runs in the first innings, so it's all right in the first test, didn't he? So, hopefully he'll have a better second innings. Maybe our openers will actually score some runs eventually.
This is a good shot. He's driven this through extra cover. He's found the gap, and it finds its way to the boundary. Well, that was a good shot. He came forward and he's placed this quite nicely through between mid-off and extra cover. Right, so the match situation, Sri Lanka 122 runs ahead and they're 8 wickets down. The wickets in the second innings, 4 for Leach, 4 for Bess. And it's setting up what should be a very interesting chase for England. If they're going to need about 140, 150, or even less. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be entertaining.
Yep. And it should be done today, with a bit of luck.
Well, we've got to do it 8 down. Sibly and Crawley are likely not going to get many between them.
So you're saying England are already 2 down?
Pretty much. I mean, it's been like, what Embledenia has got are 6 openers.
Lakmal just reaches forward and defends the first ball of a new over.
What was it?
That 4 again from the last ball of the last over, and it was well played.
I think Embledenia has bowled something like 40 odd balls at our openers. Oh dear.
This is well carved through the offside, and it bounces a couple of times before it gets to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Root is back on the field. We don't know why he left. People do leave, come and go as they please nowadays in Test cricket, but not usually the captains. So that was a single to Lackmell. He aimed for a big, booming Victor Trumper type drive through the offside, and he got it up off the outside edge, that last ball, but safe enough as Leach is in for the left-hander. And he drops it into the leg side, takes a single, good play.
Very good, dangerous for England now, this, I think.
It's amazing what 5 runs can do in a...
I was going to say, don't get too paranoid here, Jono.
England could do this as well, Jono, to be fair.
Mm.
Look at it that way. So if Embledenia and Lackmell are finding it comfortable, then shouldn't England's batsmen?
You'd hope so.
Into Lackmell, who defends. He seems to be playing by numbers. I'm going to defend 2 and then have a huge heave at the third one. But
both tests, Sri Lanka have had an innings where they've just seemingly thrown a lot of their wickets away. I don't know why that is. Did they not put 2 innings together in a row where...
Well, I have a theory about that, Jono.
This is a good lead by Lackmell.
I'm excited by that prospect there.
Well, no,
it was turned away from outside off stump. Bear, let's hear your...
Well, no, my theory is that the lesser test sides, or the test sides that are down the bottom of the groupings, this is... it's the reason why they're not winning tests. You look at the West Indies; they can always string 1 innings together, but they can't string 2 together, and that it doesn't necessitate you losing games, but it often leads to it.
A little bit shorter from Leach. Lackmell turns it round the corner, but straight to backwards square leg. End of the over. 28 overs gone. 87 for 8.
I don't know why it is.
It's a series that there. I'll be honest. I'm impressed with that one. So I'll do some tweets. I think we're due a change as well. Alan Hotchkiss says, typical, you wait 64 overs for a spinner's wicket and then 8 come along in 22, like bosses. Ravi Nair says, South Asian batters are noted for their sweeping. They tend to play, are not noted for their sweeping, tend to play straighter. Do you think Sri Lanka are doing this because Mickey Arthur told them during the innings break, look how good Root was, sweep you bastards, sweep? Mayank says he thinks the test will end today, and Leah says Lackmell's average is more than double that of Embledenia. Maybe that's why he's gone in ahead of him. I shall depart, leave you in the very capable hands of Nigel Hendo Henderson and Nestlers, and I think the Bear is staying on, so I will see you in half an hour's time.
Indeed. Actually, it's Gary, myself, and Nestlers.
And the wicket comes down, Bess, and it's defended, and there is no run. I'm engaged at the moment, like Epstein's sculpture of Jacob and the Angel. We're in a kind of embrace with the internet, hoping it will be a loving rather than a strangling embrace. But I'll see how I get on. Bess round the wicket again. This is defended to the man at silly point. A slip, a gully, standing very close together, and a silly point for Bess.
Well, sounding good at the moment, Gary.
Sounding good at the moment, and light is on your face, so we can actually see you.
Well, can't have everything, so you do get the rather gruesome features as this ball is hit. And yet another chance, really, that's chalked up against Joe Root, because that was a big flash of the bat. It went very quickly, but it was not the keeper's catch, and it went on the inside of Root, who perhaps understandably is, I think, having trouble concentrating here at first slip, because he barely moved towards that ball. It would have been a good catch, but he really should be getting a hand on that at least. If you get a hand on it, it sticks. But he's standing too wide, first of all, and secondly, he didn't move.
Indeed.
There are mitigating circumstances, but if he's having this much of a mare at slip, he's got to get out. He's now standing in the right place, much finer, as this ball is defended, and there is no run.
Well, I didn't get time because Gary was talking to play the full jingle, but that's fine. Knuckles says Embledenia has a first-class average of 11, and his high score is 26. So he's at his average right now.
And he's doing well. He goes back and cuts, and that's quite a nice shot. And there'll be one to the man sweeping on the deep cover boundary, who I think is Sam Curran, remember him? And ball goes through to Jos Butler. It seems amazing, but you get this in cricket, is that the 9 and 10 seems to have a better idea of how to bat
than the
previous 8.
Absolutely, it's they do seem to be making it look reasonably comfortable out there, don't they?
You know why? I'll come to it in a moment, as Bess over the wicket to the right hand of Lackmell goes back and plays a bit of French cricket up the field to Don Bess, up the pitch to Don Bess. It's the end of the over. You know what? They're not trying to hit boundaries.
Yeah.
What they're waiting for is the boundary ball, which they will hit. The rest of the balls they play on their merit, and if there's one into the covers or one into the leg side, they'll take it. When you try and force the game on a pitch like this, you're going to get out. There, you'd have 3 or 4 wickets on this pitch.
Well, I was saying, I fancy, bowling if they wanted to play those sorts of shots on this. I might get a few runs more hit against me than these guys, but I reckon I could take some wickets. Yeah, and I think you're right, and that's why they could have possibly thrown the game away. It is turning. It's not an absolute minefield, is it?
Well, they always say, or the cliche has it, there's one with your name on, so you've got to play your shots. But equally, as we've seen, some of the ones with your names on don't get caught or go elsewhere to the field. This is a wicket you've got to accumulate. You've got to grind the bowlers down, work on their concentration. Same in the field. Embaldina hits right across the line, betraying the point I just made, and Leach is looking as to whether he should review it. He thinks it's going down leg side and England are not going to review. But why not just play that back up the pitch? Why try and hit that over mid-wickets? It's beyond
Or if you are going to sweep it, why not just try and paddle sweep it and find a gap and get the one? There's no need to go full-blooded.
Let the ball hit the bat.
Yeah, exactly.
It comes down the track this time to Embaldina, but that is a good defensive stroke because he came down on the line of the stumps. He got to the pitch of the ball and he just dead batted it. But it was a kind of ludicrous hoik across the line to the first ball of the over. And England have got to look at that and think that's what we're not going to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Over the wicket, left arm to Embaldini, who again comes down the track and again tries to hit it over mid-wicket, and to his credit he does, but there's a huge risk in that shot because the leading edge could go anywhere, but he's helped himself to 4 runs, and 4 runs in this situation are worth 10 in the usual match, so well done Embaldini.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
On YouTube, Harrison, Awesome Facts and George McPherson are wondering about whether England should change the batting order for the second innings.
Stuart Broad to open?
He's not playing,
quite.
so that'd be a bit
I
tricky.
know. I'm giving that...
Root, Bairstow, Lawrence and Butler in before the 2 openers.
No, I'm giving that suggestion the merit it deserves by suggesting Stuart Broad. I'm seeing a replay of the possible decision, but it was an impact outside off stump, which negates the LBW if you're playing a shot. And let's face it, the Lancas have played a shot to pretty much every ball of this innings. That's why they're 96 for 8. I do think that that's something again England can learn from. Use your feet and then have the second line of defence being your pads, but you've got to use your feet in that case because you've got to get outside the line of the stumps. This ball kicks up a little to Embaldina, but he has soft hands when he plays that shot, and
that's what
there isn't a run.
That's what Mathews didn't do, wasn't it, this morning? Played that sweep shot and just
very
didn't have
poor
anything
cricket
behind
from
it,
Mathews. Leach is in, he comes down the track to Embaldina and he gets plenty of that. That was just a lovely free flow of the bat through a ball that was pretty much length, pretty much on off stump, and it was sent halfway into the Indian Ocean.
I think a good line of attack here might be for Leach to actually come around a wicket to him.
Yeah, I think so. They've got to do something here because Embaldina is beginning to take the game away from England. He hasn't done so yet, but if he bats half an hour, he'll have a 50 or so, and that is absolutely invaluable. He's had a bit of luck, but he's deserved it. The Lancans 102 for 8, the lead 139.
Oh.
This ball hits the inside edge and it flies over the man at backwards at leg gully. It goes down to long leg where Curran again does the fielding. It's a good hard throw. They're going for a run out here. They've gone upstairs, but of course that's no indicator, and England don't look all that interested, so he's probably going to be in by a yard here.
I think he put his bat down and ran past the stumps. Oh, actually, it's closer than I thought. But he is in.
He's in.
He's dug up a channel whilst putting his bat in.
He's in.
And strangely, his bat wasn't out in front of his foot, was it? It was running alongside his foot rather than stretching out in front of him.
I've seen 10-year-olds with better running technique than that. Embaldinia's found his way to 24, and this is an awkward little innings from England. It may be Embaldinia's match. He's bowled very well in this series, particularly well in this match, and now he's got 24, which, as I say, is worth at least twice that if we're talking about the normal currency of Test match cricket. Bess is in again. He has 4 for 36 from his 13 overs, and he's outside off stump, and Lakmal sort of half cloths that and gets it to the man at short mid wicket. You'll be happy with him there, Bear.
I will.
And there is near Ram. The lead 141. It's going to get that lead already at the awkward stage. It's going to become difficult if it gets to 180, and going to become very, very difficult at 220. As this ball is defended and there is no run, and Bess does that thing he does particularly effectively, which is he puts his hands above his head, both arms above his head, like Danny DeVito in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. And that was a bit of shambolic running there, because really could have been run out from that previous over. He goes back, does Lakmal, and he thrashes it to mid-wicket all along the ground, and they're through for a more conventional single than the one previously. We'll come to your tweets at the end of this over. I know Nestle Boys angling to get in there on the mic. Yeah, well, I'm just lucky to have an internet connection to be able to talk at all, as Embaldinia is facing up to the off spinner, and it skews off an outside edge, but there's plenty of gaps in the covers because the fielders are quite correctly around the bat, and they're through for another single.
Just looking at Roots, had 3 chances today.
Yeah.
And not caught any of them.
Yeah, they're all down to poor technique because his hands are too high. As this ball is just knocked up to the man at short leg. At slip, and you'll know this, Bear, as a spinner, you have to have your slips. They've got to be low coming up to the ball rather than high going down to the ball. You're never going to have the opportunity, once your weight is moving or your arms are moving upwards, to go down again. This ball is defended by Lakmal. It's the end of the over. The Lankans are 106 for 8. Their lead is 143.
Adrian Lowe says, morning chimps, I was feeling quite chipper until Jono said England could do the same. Leah says good morning, Nestlers and Gary.
Morning.
Serenity Now says the lowest Sri Lankan score at Galle is 105. Are we on for a record? Missy Jess says things you expect to hear on Guru Cricket. Number 250. I didn't get time because Gary was talking. And special event things you expect to hear on Guru Cricket has reached 250. Does it get a jingle? Is that right, those numbers? I thought you just made them up.
He's got a list,
Leia
he
says,
says.
don't tell Evan Denia this isn't an ODI.
Well, he's certainly playing like that, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he might as well. I mean, like we're saying, 150, 160, it's not going to be easy, is it?
It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. As down the track comes Embaldinia, and this ball sort of skews off an inside edge, I think, onto the pad and to the man at slip. But he's batted with a little bit of luck, but a lot of heart and a plan. That's what's been missing from the Lankans, a plan. As he attempts to slug sweep this, and that's gone all the way out to the boundary and across the boundary. It's for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I might think about a bit of Woody at Embaldinia around a wicket.
Yeah.
But I'd also, if I was Leach, I'd be throwing it up very wide of his off stump, and if he's going to whack it over there, I'd stick someone out at point and have my cover, and I'd have a guy a little bit back there, and I'd throw it up, and if he wants to come down a wicket, he might get stumped.
And he does come down the wicket, but he blocks this to mid off, and in fact this is going pretty much all the way, and indeed it does go all the way to the long off boundary for another.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Wood has got to come in and bounce from here. It's all getting a little comfortable from for Embaldini, and he's now thinking, I can hit any ball I like now for 4, and he needs to be roughed up. The lead now 151. Well, that's this is getting close to a tipping point now. I think a tipping point when the Lankans are favourites is probably about 170.
Yeah, 170, 180. I don't know if they'd be favourites because England have so much time.
Yeah, time doesn't matter though. England are batting really with 5 wickets, as this ball is cut, but there are singles everywhere now. That's what happens when you get a bit of confidence, and Embaldini takes that one into the vacant extra cover area, and he's 3 for 1. The 2 openers don't look like they're going to get much. We'll get nothing, I don't think, out of 9-10 Jack for England. So that's only really 5 wickets to score 170 runs. Well, 2 or 3 of those are going to have to bat very, very well indeed. As Lakmal, who's been starved at the strike, but he'll be happy with that. He's faced 24 balls for his 6, and he just lets this run off the face of the bat really to Galle, and there is no run. So 9 off this over, and that may be a chance for Joe Root to call up Wood. We'll be calling up your tweets after the next ball. As Leach is round the wicket, and this again just skews off the outer part of the bat, and there is no run. The Lankans 115 for 8, the lead 152.
Leia says Gary plans are overrated as they famously don't survive contact with the enemy. Harrison Payne tells us, once in a school game we reversed the batting order when we were chasing a small total to rub salt in the wounds of our rival school. Should England do the same? Are there any rain alerts for tomorrow? Asks Awesome Facts. I don't know.
It's got a bit cloudy at the end of each day, but the rain hasn't come in. So
Rahul Kumar Yadav on Facebook says hi.
Hi
there. And Dave Carpenter's joined us on Guerrilla Cricket Facebook page with a little emoji character giving us the peace signs. So welcome along, all you peoples.
I think on Leah's point about plans, I've got much sympathy with that. I think it was Mike Tyson who says plans are what you have until you get punched in the face. And that's a good point. I would suggest that you need a kind of plan that you vary from as events, dear boy, events take over. But if you're just going out there without any clear idea of whether you're going to take the game to the opposition or rotate the strike, then things will happen to you instead of you making them happen. And speaking of making things happen, Embaldini gets a ball that cramps him a little for room, and he hits the ball hard, but Don Bess fields off his own bowling.
Was that
a catch? No run. Was it a catch? Ooh, the looks of it might have been. They're very disappointed. It would have been a very good one. He'd have to be Phil Edmonds off his own bowling to catch that one. He was the best fielder I ever saw off his own bowling. As this is slogged high and handsomely. There's nobody at cow corner, which seems to me a bit of an error the way Embaldini is playing.
Yeah.
And he now has 38 from 28 balls. Extraordinary stuff from the left arm spinner.
And that does seem a bit of an error, doesn't it? If he's going to play across he's playing very much across the ball, and it's more likely to go out to sort of cow. He's not hitting down the ground per se.
No, Knackle would quite rightly say you can't have fielders everywhere, but I would say second or third choice position for a fielder for me, the way Embaldini is batting, is cow corner.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter where they come from. They need to have somebody there. 41 off 43 balls, this partnership now. And he rocks back Embaldini. He's now thinking he's Viv Richards, and he cuts this ball to the man at backward point. There is no run. It's a shot a ball from Embaldini. So England's fielders have got to be on their toes here, because there's a leading edge coming. Who's going to be underneath it? Bess 4 for 42 in his 15th over. He's round the wicket again, and Embaldini goes back and shows he can defend from a ball that was arrowing into leg stump. All of a sudden, Bess is now bowling a much more defensive line. flatter line into the leg stump instead of throwing it out wide of the off stump as he was before. As Joe Root fancies a bowl himself, well, he's been so stiff in the slips, I think that might be an error. As he comes down the wicket and makes it into a full toss to Zembaldini, and he hits a lovely stroke down the ground, and they just take one scrambling save at mid-on. England have got to stay attacking here. They are giving away the single a little too easily as well. You can't have fielders everywhere, but I think the man's got to be on the one there at long on, or at mid-on. Bess scrambling across and not quite saving that. We'll come to your tweets again at the end of the over. It's absolutely compelling stuff here from England and the Lankans, who are fighting back manfully, personfully perhaps. Lakmal on strike, and he goes back and blocks. And this is again excellent stuff from Lakmal, who is the experienced pro. He's giving the strike to the young gun at the other end as often as he can.
Ravi wants Anderson on, not Wood. They might be. Kuranda says time to start dreaming of a tie. And Mulk says, quick question, what's the record highest score by number 11?
I think it's 98 by Ashton Agar in test matches. In first class cricket, it's way up there to 140 odd or something like that. I'm pretty sure it's 98 by Ashton.
Well, Jimmy Anderson got an 80. Was it 85 or 87?
81.
81.
Anderson got at Trent Bridge when you and I would have got 40 or 50 on that pitch.
It was just dead, wasn't it? That was...
John O'Gordon's joined us on Twitter. Can't help feel that Root's been suckered in by the fact the spinners have taken all 8 so far. Get Wood on, blast them out. No tail-enders like 90-mile-an-hour bowling, and certainly won't be getting down on the slog sweep.
Well, this is a gamble here because the captain's bringing himself on. And if he's stiff in the back and he bowls 3 or 4 long hops, or let's say 3 long hops that go for 12 runs, then that's not going to meet with my approval, I promise you that. Not when he's got Mark Wood up his sleeve. Round the wicket comes Root, and he goes back to Zembaldini to this ball, and kind of he definitely thought of slogging that through square leg, and then decided, no, it's the first ball from this bowler, I'll wait and see, and just dropped it in front of him.
Well, Root probably thinks I bowl flatter filth. It's a bit quicker, and maybe he can't get underneath it.
And he's round the wicket again, and this is hit very, very hard. It went very quick off an outside edge to the man at slip, who is Johnny Bairstow, not my first choice for slip, and he dropped what would have been a spectacular one-handed catch. In fact, he tipped it round the corner, if you like, if he was a football goalkeeper. Surely he's not the best bet at slip, though. It hit the kind of heel of his hand, didn't it?
Yeah.
Round the wicket again comes Root, and this is defended by Baldinia. There is no run.
He just he flapped his arm out. Actually, I think it hit his wrist. Not even.
I've never seen Johnny Bairstow at slip. This ball is defended, and to extra cover, there is no run. He's a fantastic boundary rider, which is what he does in one-day cricket. Obviously, he's a wicket keeper in county cricket. I wonder how many times he's stood at slip. This ball is very quick and defended again by Mbaldini. There is no run. So if Root's intention was to bowl dot balls, then he's bowling them. I hear from Knuckle that Bairstow does field at slip a reasonable amount of time, but I've never seen him there for sure. As round the wicket again comes Root, very, very low arm, very, very quick through the air, and it's defended, and that is a maiden, which puts Lakmal on strike for a set of 6 with any luck.
Against the left armour, yeah.
Leah says that's quite a blitzkrieg from Embaldini. Has he been reading Heinz Guderian? Beefy at 365 Days of Sport has sent in a picture of a number 11. Let's have a look. What's he got here? Number 11, 105. K. Blake not out. Kumara versus Helensvale at Oxfold. Don't know where that's from or where that is. He's the world's biggest sports fan, according to his bio on Twitter. Yeah, there's a claim.
This ball goes to mid-on, and so much for Don Bess having 6 balls at the right-hander, because Lackmal, who's batted with enormous sense here, from which his captain could learn a little, has helped himself to a single, rotated the strike, which is going to be key when England bat. I think this match is going to be won not by boundaries, but by strike rotation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think we'll still be here tomorrow. If England are going to win this, they'll be winning it tomorrow. They won't be winning it today. The Lankans might, though. They're 121 for 8. The lead is 158. As Embledini again showing a lot of nous there. Just waited for that ball. That's one that early in his innings he would have tried to hit back over the bowler's head, but he just lets this skew off the outer portion of the bat. And it's through for a single. 40 now for Embledini. That is a tremendous knock from the Lankans' number 9. Number 10, actually, isn't he? Lackmal's playing 9. So
yeah.
This is a highly commendable innings from the young left-arm spinner, who's having a good series. Bess over the wicket to the right-handed Lackmal, who comes forward again, absolutely dead bats it, watches the ball all the way onto the bat. He's no batsman, Lackmal, but what he has got is a bit of experience and a lot of heart, and he's showing it here. Not much ego in 7 off 29 balls when the kid at the other end's got 40 off 38, but that's to his immense credit. There's big appeal for LBW, and there's a shaking of the head by the umpire, and Don Bess does the Danny DeVito in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest thing, when he puts his arms above his head in that way, and Joe Root's not interested in the review. I thought that was a very poor review earlier on, when Butler in particular was very keen on the ball having hit the glove, when it was shown to be missing the glove by a good 2 foot as it hit the upper arm. England may come to regret that, because they've only one review left. As down the wicket comes Lackmal, and he kind of, his eyes lit up thinking, I'm going to hit this for 6 back over the bowler's head, and then he checked it, but there's no man at mid-off, and therefore it went all the way to the boundary, and Lackmal has driven the off-spinner for 4. He has a big grin on his face, because he got one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
What Joe Root has got to do here is stop the double teapot with the both hands on the hips there, and realise that in Test match cricket you're always going to get a partnership like this. As Lackmal thrashes this one, but it's stopped at backward point. There is no run. In Test matches you always get partnerships like this. You just don't expect them for the 9th wicket. Usually they come for the 4th or maybe the 5th wicket.
It was never going to be that easy, was it? They were never going to roll over and everyone get out for 10. And as much as you'd like it, very rarely does that happen. There's always someone down a lower order who has a swing and gets away with it.
Well, even that disastrous first innings of the series, when the Lankans threw away wicket after wicket after wicket, I think they still got 176 from memory.
No, it was 136 they were all out for.
Was it 136?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm misremembering there. 135 I'm seeing. So they're there or thereabouts now. And that was batting about as bad as you'll see in Test match cricket. So very different circumstances now. But round the wicket again comes Root, and he almost yorked himself, did Embledini there. He's just going to get the heart rate down a little now. Might be a good time to just sit in for Embledini and just take the singles where they arrive, rather than try and hit boundaries. I think he's going to try and hit boundaries, though. This is the 15th over of the session. England have leaked 59 runs for the 2 wickets they've got. Ooh, and that's what you've got to be careful of with tail-enders, because there was probably one there. Both batsmen advanced down the pitch, and then both decided that there probably wasn't one there. And I suspect without much calling, they then scuttle back to their creases. So in the end, it just goes into the book as a dot. So that's 8 dots in a row for Joe Root, as this ball is punched to the man at extra cover. There's a short extra cover and a deeper extra cover, which is slightly unusual.
There we go. Woody's warming up.
Yeah, 10 minutes too late, I would suggest, but he's warming up. You don't need much warming up at 30 degrees or so with the breeze off the ocean. This is hit straight to the man at slip. So Joe Root brings himself on and induces a very strange shot from Embledini, who to a foolish ball simply steered it to the man at slip. And who said Johnny Bairstow couldn't catch it slip?
Well, you did, but hey ho. We'll give him a jingle. was just too full, wasn't it? He was just trying to guide it down, but it was even fuller than that.
Well, it was a real one-day run to third man shot, which so he got a bit full. But I think it was a bit of lack of concentration there. Embaldini, he can't often have made 40 even in his first-class career. So
his highest score in first-class cricket was 28. I think we saw that earlier.
Well, there we are. I think he was running out of oxygen on top of the mountain of runs he'd scored. But that was a fine knock from Embaldini, and if the Lankans do win this game, I think we'll look back to that knock as being the turning point. Of course, if England win the game, it'll be completely forgotten. But this game is very much in the balance. I think England probably are just shading it as favourites now, but there ain't much in it.
Would you change, aren't we?
I think so. The old voice is beginning to expire, so that might be a good idea for me.
We are pretty much.
You're staying on to summarise, Gary. So
am I? Oh well, I'll speak a bit less.
And John Hendo are supposed to be joining us. Is Hendo here? That's the question. Yes.
John, I've got a quick backed question for you.
Absolutely.
Companies like Adidas and New Balance, who aren't known for making cricket bats,
don't make cricket bats.
They're just stickers.
Yeah.
Who makes those bats?
Varies. A lot of them. I mean, hypothesizing, I can't really say without fear of getting into too much trouble, but a lot of them, like people who the guys that used to own Newbury, the Keeley brothers down in Sussex, used to make a lot of bats for different brands.
Okay.
But they have their own brand now, so don't do that anymore. A lot of them will be good quality bats coming in from India.
Just non-known bat makers kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the guys who make all of the soft gears produced in India and Pakistan. That's just a given because that's where everybody gets it from.
A bit like professional golfers and their blades that often are made in Japan for.
Yeah, and then just stamped with other stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same with cricket bats, but that's why, as a brand ourselves, we have trouble with. We call them kind of sticker warriors. There's a lot of kind of backroom bat companies where it's guys selling bats out of the living room because it's so easy to have your own stickers prepared, having just bought a load of wood in from India, so it makes it a bit of a tough market, to be honest. But yeah, so certainly New Balance do it so they can sell more shoes, as do Adidas.
I did wonder. Okay, well, thank you for that. You've confirmed what I thought.
Thanks for the question. Cheers. Morning to Gary. Morning to Hendo, the England captain now. Sri Lanka 9 down. And I think he's bowled him. And yes, he has. First ball. Fernando has been bowled by the England captain, giving him figures of 2 for 0 from 1.5 overs. That then finishes the innings. Sri Lanka all out for 126, and England will require 164. Gary, sorry I called you Hendo earlier when I met you on your way in, but it's great to see you, mate.
Well, it's good to see you too, and I'm very happy that Hendo stepped in when my internet was so buffery. It's much better now. It's not perfect, but it's much better now. So Joe Root's on a hat trick when he comes on to bowl to Pujara on 247 in Chennai. So
that's watching the replay. That's really unlucky. He blocked it into the ground, and the spin took it onto his off stump. It's great for Gary and I to be able to say that this morning we're joined by what can only be described as the man from Milk Tray. Like, look at Hendo looking resplendent in some kind of black roll neck jumper, slightly shadow-esque. He looks like he's just come off the set of a James Bond movie or a Milk Tray advert.
Oh, it's all in the lighting, Jono. It's a crappy old jersey, but the way I've artfully arranged the lighting around my room is what's giving me the old Milk Tray look.
If there's anybody in the world less likely to be able to artfully arrange lighting, Hendo, it's you.
Well, there is that, but just by some sort of weird osmosis, it's come together. In a unintended but beautiful way.
Well, shed some light on this Sri Lankan innings, Hendo. What do you think?
Well, I think now they're in a good position. I mean, Embaldenia has done brilliantly, hasn't he? I mean, he's obviously a better batsman than number 10. He should be above Akmal for a start. He's just an incredibly promising cricketer. He's one of these guys that comes out of Sri Lanka. Look back over the years, and you've had them from time to time. You've had the Jayasuriya. Obviously, you had the two of Sangakkara and Jayawarden are in the Silva, but I think he's another star in the making, Emil Denier, and I thought he batted beautifully. Maybe his shots came off when they didn't for other players. I mean, he didn't play that differently, but he just hit the ball better. His shot selection may not have been that much different, but he played all those shots better. Swept well, cut well, and put over Cow pretty well.
Yeah, you do have the feeling that if he can construct an innings like that, get a bit of luck, that he's a number 8 in the making. He's certainly
a number 8. You see him as a number 8.
Well, this is what I say. If you can score runs at 8, they're so often vital, and they'll be vital for England, because my fear is that the two openers are horribly out of nick, and Emil Deer, the man of the moment, has the wood over both of them. I think he's got them out, both openers out in 3 consecutive innings. He's got something like 6 for 20 against England's two openers, and then there's no way that Mark Wood, Jack Leach and Jimmy Anderson are going to be able to construct 10 on this wicket. So England have got a lot of work to do with that sort of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And somebody's going to have to make, I think somebody's going to have to make 70 here. Root's the obvious candidate, but if Root doesn't make 70, Johnny B's going to make 70. Don't think Sam Curran's going to make 70. But nice 20s and 30s here are not going to be good enough. 70 off 225 balls, that will do very nicely.
Well, actually, 8 20s would do just about.
We know that's not going to happen, Hendo.
8 20s would be perfect, absolutely, well, almost perfect. We'd lose by 3 runs.
Well, I'll tell you what, 8 20s 5 minutes away, Hendo, so you almost had a little bit of serendipitous synchronicity.
I'm not quite sure that I agree with you about Zach Crawley. Sibley has, from the very, very start against spin, looked problematic. And that's not just playing here where on pitches where the ball's turning a lot. He had trouble in South Africa. He's had trouble before. I don't think Zach Crawley's quite the same. I think he is in okay form. I just think he's not had a chance to go on. He's been got out by some quite decent balls. There was an interesting quote, I think, from Steve Smith when before he got that 130 odd, I think in the 3rd test was it, talking about the fact that he was out of touch, and there were various articles being written what's happened to Steve Smith, which was utterly ridiculous. And he said there's a big difference between being out of form and being out of runs, and I think that's absolutely right.
Well, I'm going to beg to differ there, Hendo, because I saw him. He hit 1 off his first ball, Stephen Smith, and then I think he faced 27 dot balls. He just could not get the ball away the way he does. He couldn't rotate the strike. So I think he was out of form, but he willed himself back into form, and of course class will out. I think Crawley is a fine batsman. He's not Stephen Smith's class, but he's a fine batsman, and if he can get to 10, then he might indeed go on. Sibley, you think, has got a lot of work to do on his technique. I hope he'll continue with him in India, because it's no good just chopping and changing all the time. But you've got to think that even if Sibley gets to 10, he's a candidate to be out. Where I think if Crawley gets to 10, we can just lower our heart rates a little.
Who misses
Sorry, John,
out then? Who misses out then, Gary? If you want Sibley to retain his spot, does Burns miss out? Does Crawley drop to 3 and Lawrence misses out?
Yeah, Lawrence misses out. He's only played 1 test match.
Well, to be honest, I don't think. I mean, if Pope's not fit to play, we don't know that he's going to be in India yet, or certainly not for the first test. You've lost Bairstow anyway. I'm not sure that you're going to pay Butler at 7, aren't you? Unless you bring folks in for a game before he starts keeping wicket in the next game.
It's so hard to predict sides with bubble life, because I think England will look at a very draining test here, physically and mentally, unless they're all out for 25 or something like that. And I think they'll have to assess and talk to players, and maybe some players might not fancy going on to India, might want to go home.
Some of them have said they're not going on. I mean, they've agreed on that, haven't they?
Yeah, they've planned.
You're saying that there might be others.
Well, there might be others, and they may. If someone else says, I'm not feeling good, I need a break, then maybe that's the way for Johnny Bairstow to come back in. So I think it's a fool's errand to judge any kind of 11 at this distance. I think.
Well, we're only 10 days away, to be honest.
I know,
but
10 days in bubble life, we know 10 days is an eternity because sides arrive, go into quarantine, and then with barely a practice in the middle, they're playing Test match cricket. So we have to accept that things are different now. And while we can speculate, I think to say with any certainty that this will be the England 11, or indeed that this will be the best England 11, given the psychological demands that have been placed on players, then I think that we must be wary of too much certainty.
I'm not sure I agree. Just to put the cat amongst the pigeons. I mean, I thought it was a very odd decision to say that Bairstow, Curran and Wood were coming home before the start of this test. Even if it was known privately, I think it was a little bit odd because it's created room for an enormous amount of speculation as regards to what is going to be the makeup. We know that Archer and Stokes have gone back out there. We know that Rory Burns, they're already out there. They've already arrived in Chennai, haven't they?
But the reason they did that is if Johnny Bairstow, say Johnny Bairstow gets 70 or 80 here, and then England say they're sending him home, the uproar would be enormous. They'd be saying, Johnny Bairstow, he's weak, he's going home and he's in form, he doesn't really want to play for England. By announcing it, what they've done is said, this is the plan, and this is the reason for the plan, and it is not going to be a player who is in form and just fancies his feet up or can't deal with the pressures of Test cricket or bubble life. They've done that because it's the team's decision now. There's no question that it's the player's decision. And if the player makes a decision, it will be the player who's decided to stay on. As I say, there may be players who understandably say, look, I need a break, I've got to get away. But by saying that Curran, Wood and Bairstow have gone home, there can be no question now that was the strategy, and it's not a player ducking out. Because believe me, the keyboard warriors and some journalists will be making that point if Bairstow does go home.
The point has been made. I mean, NASA was making it only yesterday or the day before that by saying to Bairstow, you're going home, and he gets 100, or he possibly doesn't need to get 100 in this innings for England to win. But then you actually then get a reaction from the keyboard warriors who are saying, why the hell are we sending Johnny Bairstow home when he's a good player of spin? He got averaged 44 in India last time he played there, and he's just got 100 to win England a game. I mean, whichever way you look at it.
There's 17 test matches, there's quarantine, there's all the emotional side of that, and believe me, self-isolation, what the tennis players are going through at the moment in Melbourne, stuck in rooms, I've seen that just across the landing from me here at home. It's no easy matter, and I think we've got to cut them a bit of slack here. And
but I'm not,
I think
I'm not slack. You're misunderstanding me, Gary. I'm not cutting slack for the players. I'm arguing about whether that was the right thing to say just before the beginning of a test match.
I absolutely take your point, but I would throw it forward and say if they had not done so, the rumour mill, the whispering campaign would have started. But maybe I'm wrong, but we're about to see an innings for the ages, one hopes here, because even though England won 3-0 last time they were in Sri Lanka, you don't often beat subcontinental sides to a zilch on their own patch. Over to you.
So Ambul Denia in to start the innings to Zach Crawley, who's forward confidently in defence. That is a dot ball, the first ball of England's second innings. Ambul Denia, who interestingly took 7 in the first, could find himself taking 13, 14, 15 wickets and having a match-winning knock as well, as Crawley whips this away through mid-wicket.
Whoa.
That will bring England an early boundary. It goes for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I suppose England might hope that Ambul Denia has actually exhausted himself with that innings, because that was a rank full toss on leg stump.
To be fair, another 39 of them and a few singles and we're home.
Yeah, and as long as at least 6 people get 20, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a team effort where everyone gets 20, 22 maybe.
And extras.
This lad is a dangerous prospect, though, as Crawley works that away off the back foot. I'm sure there'll be a man out there. There certainly is on the deep cover boundary, and England run through for 1.
So dare I say that attack or defend, England are on the horns of a dilemma as to how to get to victory in the Moose Cup.
No, you don't say that.
It's going to be certainly very, very interesting, isn't it? I think this guy holds the key to it.
Absolutely.
That one's pitched onto leg stump. And Crawley probably looking the most... Sorry, Sibly. The fridge, affectionately known as.
Why is he known as the fridge?
With wicket for 1.
Is he particularly... He's not a cool customer, is he? So it can't be because of that.
I think it's
just because he was big when he was playing.
He was large,
it was William Perry, wasn't it, of I think the Chicago Bulls, who was known as the fridge because he was as wide as he was tall.
Crawley works that away out to that man at the deep cover fence again for another one. England 7 without loss.
Surely not.
On 0.5 overs. I can't quite believe it.
Dear.
Well, the singles on offer and England are taking them. That's excellent work.
Every time you see the replay of Sibley leaving that one, as he blocks that out to extra cover, completes the first over. England 7 without loss. Crawley 6, Sibley 1. When you watch the replay of that straight one he left, they never look good, do they?
No, indeed. They don't. I mean, I still think back to the Adam Hollyoak one. Remember that? Was that at the Oval in a Test match? I can't even remember. Maybe it was a one-day international, but it was a terrible leave. Leah says, furiously... Go on.
I was going to say, I think Gatting padded up twice in a Test, didn't he? To be LBW playing.
LBW, but I mean, LBW paddings up. They never look quite as bad as Bold.
They don't look as
bad. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, Dave Wood says, I'm calling it early, 68 all out. Gary just suggested that Embledenia has the wood on the openers, but does anyone have the wood on wood? That might have been before the end of the innings. Sounds like WinViz had a heavy weekend, says the Cricket Podcast, but I haven't seen anything from WinViz. Has anyone seen anything yet? Messi Joe says, good to see Gary was serious when he said he was going to talk less.
I tell you what, WinViz, dear me, WinViz.
WinViz.
It says there's a 46.324% chance of winning. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah.
Sorry, what percentage is for the draw?
No, I'm just guessing. It has this ludicrously precise figure.
Dilrowan Pereira, unsurprisingly, to open the innings from the other end from Embledenia, and starts with a dot as Crawley comes forward, again positively, just blocking back up the pitch to the bowler. I was going to make a point to you, Hendo, but then I can't remember what that is. As Pereira in, battling for, and that doesn't turn and takes almost the leading edge, squirts away down to short third man, and they do run through for a 1.
Don't like that shot.
As you say, fellas, I think if there's a single on offer, they need to be proactive here, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Maybe Crawley should protect Sibley.
I didn't like that shot from Crawley because he played across his front pad, and the way to get singles is to play with a straight bat and just break the wrists one way or the other. It's not to swing a bat across the line.
It's as much of it as anything. It's about timing. You probably got his timing wrong there.
Pereira now. Sibley walking a long way across his stumps, maybe trying to defeat the LBW by getting outside the line of off stump, but that's just blocked to short leg. People have been telling me to play with a straight bat for years and years and years.
I know.
Again, way outside the off stump from Sibley. That's played into the ground, taken out short leg.
Well, they used to have to tell me which end to hold, so
Yeah, I saw Knuckle put out that stat earlier. It's come up on the screen about the highest chase at Galle. I think only one time has it been over 100.
Yeah. Single taken by the fridge as that's worked out to deep wicket.
Yeah, but the most useless stats, and let's face it, cricket gets a lot of useless stats, is the highest run chase, because those that we're looking at, the most wickets down is 4 when the Lankans got 268 for 4. So each of those innings could have gone on to score 300 and plenty. We just don't know.
Yeah.
Yep. Fair point.
There to complete his first over, and Sibley on the back foot works that away, hits it quite nicely, but very well fielded. at short leg. Completes the second. England 9 without loss.
Mog says, what the hell? When did Gary start developing opinions? Good question. We're all trying to work that one out. Neil Franklin says, law of conventional wisdom says there'll be 100 opening partnership now. Ooh. Tai Ping Shan is with us and says, sticking with my day 2 call of Sri Lanka to win.
Ooh.
Burglary by the skipper. This will be an interesting chase, says Trev Evans. Talking about Joe Root coming on and picking up 2 wickets for none in 11 balls. And Winviz has got England at 84%, Sri Lanka at 16%, and very surprisingly, 0% for a draw.
0% for a draw.
84% England.
I think that's high.
Way too high. Way too high.
And Buldenia now in to start his second over. That's well left alone by the fridge. Watchfully left alone. That's it. Hendo laughs every time I say it, and I like seeing Hendo grin, so I'm just going to refer to the fridge every time. And Buldenia in now. Oh, that's pitched on leg stump. Well, like it might have turned back. Umpire Damascene not interested. No ball.
Oh, that's nice.
No ball.
That'd be one of the reasons he's not interested. I was going to say, if he just leaves the ball alone, is it just because the fridge has left his door open?
Very good.
The lights come on.
That's forward by Sibly, aka brackets the fridge, and just logs back up the pitch again for no run. I love how much it tickled your hand though.
I have no idea why.
Third legal ball of the over now is Sibly pushes that, playing away from his body slightly, but up to long on, and they will walk through for 1.
How does Embaldini bowl a no ball? He shuffles in the 3 or 4 tippy-tappy steps, and that no ball was 3 inches over the line.
Well, if you start your tippy-tappy steps 3 inches too far forward, it could
How
happen.
can you do that? How can you do that?
Well, when you've only got 3 tippy-tappy steps.
As he's in again now to Sibly, who works his way onto the back foot and cuts that through square point. But there is a cover. Fieldsman on the boundary, runs in, collects that, and they will take Hendo.
I mean, the analogy I use for these things is that it's like a darts player missing the board. I mean, it's that big an error. It just seems incredible to me. But, you know.
He's in again now to Sibly. Oh, that one does turn and bounce past the outside edge. Committed himself forward there, Sibly. Positive in some senses, but it's almost dangerous to lunge that far forward. Yeah, he offered his hands at that one as well. So,
what was nice about that is that he went much wider on the crease with that ball.
Embledonai starts that one straighter. I think he understands that he's probably going to have to start pitching these on leg stump if it's going to, with the amount of turn and sharp turn and bounce in the wicket now. I think to get LBWs is going to be quite tough for the spinners. Completes the third over. England going at 4s, 12 without loss.
Dixon Sider says, I'm looking too far forward, but Pope should bat 3 in the Ashes. And I have to say, yes, I think you are looking a bit far forward there, to be honest. I've got a strange feeling that Pope and Lawrence are going to be fighting out for a place over the summer and the early winter. That's just my feeling. Pope has had all these injury problems. We know what a good player he can be. But I thought Lawrence played very well in the first test. We always wait to see what he can do in this innings as well.
Absolutely. One bad knock doesn't consign you to defeat, does it?
No.
Crawley goes back to that one. First ball of Pereira's second over and just blocks it to short leg. There will be no run.
I think Pope's got plenty in the credit bank, and Lawrence will certainly play. Plenty of players will play the 17 tests. Another 15 after this one this year. So, going to need a phalanx of batsmen.
Pereira in again now. That's almost half volley length, but just guided away. I think it looks like it hit the short leg fielder, just goes to mid wicket, and there will be no run. The Burns one interests me, and I think because of his technique, people who kind of climb all over him a little bit. But I think he needs to play probably pretty well in India before people start seriously asking questions. Pereira's short, wide outside off stump, punched away through the offside by Crawley. No deep extra cover fieldsman this time, so they will run an easy 2.
All teams that are successful have got a batsman who's got a ugly esoteric technique, but a rock hard mentality who is on the point of being dropped but keeps making hundreds, and then you look at their average and you find out that they're averaging 40 and you think, well, how did that happen? And Burns is one of those. I think he's there for the duration.
I've always liked him. Real good player, I think. It doesn't matter how you do it, it's if you can do it or not.
Yeah.
Crawley comes forward to the next delivery and just pops back up the pitch for a dot ball.
I think the problem that some of these players have got is if they are out of touch, they look a lot worse than everyone else when they're out of touch.
Yeah.
So if they're just not scoring runs or can't score runs, they're sticking around for 50 balls for 5 or 6 or 7 here and not going on. I think it has an effect on the selectors to a certain extent.
Pereira now round the wicket to Crawley, who it's a reverse sweep or reverse pedal. It's well fielded. Which isn't something that Sri Lankan players of old would have necessarily been associated with. But Crawley, I believe, will have come back for a well run too.
A couple of friends of yours on the Slogging It pod are telling you that your comment about bringing Mark Wood on to bowl, not Joe Root getting it wrong, saying that aged well, Captain.
Yeah, that's probably Simon Roberts. Don't worry, I'll deal with him later. Pereira pitches outside leg stump, and that's worked away by Zach Crawley down to the long leg fieldsman. They will come through for 1. Leads to 4th, England 17 without loss.
Jono, I think you were right that England needed to change. I think we both thought Wood would be the better bet, but you get half points for wanting a change and a change coming through.
Thank you, Gary.
Yes,
very kind.
Yeah, no, I was with you. I was literally just about to come on air and say I'm with you on that, Jono. When Root got his first wicket, so great minds or not quite such great minds.
Absolutely.
Alike.
I mean, Simon. It could be Eugene, but they both know a lot about cricket as well. So I can't say that you.
Well, they won't find a place here, will they?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Robbo's got one of those kind of daft North Midlands
Northerners.
So we don't want him on.
No, absolutely.
As Crawley leaves that first ball of Embal Deniers next over alone, there will be no run. We've got so many daft accents on here as it is already. We can't have any more.
Especially Knackle this morning. That was classic. I was crying with laughter listening to the man on helium.
As Crawley, that's driven, but stopped by the Nesh Chandimal at extra cover. There will be no run.
Having rubbished Embaldini for his no ball in the previous over, he is now using the width of the crease much better, and I think you've got to expect this might be a little bit of loss of rhythm in terms of his run-up, but he's using the crease well.
As another well-directed delivery from Denier, whatever, we'll come up with another ridiculous nickname for him that we can just call him.
Yeah, we should, shouldn't we? Absolutely.
Well, I think it was a heart-stopping innings, so can we call him Embolism? I don't know.
Crikey.
I can see your coat over there on the wall, Gary.
Well, you asked for it.
Embal Denier none for 10 halfway through third over in again as Crawley works onto the back foot, but that's driven straight at Chandimal and there will be no run.
It's a little bit short at the moment, maybe.
Yeah.
I think, as Gary said, he's not quite getting his rhythm, and whether that is something to do with his little pity-patty approach to the crease, who knows?
He's in again now. Oh,
that's out.
Oh, dear. That is out. That is Zach Crawley. He was looking pretty good, in fairness, has nicked off. Knackle very kindly is offering me elocution lessons via the chat box, and I had to pronounce his name. I'm just going to go with it, I'll be honest. However it comes out, it's too early.
Well, actually, I was just going to say, if you want to do that, you need to get hold of Michael Atherton as well, because he was calling him, his emphasis was all wrong yesterday, but first thing yesterday morning he was calling him correctly, and later he kept calling him the denier. So
denier.
He's certainly denying England.
Yeah, that was a poor shot from Crawley there. I don't know where his back foot was going, because he was almost playing the delivery as if it was coming from kind of extra cover. He got himself in such a tangle. He was reaching for the ball. He was hoping it was where he wanted it to be. But that's a pretty poor shot again on a turning wicket there. No attempt to line the ball up, no attempt to play late, and you can't watch the ball onto the bat if you're your balance is as awry as it was there from Crawley.
You don't think
He had gone well, but that was poor.
I mean, he's been out twice in very similar circumstances in this test, and they were discussing it a lot yesterday on the TV. And I think they were being a little bit harsh, and I think you're being a little bit harsh there as well. I think he's a bloody good bowler, this guy, and he's bowled a good ball. He's played a forward defensive shot. He's got the edge. If you play a forward defensive shot and you get an edge,
not a forward defensive. His back foot is not in the place where you play a forward defensive. Have a look where his back foot is. It's skewing off towards leg slip. I don't know how he's got himself into that position, but it's no forward defensive that I've ever seen. The hands play for the forward defensive, but the feet are going all over the place.
He's not got a solid base. Is that your point?
No. Well, he's got himself into a position where the feet are simply going all over the place. As I say,
I see nothing. He hasn't actually. He's not firm. He's not firm, but I certainly wouldn't say that his back foot has started going towards leg slip at all.
Watch it from straight on.
I did just watch it. I just watched it, mate. I just watched it, and it was very close. Of course, you can see it.
You can't.
I didn't see any movement of the back foot there, going towards leg slip.
Wait till you see a replay. Wait till you see a replay.
I just saw a fucking replay, man.
It's brought Johnny Bairstow into the crease. Bear, if he's awake, he's going to jingle him up. I'm sure he's just saying, "Lads, calm down. Go with the flow. Go with the flow." As he blocks his first ball, completes the fifth. England.
I just think it's a bit harsh on opening batsmen who come into play, and they're not generally playing against a hard ball that turns. Or very few people do play against a hard ball that turns because most spinners come on later in the day. And so you've got the two things. It's going to be skidding through if it's the straighter ball, or it's going to be turning away. And if it turns away, very few people can adjust quickly enough to play that sort of shot. So if you're talking about it turning almost the width of a bat, and you play the line that the ball is coming on, I mean, you can argue, well, he should have played outside the line he thought the ball was coming from, or left it alone. But it's very difficult to make that decision very, very quickly like that.
Pereira into Sibley, who works that away to the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they will come through 4-1. Bear, have we got time for Bairstow's jingle?
I was just playing it underneath Hendo's rant, actually.
Oh, right, okay. So
it's fine, don't worry.
In fact, if you look at that, it's really popped on him. It's taken the shoulder.
That's why I said, is it spat? Yeah, I think
it's spat on it.
The thing with Emble Denier, or what, I still can't work out quite how to say it, is because he bowls that kind of undercutter as well that will slide on. It almost forces you to play at every delivery because you're not entirely sure which one he's let go of. So Pereira in and Bairstow straight onto the sweep. That was wide outside the off stump. Emble Denier is that guy, the left arm tweaker. Fields on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
My point is not that it's easy, it's very difficult, and that's why I'm saying that the win viz at 84% is crazy high.
I agree with you on that, totally.
Your basics have got to be right. He's an England opening batsman, number 3, and I think he'll play 10 years in that position. But he's been out there a while, they've known the Sri Lankan tour was coming, they've had nets, they've got Jack Callis as a batting coach. I don't think he should be in that position because the basics are wrong.
I don't think the basics are wrong. I think you're talking nonsense. But there you go. We'll have to disagree on that again, back Gary.
Okay.
If he forces that away off the back foot up to mid-on, there will be no run. As Pereira approaches third ball of his third over, and that's well covered up by Sibley. Again, fellas, looking to get a long way outside that off stump to take LBW out of it. And then if it does turn sharp, we'll play with soft hand so it bounces before getting to the short leg fieldsman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to try and turn it down to the ground. I mean, I actually thought Mendes played quite well before he got out. I'll tell you why in a minute.
Pereira in fifth ball of the over, and that is just defended out to mid-wicket by Dom Sibley.
Yeah, two ways of playing it. I mean, you can either get right across, and of course there is a slight risk that you might expose your leg stump, or as he was doing to the off-spinner, he was getting right inside it, a long way inside it, and backing himself to be able to play that shot.
In to complete his third, that is way outside the off-stump and just driven up to A straight extra cover by Bridge, and that completes the 6. England 19 for 1.
See, that ball there's a half volley outside off stump. I think he's got to get a single from that there, Sibley. You may again say I'm being harsh, but he could have hit that pretty much anywhere, and he arrowed it straight at extra cover, which has been his problem since he started for England, is that he's just not able to break those wrists and get the ball just 5 yards either side of the fielder, because do that, stay in for half an hour, and you've got 10 more runs in a chase of 145 to go. So it's really important he gets that single.
Well, England are 19 for 1. It's time for a change. It's time for Jono and Gary to take a rest and go off and discuss technique. And I welcome along, not Fred Titmus.
Good morning, Hendo.
Good morning. You sound particularly sonorous this morning. And Nestle Boy is back.
Hello, and Morgan Spangly Sire are going fight.
Well, you always get that. You always get that with me and Gary.
Nothing better than hearing Hendo and Gary disagree to such a degree, says Chris Drew.
And Bull Denier is going to bowl. He may be called a Bull Denier. It's Denier now. And Besto playing this outside the off stump is beaten by it. Although Dick Weller fails to take it cleanly, and just rebounds towards the man at short leg.
Let's see how many ways we can say Embul Denier's name.
Swept this time by Johnny Bairstow. Swept very nicely indeed. But there are players patrolling the leg side these days. They've seen enough of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow to know that they need to do that. So it's just a single. Bairstow goes to 2. Sibley has 4.
Dave Wood wants to know if you're going to storm out your own house, Hender.
I am. I'm going to go water tooting. I'm going to open Gary's door, and I'm going to have it out with him. Anyway, Embledon comes into bowl. Ball comes straight on, and that's an example of what I was suggesting, that Sibley got right inside the line of that. That is going back towards, I suppose, say leg slip in a sense. Anyway, there is no run. He's down the wicket. He's looking as ever to turn that into the leg side. It's not a wise thing to try as we look at Zach Crawley's dismissals. It's popped on him, I think. I would say so. You could argue he needs to have his hands a bit softer. Perhaps that's what we should be saying. This one is allowed to run off the face of the bat with the turn by Sibley. That was played with soft hands. That's probably what these two openers have got to do. Perhaps they're just gripping a little bit too tightly, and when it does turn, you haven't really got anywhere to go if you don't loosen your grip slightly. In comes the left arm. This is worked from just outside leg stump towards mid wicket. Angelo Mathews goes round the field, and that is the end of the over. England are 21 for 1.
Jersey Oak says England will all be out for 100 here. We're doomed. Just tuned in again after a work teams meeting to hear Hendo swearing and ranting. Happy days.
There's something about Gary's insistence that brings out the sweary in me. If I disagree with him, because he will never back down. He will never admit defeat. As will I not either, so there we go.
Tapinator says 16.3333 is what each remaining wicket needs.
Oh right, okay, that's good to know.
And Winviz, according to messages, have surrendered to Gary and lowered England's chances from 84 to 83%.
Oh yes, they really have. Now Ramesh Mendes is going to come on to bowl. I thought he bowled quite nicely. What I saw of him yesterday. He of course did get the wicket of Sam Curran. He's got a pretty good first-class record. There it is, up in front of you if you're watching on screen. 84 wickets at 38. The best of 5 for 124. Obviously played a lot of long games in Sri Lanka with figures like that. Anyway, he's going to be bowling to Sibley to start with. And he's coming in over the wicket. 3 men round the bat. Sibley's forward and ridiculous appeal. He's got way outside off stump. If anything, the ball jumped up and hit him in the lower part of the grill, I think, or high up on the shoulder as he tried to play that. So I can't believe that anyone is going to risk a review on that.
Go on, review it.
Review.
Fight.
Here is Mendes again. That's too short, and Sibley is able to go back and work that to deep square leg. And take a single.
Got a money-making
for
idea
one.
from Spangly Si.
Oh, yep.
Get a paddling pool filled with jelly and let Hendo take on all comers on a pay-per-view channel. You'd make at least £2.50.
Yeah. I'm not sure I want to leap into jelly right now. Not right now. Maybe in the summer. So first run off Mendes. What's he got? He's got 3 men out on the boundary on the leg side. A long legger, deep square coming round to mid wicket. A long on. There's a man on the 45. There's a mid wicket. There's a mid off. It looks like a third man as well. A lot of open space on the offside, so they're trying to encourage him to aim against the spin, but he doesn't. He goes back and rides the spin, works it out to deep square, and takes another single. That's Bairstow onto 3. England to 23 for 1.
Dave Wood says, is it because Gary Naylor's a huge Tom Petty fan?
I've no idea what that's supposed to
back
mean.
down. Yeah, I won't.
Oh, right, I don't know.
There you go.
Okay,
Your little musical interlude early in the morning.
Ramesh in again, a little bit too short, but it pops up, and Sibly manages to get his hands out of the way of that. It runs onto the thigh pad and pops into the air, but no danger. And he looks better than Dilruwan Pereira, who's been a big disappointment as a bowler in this series, I think. Just really hasn't worked for him, and he's got such a good record at ball as well. Too short, worked again by Sibly. Certainly going to get 1. The long leg has had to race around to his left. Won't actually get back for a second. 24 for 1. And we have 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. We've got, 20 minutes till tea. So England, even though getting underway, they will have an interruption to their innings, which I guess they probably wouldn't want. But Sibly especially. And that could be tricky for them as well. Anyway, Johnny Bairstow settles down, waits, and that's a really lovely loop. It was almost like he was looking behind him as he allowed his arm to come over in a lovely arc, defended down into the onside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over.
As he just says, wouldn't it be easier to call Embel Denier what he calls himself on his shirt? Simply Lasith. But I mean, we could change that to Larsith.
Well, the problem is there's too many Lasiths, isn't there? I mean,
we'd mangle it.
There's more than one Lasith. It's a bit like, if we would call. I'm trying to think of England players who got the same name. There must be at least more than one Joe. Isn't there more than one Joe?
Joe Root.
Joe Root. Is there anyone else? Is there another Joe? There's a Joss. He's a Joe though, isn't he? Isn't he a Joseph?
Joe Denley.
Actually, Joe Denley, of course. Yeah. So exactly, if you wore Joe, you wouldn't know which player you were thinking of. Now that's swept from outside off stump by Sibly. That's a good shot. Maybe he's learning from his captain. He's put it away through mid wicket. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You all right, Fred? We haven't heard from you yet.
You're very quiet. Fred. I was just about to say,
It
is a no ball. I was just waiting for you to come in and say something there, Fred, because I thought we were kind of leaving you out of it.
Well, I was trying to get through the whole session without saying anything.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. But,
We've picked out the no ball.
I've been rumbled. Hendo's on a roll.
You've been rumbled. You've been rumbled.
Is it an Animal House where somebody makes a ridiculous speech and one of the others looks at him and just says, just let him go. He's on a roll. I think it is actually. It was John Belushi.
The coffee's kicked in.
He's talking about when the Germans attacked Pearl Harbor. It wasn't historically accurate, but it was a good rant.
Well, Denier is in again. This one on the line of off stump, and Sibly looking a little bit more confident. Gets right forward to this and defends. It's his highest score of the series. Although when you've got such a short series, it doesn't mean quite so much, does it? But he'll be happy to have got into double figures. Embel Denier is in again. Oh, he's really tempted to try and play that leg side ball into the leg side, but he has to be aware it's going to be straightened. He's just got that natural inclination to want to close the face of the bat all the time. Sibly, something he probably has to fight himself over. He waits for Embel Denier in again, and this one is full. He digs it out and up to mid off, and they hurry through for 1.
Point Gary made earlier about every successful team has had batsmen who don't have classical techniques, and you wonder how they get runs. And then a minute later he's saying, well, his back foot shouldn't be doing that. Well, if that's his technique, and that's what's got him in the team, and that's how he's scoring runs, then he probably shouldn't change it.
Well, they often say, don't they, that your best stroke is also your weakness as well, and I think that is true, because maybe you try to play your favourite shot too often to a ball that you shouldn't be playing it to.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have a best shot, then you won't have a weakness.
Exactly. Reverse sweep from Johnny Bairstow, very well played indeed. No one need run for that, because it's gone down to third man for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So good shot from him, the reverse sweep. Now yesterday, watching a bit of Joey Root, Joey as I call him, he played a couple of switch hits as well, didn't he, apart from the reverse sweeps, which was fun.
Hendo, if he would have got out to that shot, that last shot, if he would have edged that, or top edged it to slip, would you have said, why is he playing a reverse sweep?
I probably would, because I like orthodox cricket. Onto the back foot he goes, a little bit shorter this time. He chops it away through cover for a single.
And what you did say was, he's played that well, 4 runs. Thank you very much. Move on. As if. And if it's not a good shot to play, then it's not a good shot to play whether it goes for 4 or whether it's caught.
I think players now are just so confident in that shot. In my batting years, I never really played the reverse sweep because it hadn't really got into vogue, put it that way. Sibly comes right down the wicket, and there's a ridiculous appeal at slip. He's got well outside off stump, didn't try to hit the ball, having not got to the pitch of the ball, but just padded it away really. But no chance of an LBW. It's the end of the over, and England are 35 for 1. I think it's. I think you have to be aware of how confident players are in that shot now. I don't particularly like the reverse sweep against the spin. The reverse sweep with the spin I would prefer, and that was what we got in that over. It was the left arm spin that was, and he played with the spin. So from my point of view, that's reasonably okay.
News from Farong, Bangladesh are 222 for 4 after 44 overs. Raheem not out 50, 47 balls, 3 fours, 1 sixes. Better batter and keeper than Tim Payne, he reckons.
Mendes bowls again, swept. Is that gone in the air? It has gone in the air. Has it gone all the way? It has. Bairstow has got underneath that and has swept it away for a maximum. And
if I would have told you when England came out to bat about 20 minutes ago they'd be 41 for 1, you would have grabbed that with both hands.
It's a little bit of a top edge that though, isn't it? But he's got enough strength and enough timing that it's gone all the way. He stood there looking at it, maybe was a little bit worried that it might fall into the hands of one of the men in the deep. Have we lost the ball now? Because there seems to be a delay. The ball has ended up somewhere not very nice. It's covered in what looks like chalk. And
looks like it's been at a Baby Shambles band meeting, that ball.
It's finally going to be thrown back onto the pitch. Maybe some of the chalk will come off as it rolls across the grass. But
it went in the bucket.
It went in the bucket. What? And hang on, what's in? Hang on.
Well, it's paint.
How many How many balls are there? They just rolled one back on. Maybe they're just
the bucket of whitewash.
Yeah, it is the whitewash, but they've just rolled 2 separate balls on, haven't they?
No. They just he wiped it and then threw it on the pitch.
Yeah, you can't use that.
Well, they're bringing out a new box. Maybe this will be what makes all the difference.
And then you can blame Bairstow for hitting it in a bucket of whitewash.
Well, he couldn't have done that if he tried. So, Johnny, put it in the whitewash. And somehow he's managed to do that. Actually, he has hit that well.
In the 70s, they used to have... Do you remember in the Sunday League, they used to have these giant eggs around the outfield, sponsored by the Egg Marketing Board. And if you hit an egg, you won sort of, I don't know, 50 quid or something massive at the time in 1978. I don't recall anybody ever doing it.
I remember being at a NatWest or a Gillette game in the early 80s, very early 80s, or even maybe late 70s, and Javed Miandad was in the early part of his career at Sussex. And I remember there being a couple of eggs there because we were talking. I remember talking about it. My dad.
There's plenty of eggs at Sussex.
Well,
Hi,
maybe.
David Brooke, if you're listening.
Have we got a ball then? Have we finally got a ball?
We got a ball. Ravi now reckons that you look like the bureaucrat out of Metropolis in that lighting, Hender.
I look like what? Yeah, the lighting is has changed since we opened the curtains. So yeah,
You're growing your beard
I've
back
lost,
as well.
I've lost the milk tray. Not really. No, just being lazy.
Okay.
I suppose. Yeah, just haven't
When
got
was the
around
last time
to
you had
it
a
yet.
shower?
People talk about growing a beard as if it's something you have to consciously do. If you do nothing, that's what will happen.
It happens. It happens exactly. And as you know, I like to do nothing. Mendes throws this one up again, and Berso just drops forward outside his off stump. And
It's what you're best at.
What's that? Not doing things.
Doing nothing.
Yeah. Well, it's my weakness and my strength.
The light roller makes the point that Johnny Bairstow prefers the white ball.
Very good. Yes. Yes. Anyway, here comes Mendes again. None for 9. Just a slip and a short square leg. That's horrible. It's flat and turns down the leg side, and Bairstow has nothing to do with it.
If that would have been with the white ball, it would have been a wide.
Yeah.
It would have been. Yeah, absolutely. He would have been on a bound to signal a wide if they hadn't rubbed the ball or got a new one. Mendes in again. Bairstow aims the sweep again. He's got a hold of it. Is that going to go all the way? No, there's a man out there. And 1 run is all they get. 42 for 1. Bairstow goes to 15 from 12. Sibly has 12 from 29. And at the moment they're doing a pretty good job. They've got wickets in hand. And once again it's Buldenia, the man who's taken the 1 England wicket for. He's now got 8 wickets in all. Also batted beautifully this afternoon to give Sri Lanka a little bit of hope. Here he is again, too short down the leg side, well taken by Dick Weller, running across to the leg side. I've also brought in a leg slip now. It's, a bit of a mixed bag at the moment from Mendes, getting his length or
I
line.
don't think they can
quite
afford to have sort of 3 bad overs from one end. I think they keep to tinkering and finding the best.
Yep, tickled away this time by Sibly out to deep square. They come through for 1. That is the end of the 10th over. It's 43 for 1. Nestlers.
Yes, Chris TB says he doesn't have a best shot, but he still has a weakness. It's called batting. So we got here. Sight Screen Cricket Journal has tweeted in. Possibly the most underrated cricketer in the world's most underrated cricket team. I don't quite know who that's about.
Who's he talking about?
Well, that's what I don't know. And on YouTube, Chelsea fan TV Taylor says, "Good morning." And Stephen Kelk says, "Good morning all. I turned my back for a few hours and 12 wickets have fallen." Well, that can happen.
Yeah, it's very true.
Go away to make a cup of tea and it's all change.
Well, you don't want to be doing that. And Buldenia bowls to Sibly, who comes right forward, big stride, steers it out into the offside.
There's a lot of talk about the England batting lineup and having to go to India next. I'll continue that after this ball.
Okay.
Something dramatic happens.
He's played that well. There's hints that Sibly is adapting to his task of opening against spinners. This one he goes back to and punches through the offside. We'll take another single.
But probably less now than any time in history is India going to be a trial by spin. With their seam attack, I don't quite know who's going to be fit and available, but they are predominantly a seam-based bowling attack, and I think they're going to prepare wickets. They might prepare wickets that reflect that, which might make it a bit more interesting for England seamers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this morning, if your spinners aren't really bowling very well, why would you leave 2 men out, or one of the men out, who's got 500 plus test wickets? Onto the back foot goes Bairstow, steers it through the offside. A good effort from the man at cover to stop it, but he doesn't manage to prevent the run.
England's rotation stroke resting policy means that their 3 out of their 4 best seam bowlers are not playing in this game. Because Archer's not playing, and Broad isn't playing, and Stokes isn't playing. All voluntary as far as England are concerned. it's something odd about a rotation stroke resting policy where you wouldn't have 3 of your best 4 seamers playing. That's not a rotation policy. If you have 2 out of 2 or 1 out of 4 not playing, then that makes more sense. But 3 out of 4?
Yeah, and I think also you're never quite sure how many overs you're going to get out of Ben Stokes. So
actually, as a third seamer in Sri Lanka and in India, he's not going to have to bowl all that many.
Well, no, that's true. That's right. Now that's hit Sibly on the pad, and they're all shouting for LBW.
And caught.
I don't know what else they're calling for, but well, it certainly didn't look LBW to me. It looked like it was going down the leg side. The umpire wasn't interested. I think they have reviewed. Yeah.
It looked possibly a bit high. It looked straightish, but it may have been a bit high. I'd like to see how far back he was in his crease.
It was also that one that goes straight on. It just looked at the angle. He'd come quite wide.
And if he did get a nick, it was caught.
Right. Well, we'll look out for that. Thrown up. It's straight. It might have even pitched outside leg. It's it's only just above the knee roll.
But it is leggy.
It is a little bit leggy. That was my initial feeling, but
if
looking
he
at it now,
he's safe.
I would, I think so. It could be clipping. If it is clipping, obviously the umpire's given it not out, so he survives. Oh, here we go. No, nothing on the bat. The big line comes in when it hits the pad. Can't see anything on the bat there.
That's not hitting leg stump flush. I think that's missing, or maybe just clipping the outside. So he should be reprieved. Well, not reprieved. He wasn't given out.
I always look at the wicketkeeper, and he hasn't actually gone that far down the leg side. It's on the line of leg stump. It's umpire's call. So Dominic Sibley will survive.
Producer's note, that is exactly the ball that got him out in the first innings there.
It's the one he starts to go forward to and then goes back.
And
it ends up being too full and slides onto him.
Exactly, but the one in the first innings was very similar. It was clipping the stump, but it just pitched in line and just hit him more in line.
So not the exact same.
Thank you, producer.
Yeah. Okay. So Sibley survives. 14 not out. 45 for 1 England. Chasing 164 to win. And we have 5 minutes till tea. Embledenia is in bowling, and there is turn, but well played by Sibley, getting right forward and right over the top of that, head over the top of the ball.
Wasn't another no ball, was it? I saw the umpire's arm moving. This was a camera cut away. Maybe not. He may have just been waving to his mate.
It looks as if all the, various Sri Lankans took it upon themselves to call for a review there. The man who thought he'd caught it was reviewing it before even consulting his captain. Final ball of the over is defended on the front foot. 45 for 1. More tweets.
Affinator says it's now 13.444 per wicket. Now, Brian Barish has joined us. Says, good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. I have randomly woken at 4 a.m. an hour before my alarm. So here I am, pleasantly surprised to hear England batting. Take me to sunrise, lads.
Well, it does mean we're going to get a day off tomorrow, doesn't it? It means I don't have to get up at 3:30 on consecutive days.
You might have to get up for 20 minutes.
Yeah. No, I'm not having it. They're going to get it today. They must get it today.
Bad light.
Jaggy Sran has joined us on Facebook. Hello, Jaggy.
Hello.
And Rahul Kumar Yadav as well.
Ramesh is off, and Pereira is back into the attack. Just the short square leg and the slip goes back. Does Besto eases it past that man close in. They more or less walk the single. Besto moves to 17. England to 46 for 1.
Should be the last over before tea, and it's a big difference going in 1 down or going in 2 downs. So,
well, it's 1
wicket. From England's point of view, do not lose a wicket this over.
Absolutely. Here is Pereira again into Sibley. Sibley is forward, well outside the line of his off stump, defends it into the offside, and Dick Weller comes around from behind the stumps to do the fielding. 46 for 1. Pereira in again, rolls to Sibley. Sibley goes back, hit on the pad, could be in trouble here. May have got an inside edge. Dilruwan wants to review it.
They're getting very excited, aren't they?
But I don't think he's getting support. No, he is getting support from Channel. I suppose they might as well. So they are going to review this, and we're now going to find out whether England are going into the tea break with 1 wicket down or 2 wickets down, and as Fred
That's
tells you,
closer than the last one.
oh yeah, but I mean he may have got an inside edge on that. Let's have a look. If he's not, height is the only.
Very far back. He's quite far back in this.
He is far back. It's been given not out, so again it could be one of those that's clipping and he's going to get away with it.
Hitting the leg bail, possibly.
Yeah, I think it could be. I don't think it's missing. I think it's straight enough, but I just think it's a little high.
He's quite tall, isn't he?
He is a tall man. We're not going to see it from front on for the time being. Here we are. It turns, pitches, and it's umpire's call. It's umpire's call.
Leg bail. Yeah.
It is the leg bail. So more frustration for Sri Lanka.
Oh, blimey.
He survives. And Durawan rather, I don't know, frustratedly throws the ball down.
Petulantly, you sub-editor.
That's indeed.
What would you do with the Sri Lankan bowler, a sitter, if he drops a catch? A sitter Fernando. Isn't that a sub-editor's dream?
It's a Sitha.
He's dropped a Sitha.
Exactly. Pereira. I don't dream of anything any longer as a sub-editor. Onto the front foot comes Sibly. That's killing any potential spin. And Dick Weller does the fielding. 46 for 1, 4 balls remaining. So T. And Dilrawan is in again. Forward comes Sibly, plays that with the turn up towards mid-on. And again there is no run. Looking at the replay again, as if the host broadcaster can't believe it's not been given out. But those are the rules. Onto the back foot he goes again, gets hit on the pad, gets tangled up, but that is too high for sure. That, I believe, is the end of the over. Everyone seems to be going off apart from Sibly. He's going to stay out there and practice. Yes.
He's just scuffing up Steve Smith's mark.
That could be it, couldn't it? Anyway, that's it. That's tea. What an extraordinary day it's been. If you've missed any of the cricket so far this morning, it's all happened remarkably quickly. England lost their wicket after adding, I think, 5 runs. It meant that Sri Lanka had a lead of 37. They got themselves to 126, is that right? In the end, 126, setting England a total of 164 to win. They're 46 for 1 in reply. There were wickets, I think, 4 apiece for Bess and Leach, and a couple for Joe Root. So spin it was that triumphed in that Sri Lankan second innings. Anyway, Bear, have you got anything to put on for 20 minutes while we all have a little bit of a break?
Yeah, I mean, we can go back to this interview. I don't know how longer is left. I think it's probably only about 16 minutes or something. 19
that should
minutes.
Be enough.
There's 19 minutes, so that's perfect. We shall see you after tea.
Indeed.
Talent, simultaneously developing the playing and the coaching with a view to addressing those future challenges. I think that in itself is very, very interesting, because I mean traditionally I would imagine players get to 30 something and they go, the old body's not quite I don't quite run the singles the way I used to. There's a couple of yards off the pace. I wonder if coaching will suit me. Whereas you're talking about a young chap who is simultaneously learning coaching as well as learning the game. I think that is kind of really interesting.
No, it's good, and credit to him as well. Credit to him to give up. Credit to him to take that path, and I think it would be great for him, because he's going to be, Surrey has some fantastic coaches around that he can learn from, as a player but as a coach as well. And we all learn from our PE teachers back in the day, or our first cricket coach, and or whatever coaches we've been around. You can take things from them. So excited for him to start his coaching journey, and excited for it to be with us as well, with a bit of support. And for the scholars too. Having someone of his level around the program, coaching them and just seeing, if you get him to do a demo, he's definitely going to bowl it better than and hit the ball better than I am or some of the other coaches. So it's it's very very aspirational piece as well. So excited for him to be involved.
That is fantastic. So let's we talked about the challenges. Let's just sort of look at one or two of those and see where and how Ace is starting to make a difference. I mean, one of the things that often comes up is that lack of role models. If a generation tends to move away. I know there was when we spoke to Rodney Hines recently, who's the sports editor of the Voice. I think in 2019 there were 9 black players across the 18 counties. In 1995 it was 33. That's an alarming decline. If I look at my own county, I'm a Middlesex man, even though I now live in Surrey. Don't shoot me. but I did practically used to live next to Lord. In my defence, you can take the boy out of Middlesex, but you can't take Middlesex out of the boy, as they say. But if I look at Miguel Cummings, fantastic addition, I thought, to the Middlesex squad. Now, potentially, he's going to have to jump through a whole set of hoops if he wants to be able to stay. And as we talk right here today, that situation is uncertain. So not only do you have a challenge in getting great role models, when one arrives who has all of the attributes to become one, there's obstacles in his way. Is there any influence that can be brought to bear there in the context of the aspiration of supporting African Caribbean interest?
Yeah, it's the role models piece is a big thing. It might seem small for some people, but it's actually quite big. If you're growing up as a young child and even your parents, the parents seeing this, if you're not seeing any people that look like you, sound like you, move like you, just have the same experiences to you, if you're not seeing that within a certain environment, you're not going to be attracted to it. So there's no surprise that the numbers have dropped massively in cricket, but you've seen now in football there's always examples of young players coming through and getting opportunities and playing for England and stars of their club. So for young children growing up, they're going to see that and they're going to be gravitated to that, and now you're seeing it more so in rugby as well. There's many black players playing in rugby at the clubs and for England too. So the awareness of that is huge, and I think for us, one of the things that we're trying to do for the program, which we've been quite good at so far, is getting that awareness out there, and coming on Guerrilla Cricket and other media platforms helps with that, raising the awareness and just showing. We film a lot of our sessions and we put it out there on our Instagram page and stuff. And we're working on a bit of a behind the scenes documentary at the moment. Through Ebony's media connections, we're quite fortunate that we've got some key people working on that, and we've got working on some aspirational videos to put out there, just because we want to be able to put content out there where young people and their parents can see it and be like, okay, yes, cricket is actually something for me to be involved in and playing, and I think that it just hasn't been that, and like where other sports have benefited, and you look at athletics as well, for years there's always been sprinters, shot putters, javelin throwers, cyclists. There's an awareness there. So naturally, if you see people that look like you having success, being involved in programs, then you're going to be gravitated. If you don't see anything, you're not going to think, well, actually, should I play cricket? Is that for me? I don't see anyone else that looks like me playing. How am I going to feel with being in that environment? So we want to change that narrative, and hopefully we can do that. And the role models help. And going back to the point we said about the ambassadors and the patrons we've got, they help with that as well. Just their profiles, and like I said, we've got Jofra Archer and Chris Jordan, and then Jofra Archer, arguably one of the most spoken about names in cricket worldwide. So having that profile is huge for the program, and we feel by doing those kind of things we'll be able to attract new existing and players who maybe have stopped playing, thought they played for a bit, didn't feel it was for them, and hopefully we can get them back into playing as well.
One of the things I've heard levelled at cricket, certainly cricket in England, is it hasn't always been that welcoming to dare I say it, non-white communities. If I look at the problems John Holder has cited. If I look at Rafiq in Yorkshire, clearly there is the supporting and there's that side, and there is the playing side. We'll talk a little bit about how, for example, the Cricket Supporters Association and yourself are kind of tackling a similar problem from different aspects. Yours very much on the playing and participation side, theirs on the spectator side. But is that a problem that's genuinely there? And by doing what you're doing, can the ACE program really be a key part in shifting attitude as well as getting that participate? I know the two things go hand in hand, but you clearly have the opportunity and are part of creating an attitude shift actually in the game, as well as to bring people in from outside it. The two must go hand in hand.
Yeah, and just like you said, there's changing behaviors and shaping attitudes. That's what we were, it's sad that cricket is like that for the best part of how many years in this country. I can give you a personal example. I remember I went to a few years ago. We had the national conference at Lords. Over 200 people in the room for one of their programs. All the kind of senior management within cricket, from Cricket Scotland down to Cricket Plymouth. I walked into this room and I looked around and I was just like, wow, is there any other black people in here? There's not many. Where's the Asian people? Where's the women? Where's the Asian women? Where's the black women? It's just unfortunately, cricket is predominantly dominated by old white men, and a lot of the thoughts and the processes.
He says, talking to an old white man.
Yeah, I know. And I don't mean that by any offense, but it's just the reality of cricket in the country, that all the senior management across all the county boards was predominantly I'd say 90 to 95% white men, and and it's just trying to diversify that and trying to change that. And through this program, we would want to do that. And even on the spectator side, like I said, through being based at the Oval, the charity's based, and obviously the history to Surrey, we've always been in conversations that when West Indies would come in the summer just gone, what we was putting our kind of feel on what that might look like for fans. And it's sad that you go back to the Oval used to be a heartbeat of having a big history of West Indian fans coming in, because there's a real connection there. They had the music, the food, everything else, and the same Oval that embraced that community was one of the first the first grounds to stop allowing the music to come in for fans and stuff like that. So and over time, then you see the Barmy Army developed, and the trumpet guy and everything else, and it's like, well, you stopped that for one community, now you've allowed it for another. And in recent times as well, you got the Barahat Army comes in with the drums, and it's a fantastic atmosphere. And the Bangladesh fans, when we had the ICC Champions Trophy and World Cup and stuff, it's massive. And now it's just trying to, unfortunately, by stopping a lot of the black British community who are supporting the West Indies, coming in with the conchs and the horns and the music and everything else, he lost a lot of people. People thought, well, I can't go to the cricket and be myself and enjoy it, so they end up stop going. And I guess that's filtered through on the spectator side, and hopefully through programs like ourselves and others, and like you mentioned, we can get more fans coming in and making them feel like that the Oval and other county grounds and are places for them to watch cricket and enjoy it. And regardless of whether it's the other thing is, I don't want it just to be, well, West Indies are here, so let's get all the black people involved to watch cricket. Let's be encouraging the communities to watch it all the time, because a lot of especially the young children, they're British. A lot of them have never been to the Caribbean.
That comes back to the role models that they can look up to actually playing the game.
Like we got a young scholar on our program. His favorite player is Joe Root. He loves Joe Root, and he's not. We're kind of managing his expectations. You're never going to get to play to that level of Joe Root, but actually we found over this process he's really good in front of the camera, really good speaking on camera, and you might get to in a year or 2 years time you might actually interview Joe Root, and that is actually a realistic opportunity that we can develop through some of the media channels and links that we have. So it's just trying to empower the young people where we can, and these children are, their influences are British, their culture, a lot of them is British, and it's just trying to, make sure that, even if it's England against Australia and New Zealand, we're doing what we can to encourage more young black people to come into places like the Oval to feel like they can watch cricket and have a good time.
Well, let's just come on to, for a moment, if we may, a couple of things which probably aren't at the centre of the remit of what ACE does, but ACE must, I guess, ultimately somehow seek to impact. One is the cost of sport. Now, I'm not an economist, but I do know, having two sons who have played the game, one very much still does. Cricket bat can cost you up to £1,000. Not to mention all the kit, and if you play for a club, you've got the shirt sponsorship on the shirt and all kinds of stuff like that. So it's an expensive game to play. Something like 22% people living in challenged circumstances in the UK. I might venture that inner cities, and therefore some of the communities you're looking to attract, perhaps over-index where those challenges are. Is there anything that you can do to somehow enable them to get them started with kit, with equipment? Because otherwise the risk is it continues to be a white man's game for people who went to public school, right? And somehow we have to break that. And kit and equipment is actually a big part of that. So is there anything ACE can do on that front?
Yeah, no. As part of our scholarship program for the children on our academy, we have bursaries in place to cover equipment if required, travel expenses if required. So we've got funding in place to cover all those costs. And like you said, cricket is an expensive game. Bats now are like £400, some of them, and or maybe more. And that's a holiday. You get two of them. There's your grand alone. The helmet that can cost up to nearly £100, and the boots and the pads and the gloves. It's very, very expensive sport. So we do have funding in place to mitigate against those costs, and that will be an ongoing thing. And some players need more assistance than others, and some don't. But it's also just creating a safe place for parents and players to feel like they can ask us for support financially if they do need it, because some people are proud and they don't want to see that they're asking for help or a handout here or there. But we do have the funding in place to support that if players do require any additional support. So we've got funding in place for equipment and travel, etc., and anything really that if they can't really afford, that they need.
Well, so Chevy, even on issues like affordability of equipment, which is such a big challenge to participation and inclusion, it sounds like your charitable status and the plans you have in place are set to overcome that. We talked about black people feeling more welcome at games, and it sounds to me as though the cricket world, you're pushing the cricket world to make that happen. And Surrey, would you agree Surrey are quite at the forefront of that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a massive part of the game to make people feel welcomed into it, and the fans not feeling that the Oval was a place for them before. And I think, like we said, the Barmy Army have a nice space when England are playing, and when India are over, the Bharat Army do. And we was working with Surrey on creating like an area for the West Indian fans where you can have like your jerk pans and a rum shack, and just kind of make it more Caribbean food type options for the West Indies fans to make feel welcomed in there. And I think all grounds have that responsibility to make everyone feel welcome, that it's a place for them, and even in general, not just when West Indies here, but for us, the Oval is in Lambeth, and we've got a massive Caribbean, African and Portuguese community, so the food stalls should be kind of reflective of that, the food options, and just embracing all the community as best as you can.
Well, that is phenomenal. So we looked at that mission statement, you want to accelerate change. We looked at supporting diverse talent and grassroots to the elite, building grassroots programs, creating an elite academy, and actually including the development of coaching to bring coaching into the game. We talked about the addition of role models, the financial support that can be given to aspirant young Black and African Caribbean players. So and indeed we talked a little bit about working with the Cricket Supporters Association. So as you effect change from within the game, from the playing and participation side, they're looking at the supporters side, and effectively you're pushing in the same direction. It's incredibly exciting. It's an incredibly exciting initiative. It's off to a fantastic start. Just to conclude, tell us, if I want to know more or I want to get involved and I catch this interview, who should I talk to and what are the ways I can help?
Yeah, no, you can contact myself. Anyone can contact me, at my email, which is chevy@aceprogram.com. I'll repeat it again. Chevy, CHEVY @aceprogram.com. And you can check out our website at aceprogram.com as well. And we keep a lot of our up-to-date things that are going on at our training sessions and everything else on our Instagram page as well. So you can check that out at ace.program on Instagram, and we've got other social media platforms that can all be found on our website. So please contact me, email me with any requests to be part of the program. Very much looking forward to hearing from new people who want to be involved, and a credit to yourself, Tony, and Guerrilla Cricket for reaching out to help spreading the awareness of the ACE program. And all of this stuff helps to try and get more young people involved in the game, and you never know who's listening or watching who will feel like, oh, that's an opportunity for me, or opportunity for my child or my nephew or my niece, or anyone, cousin, whoever.
Right, well, we're back after tea on this momentous day, on the fourth day of the second test of England's tour of Sri Lanka from Galle, and what an interesting day it's been. We welcome back Jono.
Hello again.
I believe Gary will be joining us shortly, and the Bears, of course, monitoring everything from Control Central in Sydenham. We've had quite an interesting day. When it started, England were 9 wickets down and had a deficit of 37. No, they ended up with a deficit of 37, all out for 344, and Sri Lanka contrived to get themselves all out for 126, leaving England 164 to win, and they've managed to get 46 of those for the loss of only 1 wicket. Corley the man down, 46 for 1, needing 118 more runs to win, and it's not dead yet by any means for England, but they've certainly put themselves in a good position to win this game today.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tough, isn't it? We saw before the tea break, there were a couple of occasions where, even though Sibly, or the Fridge as he's affectionately called by myself, is getting a long way outside off stump with that sharp turn, it's still going to cause him some problems. Certainly Pereira, the right arm off spinner. Certainly a lot of cricket left in this match yet.
Yeah, I think your point, Fred, about it not being done, I think if England needed 50, it still wouldn't be done.
Well, that's what it's like batting last on a splitting wicket in the subcontinent. As the first ball after tea will be bowled by Embaldenia to Bairstow, who takes a single, or possibly more, as he's turned this behind square on the leg side. Mathews follows it back from leg slip. They do come back for 2. That's good running. One thing Johnny Bairstow is absolutely excellent at is running between the wickets, except of course that run out in the last test match. But I mean, generally speaking, he's a terrific runner, and him and Root are fantastic runners together as well. Just nobody's work.
I've posted a video on Twitter, and I've tagged in at Guerrilla Cricket, of 2012 when I was walking into the ground. So if anybody wants to see what it's like at ground level, rather than from the drone shots of what it's like to walk into the Galle International Stadium, you'll find it there.
Out comes the reverse sweep from Bairstow. He's got this pretty fine, and he's timed it pretty well. There's nobody at third man. He's going to pick up 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
And again, as I was saying to Hendo before, if he gets out playing that shot, he's going to be absolutely crucified by England spectators. But you have to take into account that he's going to score runs by getting that as well. So you can't ignore the runs and then just crucify him for the wickets. You've got to take it as a totality.
Fred, you're not a man who easily puts up with cant, so can you set an agenda with the first 2 balls of a session, have England set the agenda here that they're going to be on the front foot and Sri Lanka on the back foot by taking those runs from the gun bowler of the hosts?
I think they've done it all the way through this innings, and it's not that many overs. As Embledenia bowls again, and out comes a reverse sweep, and is he out? He may well be out, I think. No, the umpire says no. He said quite clearly no, but they are going to review it. So where was this hit? Bairstow, you can never tell much by Bairstow's body language. But the question is whether it's hit his body or whether it's hit some part of his bat or glove.
It was an instant review, so that spells danger, I think.
Well, let's see. Oh, it's close to the glove, but I think it's possibly above the glove and hit him on the wrist. That's going to be...
I think they're going to... Look, they've got to prove beyond reason...
Well, they've got to overturn the umpire's decision who's given it not out.
I think... Here. Yeah, it's hit the band, I reckon.
Does it hit the band on the way through to his wrist? There's no mark on the hot spot until it hits arm.
You see that impression, though, there? On the frame before...
Yeah, but that's not necessarily hitting. You haven't seen the ball deviate, and you haven't seen any mark on the ultra edge, so it's going to be difficult to overturn. Not impossible.
It's whether it's a wristband or a freckle. There'd be a freckle in this.
I'd rather be a freckle than a wristband, as Paul Simon once rejected as a lyric. Is there enough to overturn? Well, this could go either way. It then ran up his arm and hit his bicep, and then was well taken by Dick Weller. I can't... Honestly, I'm trying to put any bias out of my mind. I don't think there's enough there to overturn it. And
I agree.
It has not been overturned. Bairstow might be lucky. It may have just flicked the glove, but they've lost a review, and that's another thing that's going to hamper Sri Lanka. They've lost 2 reviews. Oh no, one of them they retained. Yeah.
Very good of you to agree there, Gary. Just saying as giving it that one.
Well, I don't often agree, but in this case, definitely so.
I'm saying it may have hit the glove. It may have just flicked the wristband, but there's not enough to overturn the umpire's decision. Both ways, in fact, had he given it out. As the next ball, he leans forward and defends. Well, we're just talking about the reverse sweep and how he gets runs from it, and then the next ball, he's very nearly out to it. So.
I think on this wicket, you've got to be able to reverse sweep, because if your main scoring option is the sweep, once that's cut off, you can get very bogged down. And so, although I think it can be overused, you've got to get it out now and again.
I'd be used.
Yes. But I think, to go back to a point we were making about 5 points ago, England have looked to be positive in this innings. All the batsmen, that's Crawley who's been out, and Sibly and Bess, they've looked to take runs where they can and not get bogged down, which I think is absolutely the right idea. Next ball, Bairstow goes right back on his stumps. He finds a gap at cover, takes a single out to the sweeper and keeps the strike. The end of the 13th over, it's 53 for 1. What are the tweeters saying?
Well, I'm not entirely sure where we got up to, so I'll start with Brian. Good day and good morrow, cricket nerds. I randomly... We had him, right, classic. Yeah. Obviously, that was always going to happen, wasn't it? Grubby got in touch. Had a couple from Gary. Taffinator, 13.11 per wicket now. Farong says Bangladesh 297 for 6 after 50 overs. So the West Indies look like they may be in grave trouble again.
They are struggling, West Indies, on that. Am I right in thinking it's very much a reduced team from the West Indies? I haven't examined it that closely.
A lot of them stayed home.
Right.
You know, some fair enough, they're going to cut them straight back in, but some lads that you would expect that new in their careers, it's a bit of a risk.
Well, Pereira's going to start from the other end after tea, and Bairstow goes right back on his stump. He has to get some back on that, and he does. It's not very much of it, because he was pinned in front of his stumps, and he got just a little bit of an inside edge down to fine leg, short fine leg, no run.
Wouldn't you have that man up at leg slip? You know, if that ball bounces, it's taking the gloves and then it's just dropping into leg slip's hands.
Out comes the reverse sweep again, this time against the spin, but he's got it very square and he's timed it well, and it's gone for another boundary. we're told by Knackle that at least 10 West Indies first choice players did not tour because of the COVID situation, which is fair enough. There's often the ways with these things that people who are looking to make a career are more likely to take the risk of the COVID situation to try and get on the ladder, which is understandable. 57 for 1 now. England need 107 runs to win this game and win the series 2-0. Out comes the regular sweep, and there should be a man at deep backward square leg. There is, so it's just a single to Bairstow. Brings Sibly onto strike for I think the first time after tea.
Shamar Brooks is one of the lads who's new to his international career from the West Indies perspective, and he's decided to stay at home, which I thought was a bit of a risk. Obviously, Joshua De Silva has gone. I spoke to him about it, and he said from his point of view, as someone who's new to international cricket, he felt like he had to.
I was wondering when your first Josh De Silva mention would come. Anyone who had that in the sweepstake, well done. Pereira bowls and Sibly gets the sweep out, and has that hit him on the pad? It's gone very fine down to fine leg. Is it going to go for a boundary? It is. Is the umpire going to signal whether it's leg byes? He does. I don't know whether he has to signal that before the DRS timer is up. I'm not sure what the rules are with that, because it's quite instructive in their decision. It hit him well outside the line of the stump. It may have been hitting the stumps, but it couldn't have been given out because he played a sweep, missed it, it hit his thigh and went down for fine leg for 4 leg byes. 62 for 1 now. Get it into double figures. That's what teams always say. I don't know why. Still a lot of runs. As Pereira's in again and Sibly defends.
Just feel there's a clatter of wickets coming soon, one way or another. You just think that the score's going to go from 85 for 1 to 87 for 4 or something. It doesn't feel secure, not to me.
Sibly faces up to Pereira again. He tries to play this. Dick Weller has taken the stumps and he's appealing for stumping. I don't think there's any way in which Sibly raised his quite massive foot off the ground. But Dick Weller is not one to be, if there's an appeal, he's going to make it. No, that's just a ludicrous decision. The umpire shouldn't have even sent it upstairs because...
They do every single time now, though, don't they? It's like umpires no longer have to make decisions. It's ridiculous.
Well, I can see times where it could be an issue where you're trying to waste time, towards the end of the day with bad light or something, where you just take the stumps off every ball and make them go upstairs. You could take each over last 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes. Somebody will think of it one day, but it needs the umpires on the field to be a little bit more confident in their own abilities. Let's put it that way. That was the end of the over. 14 overs have gone, 62 for 1, and Buldenia, who is far and away Sri Lanka's outstanding performer in this match, with the ball in the first innings and with the bat in the second. He'll be bowling to Johnny Bairstow, left arm round the wicket, and Bairstow leans forward and defends into the offside. With the spinners bowling, it's sometimes difficult to find time for the tweets, but remind me at the end of the over and we'll bash through some.
The Sri Lankan sponsors reminding us of the importance of dialogue, one might say.
Out comes the reverse sweep again from Bairstow, but it's straight to the man at, trying to work out where that is. It's the offside, so it will be backward point. Yes, go run. A bit difficult when they get out the reverse, trying to work out the fielding positions. Another good reason why it should be banned. I'm only joking. 45 runs this partnership, and you'd have got good odds against Sibly being there with 50 on the board, let alone 62. But he is, and there have been a couple of appeals against him.
Yeah, very tight calls at the end of the last session, but fair enough.
So faces up to Buldenia again, and he gets out the Mo sweep. Dick Weller takes the ball, and guess what? He's smashed the stumps down, but this time he hasn't even appealed. That's how what he thought of the chances. It wasn't far away from off stump. He went for the Mo rather than the controlled sweep, and Actually, that was a better appeal for stumping than the one he had from Sibly in the last over, but neither of them were out. Because this is a fuller ball, actually half volley, which Bairstow taps back to the bowler.
The stumps I've just noticed amuse me a little bit, because all three stumps are kind of garish yellow, no doubt at the behest of the sponsors, but the bails look like they've come out of an old school coffin or something.
Oh, this is trapped him on the back foot. Is it going to miss the leg stump? The umpire says no. He's given Johnny Bairstow out, and I'm pretty sure that Bairstow will review. He has reviewed instantly. Did he get an edge on that? I thought he...
It looked leg side-ish to me.
It looked a bit leg side, but it's one of those where it hits the pad, and the pad is withdrawing further. So it may have hit him in front of the stumps, and then he went further back after the ball had hit it. No, that's going to be out. Oh, I think that's going to be out. Having been given out, that's hitting enough of leg stump. I'm pretty sure it's hit his back leg, and he's only about a foot from the stumps.
It's not missing.
I don't think Bairstow's going to be reprieved. It may be hitting the outside of leg stump. There's no back involved. Well, there may have been back after it hit the pad, which may have confused Bairstow.
He's got himself into a terrible position to play
that. That is going to be out. I'm pretty sure that's out. It is out. It's hitting enough of leg stump for a legitimate decision for the umpire to give it out. It's not going to be overturned. Bairstow has gone. England have lost their second wicket at 62.
And as DRS has come into the game,
on your bike, mate.
Sorry. As DRS has come into the game, it's kind of skewed people's opinions of whether that's a good or a bad decision. So, in theory, if you think it's going to hit any part of the stumps, the umpire should be able to give that out. But with DRS and it in more than half a ball now and all that.
Well, that wasn't just clipping. That was, according to Hawkeye, that was hitting leg stump.
But it's umpire's call, isn't it?
It is, but I don't think any batsman would consider themselves hard done by being given out.
Did you see that? You know when Pat Cummins got not Rahane, Pujara on the last day of the last test with the second ball, it came back and it was literally clipping the upright of leg stump. Now, is that a good decision or is that a bad decision? Because he was given out on field. In theory, it's hitting the stumps, so it's a good.
Does it matter whether it's a good decision or a bad decision?
Well, my point being, as an umpire, if you think it's going to hit the stumps, it only needs to clip any part of the stumps for it to be given out and therefore be a good decision. Arguably, that's a better decision than one that's hitting halfway up middle, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose so.
My view is that batsmen only get one chance. You only get one chance. So as an umpire, you have to be sure that the ball is hitting the stumps. You don't just have to be 50-50. It's like the difference in the burden of proof in a civil proceedings as opposed to criminal proceedings. In civil proceedings, it's the balance of probabilities, and in a criminal court, you have to be sure. And I think because batsmen only get one chance, and once you're off, you're off, I think you have to be sure as an umpire to give it out. And if you think it's hitting, maybe just catch in the corner, then
it's England's captain. He's in a bit of form. Let's jingle him up.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
His first ball, he goes back to him, defends into the offside. He does tend to go back to the spinners. It's the way he plays, but it does make you a little bit nervous when the ball is on its way. So second wicket fall, and England still need 102 runs to win this game. It's very much in the balance. I think I'd make England favourites, but not by a huge amount.
Well, Hendo said they get them in 20s, and that appears to be the plan at the moment.
Yeah, but with a long tail. Well, we shall see. This is likely to finish today one way or the other, you would have thought, light and weather permitting.
We got some tweets in. Armchair Cricket Podcast said, just tuning in, wow, another collapse in the Sri Lankan second innings if they look so steady in the first. Good time for England spinners to come into their own ahead of the Indian tour. Sri Lanka will need something really special to pull off a win. It's England's to lose. Grubby says, I love a list of instances where bowlers have hat-tricks across 2 matches. Anyone ever done it across 3? Knuckle, get on
Well, the statisticians have decided quite arbitrarily that it doesn't count over 2 matches. I don't see why that should be. As there's another LBW appeal, this time against Sibly. Again, the ball that's turning quite dramatically from outside the off stump from Pereira. The umpire's given it not out, and I don't think they're going to use a review because I'm pretty sure that was missing leg stump quite comfortably. It's funny nowadays with DRS, the way teams absolutely go up imploring the umpire, and it's given not out, and they go, no, we're not reviewing it. You know, within a second they've gone from, how's that? It must be out, to no chance. As Sibly leans forward and defends this next ball. Still 102 needed. It's a long way away, but England's absolute world-class batsman at the crease. Not Dom Sibly, Joe Root I'm referring to.
That LBW would have been tighter than probably we first gave it credit for.
Well, having been given not out, I don't think that could have been overturned. We've got 2 close fielders on the leg side now for Sibly as he gets the sweep out, and he's timed this well, but there is a man out at deep square leg, so it's a single to Sibly, brings England's captain onto strike.
There's a fair bit of back and forth between a load of guys talking about who's going to have the rights, the UK rights to the India tour, and that Disney Plus and Hotstar and Star Gold, etc. There's still no definitive answer on that. We don't think we would have assumed BT Sport might have wanted to get involved, but they're still waiting for confirmation, I believe.
Well, somebody will cover it, and I can tell you for certain that we'll be covering it. So stay here and listen to us.
Rather than Talk Sport, who are the alternatives, not BBC.
Rather than anybody. Well, Root, yet to get off the mark, is going to face up to Pereira, and he's driven this towards long on. It goes squarer than he would have liked. It's fielded by mid-wicket, no run.
I felt Root's concentration wasn't great when he was at slip. Obviously, he's calling the shots in the field, and it was a stroke of luck or genius. Does it really matter when he brought himself on to clean up the tail?
His next ball is tucked round the corner to get him off the mark with a single.
Did it pretty well, didn't he? Two wickets without conceding a run.
That's true, but I just hope here that he just gives himself a chance to play himself in and doesn't, as is sometimes the case when you're tired or your concentration levels are low, try and rush things and try and sort of anxiety-induced rushing at the ball.
Pereira to Sibly, who again well back in his crease, defending this into the leg side, no run.
What Root's got to think is if he's there in 20 overs time, England have won this.
Well, he's obviously in tremendous form with the bat, and I'm sure when you're in that kind of nick, you want to be out in the middle and you want to be batting because you think, you know, it's always going to go good, and you don't want to waste being in such form. So, you know, England will be pleased that he's there and want to see him there for a long time. 100 needed to win this game. Let's run through some tweets now.
Farong says, got a few hat-tricks in my time and 2 failed by drop catches, both of which got him a dozen bottles of beer from the culprit each time. Double hat-trick was his best 4 for none of 14 balls, on memory.
Was it a double hat-trick?
Yeah, I mean, but that'd be 6, wouldn't it, rather than 4?
Well, he's saying 4 in 4 would be sort of a double hat-trick, wouldn't it?
Oh, I see.
Embledenia bowls and Root goes back. Does he find a gap in the offside? He does. He takes a single.
I was
99 needed to win.
I was once on a hat-trick first ball of the season because I'd taken 2 wickets to finish the previous season, numbers 10 and 11, and I believed I was on a hat-trick first ball of the season. Wide outside off stump, left alone, no run.
Simon Hughes took the last 2 wickets of a season in consecutive balls to win Middlesex the championship in the early 90s. His next ball is defended by Sibly, no run. And then he missed. He was injured for the start of the next season. He didn't play for a month or 2. And was big hyped up by his teammates. So this was a hat-trick ball, and he bowled it wide.
Yeah.
Embledenia bowls, Sibly defends. We had a look at that LBW appeal from the last over, and I think Snicker was showing there was a bit of an inside edge. So good decision not to review it from Sri Lanka. 65 for 2. Sibly 15, Root 2. As Embledenia pulls out of bowling. He wasn't looking to Mankad, was he? I think Root was anchored in his crease. Who stopped that? Was it the batsman or the bowler? Doesn't really matter. Oh, I see. Yeah, Root was cleaning the wicket in front of him as he was coming into bowl. If it's Steve Smith, they'd be calling him to be hanged. The next ball is defended out square on the offside, no run. Was a bit odd. Root noticed some muck on the ground in front of him. He cleared it away from the bat. It might have interfered with the bowler's follow through. So, unsurprisingly, he pulled out of the delivery. He's in again, Embledenia, and Sibly defends.
I don't think they'd be looking for Stephen Smith to be hanged. I think more transportation would be the
Well, where
penalty.
would you go from Australia?
Well,
There's no
as
way
I said they've rather beaten him to the punch on that one. So.
This is a fuller ball which Sibly turns into the leg side out to mid-wicket. They've taken one. Are they going to come back for the second? No, they are not. So one more to Sibly. He keeps the strike at the end of 17th over. 66 for 2. Jono, read us some tweets.
Messi Jez says, warning, this tweet may cause Gary to explode. WinViz now showing England at 96% to win.
96.
Light Roller responds with, explode like Mickey Arthur's shorts. Obviously been caused great hilarity over the first couple of tests. He went to wearing long trousers, didn't he, for the first couple of days of this test. Apparently it's hotter there this week than it was last. Ravinair, have we noticed how the extras are going up every innings? Has there ever been a test in which the first 10 wickets were taken by pace and the rest, barring run-outs, were taken by spin?
Ooh.
Armchair Podcast, a definite plan to tackle spinners through sweep from England. Previous Indian spinners have been tackled effectively using this ploy by lefties at the top of the order. Bess appears to be sweep happy, both conventional and reverse.
Well, Pereira is back into the attack and Sibly leans forward. He's got a good reach, which he makes use of there and defends it into the leg side. As opposed to WinViz, Betfair has Sri Lanka at 7-1 to win this game, which I think is slightly more accurate than 96%. As Sibly faces again, goes well back into his crease this time, defends again into the leg side.
By the way, I've spared you a very off-colour joke that I thought of regarding Stephen Smith earlier, so I'll accept any gratitude, but I'm not going to say it.
It's free the watershed.
It's out of
Maybe have it as Patreon-only content.
Could be. Could be. It looks like they've cleaned up that roundabout a bit since I was last there.
Oh, he just jabs down the back on this to Sibly as he was perpendicular to the stumps with his pads right in front of him, but he does get a bit of back on it, and Pereira lifts his arms as if to say, I nearly had you there. 66 for 2, 98 runs needed to win. As Pereira bowls again, onto the back foot goes Sibly, defends into the leg side, as most of his defensive shots are.
Josie Oak says, the collapse is on, we're doomed.
You're about
Has he ever said anything else?
I don't think he has, to be fair.
Just to say, Fred, you're about 5 seconds ahead of me, so I hear a beautiful description of what I then subsequently see on the screen. So
that's very kind.
Strange.
A sweep. Sibly gets the sweep out. He gets his front pad well out towards the ball, and it misses the bat, but it hits his defensive pad. He's not looking comfortable, it's fair to say, but he has managed to carve out a technique in this innings, at least. He goes right back on his stumps again, defending into the leg side. I think that was a maiden over. 18 overs have gone, 66 for 2. What are the tweeters saying?
Robin Eyre saying, has Sibly earned his redemption yet? Not sure just yet. Fair way to go for that, I would suggest. For wrong, hopefully for England's sake, the genuine number 8 won't be needed to bat. By Don Bess in that first inning, though. Thought he looked pretty good. Peter Lloyd replies to the earlier one questioning about the seamers versus spinners and runouts. No, this is the first time. Apparently.
Yeah, Knackle tells us that Andrew Sampson has tweeted that England are the first team in Test history to take 10 wickets with seam in one innings, and 10 with spin in the other of the same test.
Do you think that they've been able to sort of identify the likes of Tony Gregg, who would bowl spin and seam, and Sobers and people like that? Have they got the data going back then? Because we wouldn't be sure, would we, if Gregg has or Sobers had taken a wicket with spin or with seam? Who was the Australian? There was an Australian who bowled both as well, wasn't it? Miller, Colin Miller?
Funky Miller. Embledenia bowls to Root, who takes the single on offer through the offside. He's quite happy to let Sibley take most of the strike. I'm not sure England fans are quite as confident, but at the moment it's almost like Sibley's protecting Root rather than the other way round.
Mike Watkinson bowled seam and spin for Lancashire in England. Some would say never seemed to bowl nor spun one, but
well,
still,
I was saying he was bowling spin, but it didn't turn, so it was basically seam, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ashley Giles bowled a lot of deliveries that didn't spin as Sibley faces up to Embledenia, and he gives the strike back to Root as an inside edge down to the fine leg gives him a single.
I think having both started as seamers, isn't it? It's quite tough then to turn themselves into spinners that, you know, absolutely rag it. Gilo was
a lot of
seamer, and
a lot of spinners started as fast bowlers in their youth. But I'm talking not in professional cricket, you know, in schools cricket. And Phil Tufnell was a tearaway fast bowler at school, and then he was a tearaway spin bowler for England.
Just a tearaway, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, until he got expelled from school, of course. Embledenia bowls to Root, which is outside the leg stump, tucked into the leg side towards the wicket. The bowler ambles after it. 3 people are ambling after it. There's no great urgency from the Sri Lankans, but it's just a single for Root.
I mean, they're giving Root a very easy single. He was only on 3. Okay, it's the leg side, so they expected him to play in old parlance against the spin and new parlance into the spin. But that's far too easy for Root. Just simply rock back and just let bat hit ball into the leg side and walk a single.
Is it good batting or is it poor field placing? You've only got 9 fielders.
Yeah, I know, but one of those should have been in.
Should have been where the ball just went. Embledenia bowls and Sibley defence. No, I'm being.
I wouldn't have 2 men out deep if Viv Richards was on 3. Never mind.
Well, there's
Joe
a lot
Root.
of sweeping going on, and they do have to worry about the runs.
Yeah, so you get 1 man out deep and 1 man in close in outfields.
Sibley comes forward and finds the gap at mid wicket. He's timed this pretty well, but it's just going to be the 2 runs as Asita chases it back towards the boundary. So 2 more to Sibley. He's up to 19, 71 for 2, at 93 needed to win.
You know, I think the silly point there came very close to standing on the cut strip as Sibley was playing that shot. And if he does, I think it's a no ball.
We're having a change after this ball as Sibley comes down the wicket again, pushes it to mid-on, takes a quick run, but a successful run. So at the end of the 19th over, England are 72 for 2, and we should welcome in some new performers.
Just Hendo, I believe. So I will move into ball by ball. Nestlers into summarising, I believe, and Hendo on tweets. There's one thing I want to bring up that the light roller tweeted in. Batsmen playing various versions of sweeps in this series. Sri Lanka, thus far, 112 for 5 at an average of 22.4. Joe Root, 168 without loss. So pretty impressive on that front. And what else? Massively impressive from the England captain. Andrew Simons, Mog says, bowled a bit of spin and a bit of medium pace. I should be joined by Nestlers. I am indeed. And Hendo will be lurking somewhere, probably having done a 2nd or 3rd take of his Man from Milk Tray advert. There he is. There's a bit more sunlight behind him now than there was earlier.
My halo. It's my halo, actually.
Almost appeal for a catch out leg slip. Sibley still not looking comfortable, although I think you'd be hard pressed to find many players who would look comfortable on this wicket against the turning ball. But England, they're all right, haven't they? 72 for 2. As Sibley covers up crab-like, fridge full of crab, and just blocks that out into the onside for no run.
You wouldn't have said earlier on that England would be on 72 and Sibly would still be there.
No, you're quite right. You would not, Nestlers.
But he is.
Pereira in again now. That's thick inside edge, but evades the short leg fieldsman, goes down to long leg, and they come through for an easily run one. Terrible throw back in, goes straight short leg rather than the keeper, but it will save us from having to watch the bails being broken again, as is the want of the Sri Lankan keeper on many an occasion. Happy with what you're seeing so far, Hendo?
Yeah. Reasonably, yeah. I mean, I think I did think as Joe was coming out to bat that if he was to get out for a low score, then that would really put the cat amongst the pigeons, because I mean he's been such the mainstay of this team over the two tests. One or two players might just start to doubt themselves.
Absolutely, as Pereira into the probably one of the first less than 5 attempted sweeps that the England captain's missed in the entire series.
Yeah, and he's a little bit lucky there because he's done exactly what Angelo Mathews did this morning. Hit over the top of it, and then it spun back after it passed his bat.
Pereira in again now to the England captain. This one's wider outside off stump, plays away from his body slightly, but they will scamper through for a well-run quick single. That's good calling that from Tom Sibly, to confirm the England captain's desire to take a quick single. Root on to 5. Sibly currently 21 out with 1 ball left in the 20th. England 74-4-2. I think you're on socials, Hendo, and summarising his Nestle boy?
That is correct.
That's correct.
Super duper. Right.
Hendo's public will get to hear him read their tweets out.
They will, very shortly.
As Pereira in now. Straight legged off the back foot there a bit, Sibly, but he's worked it out to I don't like to call it count, call it a wide, straight mid wicket, let's say, but he works it for a single. He'll come through for 1. End of the 20th. Oh, it's not the end of the 20th because it was a no ball. Another no ball from a spinner. It's still 19.5 overs gone.
Is that the sheep side of Cow Corner?
Yes.
Can we call that sheep?
Sheep corner, sheep field. Pereira into now, this time completely over. Joe Root sweeps, misses again. Bails are taken off by Dick Weller, obviously. But that completes the 20th. England 76-2. Hendo.
Yeah, I quite like this from Pereira because I think what he's doing is he's trying to lure Root further outside the off stump to play that sweep, so that he's dragging it even further. I mean, those figures that we were just given show not only that the sweep is, well, not so much that the sweep is a good shot, but the sweep is a good shot when it's played well, and that's basically what Joe has been doing. Mog says Andrew Simons bowled a bit of spin and a bit of pace in inverted commas. Yeah, he was quite a muscular guy. He was kind of one of those guys who was a bit quicker than you think, I think. Farong says not a great start for the West Indies. They are 8 for 1 after 2 overs. I'm not sure what they're chasing, so if someone can give us
300 basically.
Oh, 300, just the 300.
Yeah.
Messi just says, has it stopped snowing, or are you all just very engaging excitement from yesterday? It's not snowing. It's quite bright where I am. I don't know what it is where other people are in the UK.
Yeah, sun's out here.
And there you go. From Wimbledon to Epping, there is sunshine.
Sunny here, but we've had a fair bit of snow up in the Notts region over the last 4 days or so. So it's very cold.
Yeah, it's cold. It's saying -2 outside, so I'm not intending to go out and sample it.
Are you not?
Denia in now to start what will be his 11th on the trot. There's been no bowling changes yet. Lakmal and Fernando must be thoroughly bored. That has turned and bounced off stump. Sibly done well to leave that one alone.
I was going to say, we just had news of the summer that England are going to play a 2-test series with New Zealand.
Excellent news. That is brilliant.
Lords and Edgbaston.
Oh,
New Zealand is so confident that they'll be coming over for the World Championship final.
Yeah, they're increasingly confident it won't be against England.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Sibly onto the back foot. Puts hard. That's well fielded. Looks like almost wrong-footed the fielder at backward point. Maybe a bit of spin. But yeah, very well fielded. Keeps Sibly on strike. Only 22 not out.
Do you think that was the conversation? Look, you're not going to be in the World Cup, the Test final. You might
better
play
ask
us.
them. Yeah.
That's it. Looks like a much slower delivery from Embledenier. And Sibley waits for it well, just nudged it out into the onside, and they come through for a 1. The Kiwis, you can imagine them saying, well, you much prefer us to the Aussies and the Indians, so it was a leg up by giving us some practice.
Well, also, I mean, otherwise we were going to go from the end of that India series until another India series before we saw another Test match, apart from the World Test Championship final, if that goes ahead. The Indian series in England doesn't start until August.
Yeah, it's very late, isn't it?
Yeah, again.
Embledenier in again now. That's well covered up by the England captain. Just puts it right under his nose, and there will be no run.
I don't know about you, but if I go too long without Test cricket, I start to sort of collapse inwardly.
We noticed.
Embledenier in again now, drifting that one back in towards the leg stump of the England captain, but as he has done consistently throughout this tour, solidly in behind it, blocks out to the side. There is no run. 1 ball to complete of the 21st. Embledenier 2 for 41 thus far. I get scared when I watch him go onto the back foot in case it doesn't bounce, but Root's been playing spin so well in this series. Blocks it, kind of a punch block back up towards mid-on, scamper for a single. England 78 for 2 from 21. Any tweets, Hando?
Yeah, absolutely. Josie Oak says, how much time is left today? Increasingly looking like you're back tomorrow morning in the dark and cold. Well, this can go on till 12 today. That's English time. That's what, an hour and 50 minutes away. So, I don't know, 110 minutes. They need another, 86. I mean, I think if they get full play, they'll get there. I think they'll get there. And if they've got wickets in hand, they might have a little bit of a dance towards the end, mightn't they? Just to make sure they get it, rather than having to come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
If they've got close and they've got wickets in hand, I'm pretty sure they'll do that.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to see the Bear have to get up for another short stint, would we?
No, well, him or me. I mean, I wouldn't be at the best of. We had 35 minutes last week when, we got up for 35 minutes. Who was it? It was the Bear, Tony, me, and Messi Jez, as I recall. It's not really very long, is it?
Not so bad for Messi Jez, though, is it? Considering the time difference.
Not for Messi Jez. No, I think it's about 12 o'clock when he starts. Yeah.
Yeah. Mendes to start his third over. And that's into the England captain. That's pushed away up to long on there. We'll come through for an easily run 1. It just doesn't seem to be. I don't want to put the mockers on him here, but he just seems quite comfortable, doesn't he, the England captain?
Mockers, stop mockers. Yeah, he does. I mean, I'm just worried about how tired he might be. He's battered a lot, hasn't he?
He's probably just thinking the last involvement I'm going to have for a while, so lay it all out there, and I can recover afterwards.
Hopefully.
Thick inside edge from Sibley, but that works its way up to long on, gets away with that one a touch, trying to put it out through extra cover. Bit of a false shot, but yeah, I mean, the England captain, he'd rather be tired with a 2-0 victory in his back pocket than throwing it away because he's a bit knackered and not mentally kind of right up for it, and we only go on to draw the series. I think this is another massive feather in England's cap if we can win this 2-0. Pulls a sweep out again. There is no way that's going to be given out. He was about 6 inches outside off stump. Put your appeal away and get back to the top of your mark, you dickhead.
I think that's what the umpire just said to him.
Yeah, basically. Maybe without the expletive at the end. Yeah, no review. Wisely, no review from Captain Dinesh Chandamal.
Just a bit of overexcitement, isn't it?
Yeah. Which you don't mind so much. Obviously, it's a big day, and you never quite know what umpires are going to do. As Root, a couple of lovely steps down the wicket, drives that through a straight mid-off, and that goes for one of these, Bear.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I think that's.
I'm sorry, Hendo.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's as good a shot as any, to be honest. Because I think they have been trying to float it further up and outside off stump to try and get him to stretch when he's playing that sweep shot. And he thinks, well, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll just go down the wicket a couple of steps and drive it through straight mid-off. And you've got your man at mid-off is quite wide. If I get at the pitch of the ball, even if it turns, I should be okay.
Didn't try and overhit it, just timed it beautifully. You can tell from the slow motion replay, it came right out the middle. There's Mendes in again.
Oh, it's bowled!
He's bowled him.
Mockers.
Oh, sorry, boys.
Did we put the mockers?
And the England captain goes down to try and paddle that down through towards that short man on 45. Just beats him. Spun quite sharply, and it looks like it's hit the. Gone through some kind of gap, I guess, between bat and elbow, or Oh no! It's hit the back of his glove, and it's cannon into the leg stump. Wow! England lose their captain. Joe Root gone for 11, bowled by Mendes. England now 84 for 3 with one ball of the 22nd over remaining.
Yeah. Are we playing a jingle? The bear is
playing.
Undisturbed. I was going to say something about. I mean, this is what I was worried about. The bear was extremely confident this morning. He said, they can't get Joe Root out. They've only got him. They've got him run out twice in weird circumstances, and otherwise it was when he was just hitting out with the last man with him. But the bear, of course, is an optimist, and I'm a pessimist. And my natural reaction to how well Joe Root has been doing is, well, it means he's got a failure on the way. Just one little bit of bad luck. Just dragged it with the glove as he went around. I mean, it did turn a fair way. It bounced a little bit more than he thought as he went down, so it went over the top of was going over the top of his bat, hit his glove, and pulled it back onto the wicket. And I think now it's anyone's game. It really is with Root gone.
Looking boy, Dan Lawrence, isn't he? Based on that photo that we've got on the screen, Nestlers.
Come on, Dan. Essex lad.
Yeah.
Well, the Taffinator has said it's 10.75 per wicket now, so I presume that's been updated having lost Root. Bold leg stump as well. That's not a great way to go. It's just, in fact, he's just got a bottom edge on it, I think.
Glove onto something else, onto bottom edge. I think it's hit 3 things on the way through. I mean, you'd say that's a pretty unlucky dismissal, Nestlers.
I go back to the tiredness factor. I just wonder.
Well, I agree with you totally on that, Nestler. Yeah, I mean, he's been out there for all but 18 overs of this match.
It must affect even the greatest, which he is, and it's mental tiredness more than physical, probably.
Well, I think it's both, isn't it? You've got to be all.
You switch off for a second in a game like this, and that's what happens, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
as we were talking about, the England captain, even if England do go on to win, regardless of how mentally or physically tired he is, will not be out there to see it through to its conclusion. Dan Lawrence, positive, played that up to a kind of hanging halfway back mid-off as they completed 22nd. England 85 for 3. The West Indies are positively flying in their response to Bangladesh's 297 for 6. Currently 27 for 1 from 5.2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not messages, but Leah says that Winviz has suddenly snuck in the chance for draw at 1%. John Alford says, "Hi guys, joining you from Madrid again. The last time we talked, we'd just had the heaviest snowfall in nearly 100 years. It took 2 weeks to disappear. If it makes you feel any better, it's grey and cold this morning." Yeah, being grey and cold in Madrid, that does make me feel slightly better. Grand Theft Auto says, "Props to the groundsman in Galle. Great test wicket, something to spin, seam, bat and ball, and especially after back-to-back tests." And Leah says, England should end this today so I can focus on confusing guerrilla cricket South Africa tomorrow. And I believe that's the start of Pakistan v South Africa, is it not?
It will be.
That should be an entertaining series.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Rory Burns earlier, weren't we? And, the way in which Shaheen Afridi got him out on a number of occasions, and he's done it to other left-handers since, that lad is a serious bowler.
Oh, he definitely is, yeah.
Serious bowler. As Baldenia into Lawrence, played off the back foot. Probably trying to look to guide that backward of square, but it's ended up being fielded by the man at extra cover. Going to be a real test of his quality, this, isn't it, for a young Dan Lawrence? As Embal Denia in again now, worked into the leg side, but there will be a run.
Is he nailed on for India? Is he going?
He's going?
He's going, yeah. I think it all depends on whether Pope's fitness, where they want to fit Stokes into the order. Obviously, there's no Bairstow. Does Burns come in and then stick with Sibley, revert Crawley back to 3, route 4? Embledenia in again now, and that is cut back with a square by Lawrence, but there will be no run.
So he's got a big chance to make a good case for himself here.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see where Butler bats as well in India. Obviously, he's only going to play the one test, but if Folkes is going to bat at 7, as Lawrence covers up and blocks that back up the pitch to Embledenia. Will they then bat Butler at 7, Stokes at 6, maybe Pope or Lawrence at 5? I think it all depends on what happens with that opening position and Pope's fitness, to be honest. Embledenia in again. That does pitch on probably middle and leg, but comfortably blocked out into the leg side by Dan Lawrence. Currently 1 off 6. Sibley 24 from 71. Embledenia 2 from 42, just about to complete his 12th in a row.
I think if they get another wicket quickly, then the dressing room will go into a little bit of flurry of not exactly panic, but there'll be worries, definitely.
As he's in now to complete his last ball of his 12th over, comfortably negotiated on the front foot by Lawrence, and England 85-4-3.
More tweets. Rennie Keita says, aren't Bangladesh and the West Indies part of the Test Championship? When are the big 3 going to play them? Well, it depends. They are part of the Championship. They've hardly played any tests, a couple each, I think, 2 or 3 each. It depends who you mean by the big 3. Australia, India. Do you mean New Zealand or do you mean England? I mean, I suppose England from this.
In terms of financially.
Yes. Well, the West Indies have just played England, haven't they? Last summer, came over to.
And
England.
they played New Zealand recently, haven't they? They've just come back from a 2 Test match series in New Zealand, West Indies.
Yes, indeed.
Mendes in and just kind of looked like Sibley was trying to work that through the leg side, but just chopped down on it to short mid-wicket. There will be no run. Something I'm interested to discuss is Joe Root, and is he back in that big 4 after the Test series, or is it not quite enough to get him up to those heights again as Sibley blocks that to short leg?
Well, who's in the big 4? Is Kohli, Williamson,
and Smith?
Smith, yes.
Labuschagne probably knocking on the door.
Yeah,
Labuschagne. Labuschagne.
Mendes in again to Dom Sibley, who does manage to get that in between that leg slip and short leg fielder, but fielded by the man deep backward square. They will come through for a single.
I seem to remember them asking Kohli the same question, and he apparently looked at the thing and said, of course he's in the big whatever you want to call it, or something like that, as if to say we all know how good Joe Root is.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a definite connection between the fact that his numbers have dropped a little bit when he's been captain. I think it happens to a lot of players. They either perform really well as captain, or there is a little bit of a drop off.
Flatter and quicker from Mendes this time to Dan Lawrence, who manages to squirt that down to that fielder at deep backward square leg, and there will be another single. There was something on BBC Sport yesterday about who are your top 5 batsmen in the world through opinion, and they offered the top 10. I personally went Williamson, Kohli, Smith, Root, Labuschagne. I just because I think Kohli's a much better all-round batter than Smith, and there was aesthetically played a part in that.
Yeah, I think it has to, doesn't it?
Williamson for sheer weight of runs across all formats, as Sibley blocks that down to that leg slip fielder, and there will be no run. I think Labuschagne, you can't really argue with his numbers early doors, although apparently there's a lot of noise coming out of the Australian dressing room that they don't really like him. Apparently he talks, for someone so young in his international career, the way he talks to the rest of the
Aussies
squad isn't particularly well received, as Sibley works that again out to that deep backward square. Fieldsman, there will be another single, completes the 24th. England 88-3. Mendes 1 for 21 from his 4.
Don't you have to be a completely new level of obnoxious to upset that Australian team? When you think who's in it, Warner, Smith, one or two others, Wade perhaps at times.
He said to me the other day, Mark Adair, the Irish cricketer, was saying that he played a season with Matthew Wade, and he said he's one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet in your life. I instantly told him to shut up about it. There's no way.
Let me give you some tweets on that. Chris Drew says, "Oh lads, what did you do?" I think he's talking about the fact that we got Root dismissed. Ravi Nair says, "I'm thinking of keynotes. Bear mid-wicket, Gary over 8s, number 8s, Knackle, and there is no run. Hendo rants, Tony barrel-chested. Any other? Tony barrel-chested? Really? I haven't really noticed that about him, but I haven't seen too much of his chest, which is probably a blessing."
It's more like carry on up the Guerrilla Cricket when Tony's on sometimes, especially when Annie Chave is with him.
Oh really? Are they?
Oh my God. It's like Sid James and Barbara Windsor.
Oh Lord.
Embledenia in again now. I hope Knuckles happier with the way I'm pronouncing that now. But simply blocks that out into the onside for no run.
Well, without actually asking him.
And again, Sibly works out to a mid-wicket region. Angelo Mathews does the fielding, and again there will be no run.
It could be Embledenia.
Exactly.
One thing's for sure, they're getting through their overs at a fair old rate, aren't they? It does help when you're bowling spin from both ends consistently without any seamers. This one covered up outside the off stump by Sibly, blocked out into the offside, no run.
It's very important innings this for Sibly. I mean, if he can see England through here, then he does himself the world of good, doesn't he? Not just for his own confidence, but just for everybody else's confidence in him.
I mean, he will have been working incredibly hard in the nets. You know, Embledenia in again now, and that's left alone by Sibly outside the off stump. What we found with Woodstock, we've been sending a lot of, we call them middling bats, so the half-size bats.
Right.
Out to international coaches and stuff, who then, for spin-friendly conditions, that's what they make the batters bat with in the nets against spin.
All right.
Sibly pushes that out to the deep extra cover fielder. They will come through for a 1. But just to get them, I mean, you know, if they're turning ball, look, they're going to miss some of them, but the idea is that you train your eyes to play with half a bat. So therefore, in reality, you've got much more chance of hitting it when you're out in the middle with a full-size one.
That's interesting.
It's not so different from the notion of Don Bradman hitting a golf ball on a string with a stump.
Yeah. Embledenia, this time, has he...
Oh, I think he has gone. The umpire's telling him to calm down, but I think he's gone. What's happened there?
I think if it's LBW, it's probably missing leg stump. If he has trapped it into his pad, then it's going to be out.
What?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't give a decision, did they, the umpires?
No, he's going to give a soft signal at the moment. He was telling the Sri Lankans to just calm down and wait for a moment, as if he thought, yes, it's probably out, and he is giving the soft signal of out. But it was very difficult to see what happened there. I hope it's not another of those ones where he's knocked it down into his boot and it's popped up.
I mean, the other thing is that because he was kind of wandering about outside of his ground, I'm surprised that the keeper then wouldn't have taken the bails to have him stumped, even if...
Let's have a look at this.
It's trapped, isn't it?
Oh, yes, he's trapped it into his ankle. And then it sprung back. It's a very unlucky way to go. It sprung back towards the keeper. Extraordinary way to go.
Is this the third of these style?
It is. It
wickets,
is,
isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Did he take it? He did take it.
Oh yeah, cleanly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just about. Yeah, right at the end of his fingers. But that's unlucky for Lawrence. But it is out.
Yes, it will be showing on the big screen shortly that England's most recent number 5 will be departing back to the dressing room and a cold or lukewarm shower, bringing next man to the crease, who will be at number 6,
Joss Butler.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's. Joss Butler.
Well, let me get through some tweets while we're waiting for him to come in. Funny, says Angelic Scutus. When he said Dan Lawrence positive a minute ago, I immediately found myself frenziedly checking my timeline looking for news of an alarming COVID test. Brian 001 says, quite sunny in Northampton, lots of snow yet to melt away. Obnoxious Brian is back again, says, is it possible for England to do a 7-11, or is that India's thing? They've done it twice that I know about. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Is it possible for England to do a 7-11, or is that India's thing? They have done it twice about that I know about. Don't know what that's all about. You'll have to explain yourself unless someone else knows what that's all about.
No.
Nope. Andrew Excusi says, surely if Marcus Labuschagne pisses off the Australian team, that can only be considered a positive check in his favour. Yeah, I might go with you on that. And if they don't want him anymore in the dressing room, Glamorgan will gladly have him back sooner, says Chris True.
Yeah, absolutely. I think any team in the world would be happy to have him, wouldn't they?
Yep. Yep.
Carry on.
Serenity Now, which is not what I'm feeling at the moment, says instead of the big four, it should be the big boys. So it's not contained by numbers. The big boys, I think, are Cody Smith, Williamson, Root, and Azam. We're back live.
Yeah, we are. Mendes into Sibley, and that's just blocked into the leg side, picked up by the short leg fielder, and there will be run.
Cody Smith, Williamson, Root. Are we missing anyone from that?
They'd be the big four, wouldn't they, with Labuschagne?
Wasn't Warner in there at one point?
Yeah, not at the minute.
No.
He's on one leg and he keeps nicking up.
Yes.
And there's nothing brings me more pleasure than to watch that happen.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jose Oak says the wobble is distinct now. Yep, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. I mean, as always, he did say earlier that we were doomed, so he
yeah. He's consistent. He's consistent.
Oof, don't miss that, Dom. From around the wicket, Mendes bowls one that straightens and it's blocked down to short leg. There is no run.
Collapses on, waiting for Hendo to go ballistic, says O'Neill Harris. Thank you.
Quite calm at the moment.
At the moment, before the storm.
That's worked away by Sibley down to that deep backward square leg fielder. We are due a change shortly. Knuckles says, what about Babar Azam? I think he was listed as number 6 in the top 10. Stokes was also in there, number 8. Babar Azam, was he injured for part of the England series? He didn't do much, did he? I remember Ali got 100, I think. But yeah, look, the top 10 best players in the world are all fantastic players, aren't they? But I think that the big four have certainly been categorised as in their own level, and Root then maybe lost his way a little bit and maybe was taken out of that grouping. But as you say, if Coley's saying, of course, we still think he's in our peer set, then that counts for probably more than a load of journos deciding who he isn't. So.
Well, I
think that was his point.
I think it was interesting. They were talking about Root not scoring 115 innings, but he had scored quite a lot of 50s, and the previous 100 he scored was a big double in New Zealand.
Yeah. That one was worked around to the man at 45 on the one by Josh Butler, the first ball that he'd faced. They thought about a single. But Butler sent Sibley back, and so will remain on strike yet to score.
See you in a bit.
Okay.
Obviously, doesn't fancy doing the last ball with his hand.
He doesn't want the last ball.
Sorry, I thought that was it. I'm here now. I'm engaged for it. Come on.
We'll be coming into my seat with Gary on socials and Fred summarising. Mendes in now over the wicket this time, and Butler plays that. Slap through extra cover as well. It will go for one of these. The three of us shall see you anon. Thank you.
Well, Gary, Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude. I don't know if it's Schadenfreude. It's probably a completely wrong word. But you're absolutely right. We were 80 odd for 4, and panic has set in. Oh, you're on mute, so you can't really respond to that.
Should I pretend to be Gary then?
Yeah. Have win viz now gone from England at 96% to Sri Lanka at 96%, or is that?
I don't know.
England are 100% now for win viz, probably.
101%.
Aren't they going out of business, WinViz, anyway?
Dear me.
I mean, they are. The problem with WinViz is, they swing so wildly so often that it just becomes fucking annoying.
It's the claim to precision.
Yeah.
47%. You sure that's not 50-50? No, it's 47.
I know.
Percent.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
Is that Ben Jones? I think he was rather rude at me at the World Cup last year. That's thrown up
I think
outside
it does a
off
good
stump,
job
let
with the
alone no run.
stats and all of that kind of stuff. But WinViz, really?
I know.
I'm trying to find the tweets here.
Mr.
but
Ball
I can't
there,
see anything. Oh, sorry.
No, I didn't. He left it alone outside his off stump.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You weren't listening, Fred. Defended that one by Sibly out to silly mid off, and there's no run. They've got silly mid off and a slip. There's no short leg in. They're bowling it wide outside the off stump. It's a good shot by Butler. We all know he can play that. Butler's the man to take us through. It'll be the next man after he's out, but for the moment it's Butler. Wide of the crease. Ooh, inside edge. He was very wide of the crease, Embondanaya, and Sibly went back to cut. Got a very thin inside edge. Went down on the ground just before slip. He's chased it back and gone over the advertising hoardings. I hope he hasn't injured himself. But England get another valuable 4 runs. Closing in on the 100th.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Potential chance for Dick Weller if he'd stayed down. Could have brought it back onto his stumps as well. It's getting very interesting, and I really want it to end tonight, because I really don't want to have to get up for 20 minutes again tomorrow morning. It's good to hear that you're all engaged out there. My fellow commentators, hello. Trying to get away with saying nothing again, Fred. On the back foot, Sibly bangs it down out to extra cover. Really good bit of fielding. Who's that down there? It looks like Duran Pereira. And they'll only get back for 2. He dove full stretch to stop it from going for 4. It was nearly past him, but he managed to just latch onto it.
Well, the question is England's massive tail going to cost them in this game?
Oh, it's the value of a good number 8.
Oh, don't you start. We were talking about that the other day. That's
has
been totally proved false. Well, not totally proved false, but I remember a few years ago, Gary, as that's defended back out towards mid-wicket and there's no run, you were saying that teams would eventually be made up of whole teams of number 8, and they've gone completely against that these days, thank God. That would have been
no. I said one day teams would be made up of Michael of David Hussey's.
Yeah, but they're not. Thank God.
11 David Husseys.
Yeah, but they're not.
Quite a
thank
few
God.
are getting close.
Well, yeah, the lesser ones, but they haven't got anyone else. That's left alone outside the off stump. There's no run. The good ones don't.
Okay, be honest. Who had in the sweepstake? Who had Sibly anchoring this chase?
Well, I was going to say that myself. No one, did they? That's the weak link here. But actually, oh God, I can't even say it. Touch wood. He looks quite.
You know what you were going to say.
Well, he does look all right. Now he's faced a few balls.
You idiot.
No.
Can we catch up with a few tweets? So Angelic Scooter says, "Gah! I was just about to give this one up as a comfortable England win before these last 2 wickets. I guess my mind-easing movie will have to wait until tomorrow night then." And Grand Theft Auto Toad. So Shane has a bit of a personality clash with his team. Maybe ours and England can come to a gentleman's agreement. We have him, and they can have Hales. Message says WinViz is now having England at 79%. Yes, indeed. WinViz now have England at 79%, according to messages, which sounds stratospherically high to me. The detailed numbers are the results of their formula. Do you want it rounded down to the nearest 10%? It's not that. It's just that it assumes an arrogance or a false epistemology, if that's the right word, that we can somehow locate to the single percentage point what the chance of a victory is at any given moment in a match. So it starts off for me from the wrong place, but that's a debate that can wait until much later.
Well, I think you're wrong, Gary, because that's what bettors do all the time. They're going to say it's it's 10 to 1.
Well, that's exactly how they work
it. 12 to 1. Now it's 15 to 8.
Yeah, but they don't
those fine margins.
They don't say it's 100 to 30 and now it's 100 to 31. I mean, I know that the professionals are looking for the edge, like casinos do, and all of this kind of thing. But to state that chance of winning is 46% strikes me as unsound. Maybe it's in its use of language rather than mathematics, but it seems unsound to me.
That's just a mathematical formula. They pump it out and it gives them, they've got, and they
Well,
work
it gives the wrong answer.
Well, on that point, Sanjay Gupta says it's 50-50 now. Butler's wicket or the run's the key.
Is that live? No, that's Crawley being out. There's a big thing on the bottom. I was going to say about Labuschagne. I think he's a bit on the spectrum, isn't he? He's just really intense, and I can imagine he just rubs people out the wrong way.
Sounds to me like a bit of a leaked story because they want Tim Payne to come along and smooth over troubled waters, and we'll all find out that Tim Payne is the captain Australia need, when of course the reality is the absolute opposite.
Well, he may well be as far as man management is concerned, but he certainly isn't as a captaincy on the field.
I agree.
Because he's been found out on 3 or 4 occasions now as...
Australia have been chased down. India should have never chased that score down, really, in a day.
Well, as in 2019, as soon as he said heads and the coin came down and said heads, and he said we'll have a bowl, somebody should have said, well, you're not captain in the side again, because that threw away an Ashes
series. The truth is we don't know how much decision... With the toss, we don't know whether that's the captain or the coach or some kind of...
Well, if you're a captain and your coach says we'll have a bowl today at the Oval in the 5th Test, and you say okay coach, then that in itself is a hanging offence for a captain, if you ask me. But I'm a bit anti.
It may be true, but it depends on the of the power dynamics in the structures. But his on-field decisions, he had the Australian commentators, the little I heard of him, absolutely bewildered with his field placing and how he was allowing runs. Look at that. Look at Stokes's
I was going to say
performance at Headingley. There's no way that England should have won that Test.
What did India chase down in that 4th innings? It was close to 300 or just 316 or something.
No, it was 280, wasn't it?
280, and England chased down.
No, it was 300. 300.
It was 300 and a bit.
It was 300 and something.
Over 300, yeah.
And England did the same. Butler is back in his crease and just works down out to deep square leg, get himself a single.
And look at the attack he's got to work with.
I know. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to say. By all accounts, all but Cummins were pretty innocuous on that last day, which kind of surprised me when you got Hazelwood and Stark. And who was the 5th seamer? They had that new kid, didn't they? Cameron Green, or whatever his name was, who looked reasonably useful.
Yeah, he's no Kyle Jameson.
No. Oh, Jameson's just a huge fucking unit.
He's Keith Miller. No. Everyone's decided he's the new Keith Miller.
He hasn't taken a Cameron Green. Yeah. The way they bigged him up is incredible, but I think, I won't say it because it may lead to legal charges.
He's the new Shane Watson.
That's played out to short leg and there's no run. He bats all right. He got an 80 odd, didn't he, and a 60 odd or something. He had a couple of decent innings. Yeah. But as you say, he didn't get a wicket.
If he bats at 6, he's worth his place. But if he doesn't bat at 6, he's not.
A genuine all-rounder then. Around the wicket is Mendes, and it's just played out by Sibly through the vacant. There's no one at cover, man. And I guess they're trying to get him to play through there, but it's an easy run. If you just push it, make sure you get to the pitch of the ball.
Well, when you've got 3 men round the bat, you're infield, and you want some boundary riders. It's a very tricky. This is the trickiest position for a captain to be in.
Yeah, true. I suppose the runs are only required are only 61 now, and we've got an hour and possibly 40 minutes to go.
Plus a day.
Exactly. We're only considering the next hour and 40 minutes, Fred. You don't get up for these early mornings, do you?
All the things that the WinViz has been criticised for, I think the fact that they put in the draw at 1% 10 minutes ago, whoever told us, that is the stupidest of the lot. How can this be a draw?
Unless they know something about the weather that we don't. Which they don't, probably. They probably only know what weather we do. Yeah, it is daft. So I've always got to have the draw, just in case. This ain't going to a draw, man. Sibly has scored all his runs leg side. Got an inside edge that went for 4 down to 3rd man. One other 4 square on the leg side was off a sweep. That one's they've made a decision that they are going to try and bowl but especially the off spinners, are going to bowl very wide of the off stump as Sibley goes right across and defends it, and there's no run. We should make the sweep easier. I guess the straight one is then a problem. But if they're getting right across, and he is, and that goes just past leg slip. Out to the man on the 45, but enough pace was taken off. I think it's Angelo Mathews there. Enough pace was taken off it by him that they were able to get through for a single. And Sibley rolls on 36.
We have some WinViz talk on the tweets. Ravi Nair says, actually, WinViz is more fair than the bookies. 7-1 gives bookies wriggle room of nearly 10%, whereas WinViz's 12.5% gives them less than 1% of wiggle room. Talk about turkeys voting for Thanksgiving. My response to that is that WinViz isn't a gambling thing, it's a prediction, isn't it? And John Best says, Australia dropped from 57% to 51% on WinViz in the space of one maiden over in the second session at Sydney. It isn't even mathematically coherent. And there's some talk about our useless broadband in the UK. That's what you get when you give every contract to the lowest bidder. Grand Theft Auto said predictive algorithms are only as accurate as the programmers. Betting shops are masters of the lure. WinViz are just tryhards, though.
Over the wicket is Boldenaya now. He's bowling at Sibley, who just props forwards and defends. Well, that should take LBW out of the equation for him, so he should be free to sweep or pad away if he so chooses. He's not big on the sweep, Sibley, and he just pads that one away. Sensible. Pitched outside leg, can't be out. Soon get bored of this, hopefully.
Can I send a shiver down the spine?
Yeah.
Phil Withall says, little bit tense, so walking the dog. Mood not improved by walking through a massive spider web. As I'm in Australia, I'm now paranoid I might die. Good times.
Boldenaya, it's a bit shorter, and it spins across Sibley, but he plays the line of his stumps, and it spins harmlessly past his outside edge and jabs a little bit at it, but it's fair enough. And there's
That's his fault for living in a country which has more things that can kill you than anywhere else in the world.
Well, that's very true. That one's full, and Sibley just defends. And England remain on 104 for 4 after 28.4 overs. So marginally about just under 4 and over. England going up. And that one is again padded away. There's an appeal this time by Boldenaya, but it is not going to be given out. Once again, it pitched outside leg stump.
It's not the fact that the LBW, obviously it can't be, but if the ball spins or jumps, you have to get your bat and your pad and your gloves rather well out of the way, and things can happen. So
they can.
Negative.
But well, he's floated that one up a bit too far outside our stump. There's an easy drive for Sibley up to mid-off, and he gets himself a single.
I know there'll be
Giles.
Go on.
I know there'll be people who will vehemently disagree with this, but I think one of the joys of cricket is that it generates this vast amount of stats, the vast majority of which are absolutely useless. Because if you want to know about cricket and you want to feel for the game and you want to understand where a game might be going, you have to understand plays and books and sociology and psychology and all of those areas far more than you need to understand stats. As I say, there'll be huge numbers of people who will disagree with that, but that is my view, having watched quite a lot of cricket over the last 50 years or so. The stats, interesting, informative, tell you nothing really.
Well, yeah, Knack will disagree with you.
Loads of people.
We were having an argument.
Tell you
access
things.
to them.
Precisely about
they
that.
are an adjunct. They help you sometimes understand things, but they don't tell the story. They just they just add to the story.
It was like that stat in the last test. Bess's was the worst ever performance or something on some vector that between wickets to actually
get 5 wickets.
To get 5 wickets, yeah. And it's just like, well, yeah, I could have told you that. I watched it. It was shit, but he got 5 wickets, and shit takes wickets occasionally. That's just defended square on the offside. There is no one there. Slip has to go around Thiramani and field it, and I get a single. He didn't seem best pleased with my opinion of it, but that's just how I feel about it.
If Sibley sees this through, there'll be people looking at his control stats on ESPN and Cricinfo and telling us it wasn't a very good inning. Sibley sees through the innings by an English right-handed opener for decades.
Clipped up to long on. Well, Pereira's fielding. There's no one. We've got some messages on YouTube. I'll try and get through them. Jeff Thomas says, imagine the public goodwill to Adidas or Slazenger et al. Could garner by providing equipment support to Chevy and Ace. I think that was over the lunchtime thing. And they could. Tests are the best, says Jamie Wilson. Nothing more, nothing less. Tests is the best. That's Tina Turner. It's not, but coverage like this is
Louis
a
Armstrong,
lifesaver during a lockdown. Sorry, say again?
Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah.
All the time in the world.
Well, Mendes is continuing. He's bowling over the wicket, and Sibley goes deep in his crease and turns that around once again to long leg for a single.
Yeah, this partnership is only, 18, 19, but that's a lot of runs in the context of this game. In some respects, you could say this is the last partnership between authentic batsmen that England have, and they're only 4 down. So they do need to get a little, a long way further towards that total.
Yeah, Curran hasn't had a particularly good season with a series with a bat either, has he? Driven with a lot of dust taken up as Butler jags his bat into the ground whilst driving it and only dribbles up to mid-off and there's no run.
All with the ball.
Well, I mean, it's not his series. He's done bowled too bad. Should have had there's a throw at the bowler's end. Just worked around the corner by Joss Butler, shy at the bowler's end, but he got there safely enough and it wasn't a direct hit anyway. Should have had Kusal Pereira last test, or in the first innings of this test. It was umpire's call, but he didn't get it. And he was out to Jimmy Anderson. And at times he's bowled okay. This is the problem, when they run their bats in, there's so much dust that the bats just get caught in the ground.
Yeah, you do a pole vault if you're not careful.
Well, Butler moves on to 8. Sibley's on 39. England 109 for 4. And again, that's played into the ground, a short leg. A little bit deeper. And there ain't no run. Ends that over.
I'm getting castigated on Twitter by Morgan Ravinair for saying that stats are informative and they tell you nothing. I don't think that's quite as contradictory as it sounds on the face, because the point I'm making is that stats are informative, but they do not predict. You can't draw conclusions from the stats. All they can do is be part of the information. And actually, when you look at it, it's probably one of the least important parts of the information that's available to you. So I guess what I'm saying is they're informative, but they don't tell you anything for the purposes for which they are mainly used, which is to define the balance of the game, to predict out.
Oh, well, I think the bookies would disagree with you on that. That's how they make money.
Draw betting.
But that's exactly how this is Fred's point,
but
isn't it?
Bookies have the game tilted their way.
They do, but I mean,
they have the house on their side.
Well, of course they have the house on their side, but I mean they're still giving odds based on the stats that a team that's lost 4.
They're not just doing. I mean,
maybe
it works, maybe it doesn't work. But if WinViz are any example, WinViz can show less than 1% chance of a win, and then we can start reeling off the Ben Stokes at Headingley. We can reel off lots of. Other
but if you played that Ben Stokes at Headingley 100 times, it
would only happen once.
It would be won once. That's what a 1% chance of victory is.
Well, exactly. I'd like to know how many times WinViz have said 5% or lower, and then the results.
Well, it changes. Well, as they do say, it does change every ball. That's part of the problem with it, I suppose. Although mathematically,
it's
that's
like
kind of correct.
Football teams being 2-0 up with 5 minutes to go and losing. It does happen sometimes.
Very occasionally,
but it does happen.
That was just worked down to long leg. Sorry, the man on the 45. It's completely different to long leg, and there will be no run. 109 for 4. I was saying, Jamie Wilson says coverage like this is a bloody lifesaver during lockdown. Thanks, Jamie. I did want to get that in before I tailed off and Gary started talking. Clipped into leg side and there's no run. It's all right, Gary.
Well, I think we should turn our attention. I don't want to tell you what to talk about, but this is a very, very tense part of a very, very close game. So.
It is.
You wouldn't want to predict it.
Reverse swept hard and nicely by Butler. Good bit of fielding down there by Lassith. It's elbowed an eye. He's everywhere. Bowling, fielding, scored the most amount of runs in the Sri Lankan innings, and he fielded that pretty nicely down there at third man. Stopped the 4. They got 2 though. 111 for 4.
I can confirm that Dick Weller refers to his gun spinner as Lassie, Embler, and Embledenia. because he was shouting all of those 4 names to him in the half hour I was watching Sky's coverage.
Wow, that's turned an absolute mile out of something, and bounced, and gone virtually shoulder height past Joss Butler down the leg side. Dick Weller couldn't get anything on it, and the man on the 45 ended up fielding it. As Pereira's back on.
Should have called it wide.
Well, possibly. Tosses that one up again. It's gone down leg side, and Butler tries to work it past the man on the 45, but he can't, and will not get the single. It's interesting how, just from 10 years ago, how England's players play spin now, isn't it? And I think in terms of batting in India, I think we got chances. Driven at by Butler, out towards extra cover. Kusal, Pereira will pick it up, and there is 2 runs. I just worry that our bowling just won't have it.
Well, it's possible that I mentioned this earlier.
Yeah,
India have such a good seam bowling attack nowadays that they might fancy their chances on seaming wickets.
Well, I think they'll seam to begin with, but I think they will
play into the England bowlers.
Yes, true,
and also possibly the England batsmen who are used to playing seam on seaming wickets.
Exactly. I still think they'll be quite slow, though. I don't think their wickets are particularly quick. Yeah, Gary.
Just to respond to 1 or 2 points coming through on Twitter again, because I'm getting plenty of pelters here. I don't think stats are useless, and I don't think they are not informative. In some areas, we talk about vaccines, and we can talk about lots of other things that get mentioned here. They are particularly useful and informative. I just don't think in cricket they can do what many people ascribe to them, which is to somehow tell you where a game is, where a career is, how good an innings was, what the chances of victory are. For that, you need something which is much softer, much more in the field of art rather than science. At least in my view, other views are available.
Yeah.
Well, Embledenia's changed ends, I think, because Pereira came back from the other end. It's a bit hard for us to tell watching the television which end people are bowling from.
Absolutely.
I believe that's just what's happened.
Okay, so he's back on. He's bowled 15 overs in this innings. He bowled about 35 or something in the first innings. Batted. He is the man for Sri Lanka. That and Angelo Mathews have had good performances for Sri Lanka. Some poor batting in the second innings has really let them down here.
I think a useful stat to know would be how many times Embledenia has bowled as many overs as this in a match, because the first class structure in Sri Lanka is pretty thin, and he hasn't played in that many test matches.
Well, they were saying, that was one of the things that I heard on the TV at T. That's clipped down to long leg as a single. Exactly that. You know, he didn't have a lot of time off between innings, and he batted as well. And he bowled an awful lot of overs in the first innings, and he's 23, I think. So he did look like he'd been.
It'd be hard to prize the ball out of his hand.
Well, you'd think so, but it doesn't mean your body. I mean, there's times I've not wanted to give up bowling, but I realise that my body's knackered.
He's 23. He's got a run up of 1.5 paces.
It's true, but it's a shoulder, isn't it? That's nicely. Butler gets right forward and just sweeps it down to long leg, gets himself a single.
I'm sure Ed Smith would rest him for 6 months because for whatever. I mean, has nobody suggested other than me resting Ed Smith for a few series? Maybe that would be a good idea.
Say again?
Messi Jez has hit the nail on the head here. He says, "You know that eternal who's winning question where you stroke a chin, heave a sigh, and say it's hard to say really. Well, now when some irritating twit asks you that, you can just say ask Crickfist."
That's true. Well, that's what it's for. That's played square on the offside and there's no run. I mean, that's the annoying thing about it, is it just wildly fluctuates all the time, it seems.
Well, so does sport.
Yeah. Right. Sibley pulls away. And someone said that Sibley was going to get an annoying 67 in this innings that would cement his place for India. I can't remember who it was.
There's always somebody who says
always somebody says that. That's true. He's on 40, not out, and he clips that onto the leg side, and is just a single down to long leg. And one of the things that I think people were worried about is he doesn't play a lot of sweeps. How he was going to, he does like to get forward and stuff. How he's going to play spin and therefore score runs against spin. I was a bit worried about that when I first saw him against spin, but he does find a way. I mean, it's not pretty, but he does manage to rotate the strike. He gets stuck occasionally, but he does manage to work those little nurdles down on the leg and just out against the spin on the leg side and stuff.
It's always the case. If you stay in, you will score runs somehow or other.
I mean, if you're good enough to play for England, you must have some sort of technique, I suppose. That's driven up to mid-off, and Butler will get himself a single. I think that ends the over. No, there's one ball left.
47 runs needed still to win.
Yep.
4 wickets down. It should be. Well, you know what I'm going to say. It should be, but it isn't.
It should be. Yeah. England should do it from here, is what you're trying to say. So that's tossed up, and Sibly just strokes that out square on the offside. There's no fielder there. They'll get another single.
That is the end of the over. So Tom O'Pollett says Gary is right about stats, for as long as there are unpredictable factors such as human error involved. Bess bowling badly and taking wickets really tells you how badly Sri Lanka batted, and not that bad bowling takes wickets in and of itself. We're getting some comments about Marcus Trescothick's stats before he was picked for England. Michael Vaughan could be the same there. And Knackle says, why should numbers and data not be part of how one understands the game, along with observation and qualitative elements? It's every bit as reductive and straw man-like to say that stats don't have a role in that, as to say that they can tell you all of it.
That's true.
Well, I mean, I think it's part of the mechanism, but there's an arrogance that says win predictor 46%.
Your problem seems to be with WinViz, which
I think the pendulum's shifted a little bit towards Sri Lanka now. We don't have that arrogance.
Yeah, but I think that's I think what's bringing out your anger here or whatever is which I think everyone feels about WinViz is just a bit pompous and shit.
Well, no one would pay any attention if you said WinViz. What are the chances of England winning this game? And you said about 60%. So if they're putting a number on it, they can't just put a number at every 10%, can they?
That's leg side as who is this? Is Mendes still or is this Pereira? I think it's Mendes still. He's going around the wicket to Sibly now. Right arm round. He's got a short leg and leg slip. There's a man at straightish mid wicket. And
to be fair, Fred, when the bookies do it, they do that, don't they?
Defended out to the offside, and there is no run this time.
I'm afraid you're wrong there, Gary.
Traditional odds, you go from 2 to 1 to sort of 5 to 2, wouldn't you? You wouldn't go from 2 to 1 to 100 to 49.
If you watch a traditional bookie during a football game and you watch how they move in very small increments as the game is going on.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, I think that's a different. The continuous change of odds. Well,
and that's what we're talking about. We're saying as the game is going on,
I take
it's a very similar thing.
But that's
anyway, we're going to have a change after this over,
isn't it? Yeah.
So that's it for me for the series.
In play.
Next up, Hendo, Nestlers, and that just beats the outside edge. Didn't turn as much as Sibly thought, and he prodded at it. That goes through the keeper and there's no run. So after it's going to be what? Is it 11 o'clock, isn't it? So it's Hendo on ball by ball. Nestlers and Jono will be coming in. Now us three will disappear.
I might be back for the overspill session. So if there is one.
Yeah, you might be doing my ball by ball for that as well, Fred, because this internet connection is shocking.
Clipped out to leg side. It's still me for 2 more balls after this, as that's clipped out to leg side. Mid wicket's a bit straight, and therefore Sibly gets himself another single. Moves on to 43. Butler's on 14, and this is
but the internet, Gary, is just numbers.
Yeah, ones and noughts generally.
It's binary. It's either there or not there. 50% chance of rain tomorrow. Either will be.
Schrodinger's internet.
It seem particularly bad in your part of London, though. Endo has problems too. Southwest London is not very good.
It's me.
It's not you. It's
believe me.
Grubby doesn't have great internet either. He's in Tooting too. That's played by Butler and just defended back up the track. Fielded by the bowler, no run. 119 for 4. They've got about an hour left, and England only require 45 runs.
Well, light permitting.
Well, they got through to 12 o'clock yesterday, and the sun is still out. There's not the clouds that have been for the last couple of days. Clipped into the leg side by Butler. And Chanamel gets across fields. There is no run. And that's me out. Hendo's back. Jono's back. Nestlers is back. See you shortly.
I'll just give you a tweet. As people settle into their chairs. It's one for you, Bear, really. Woy Woy Palm says they'll go off for bad light with 6 runs needed so that the Bear can come back tomorrow.
Shut up, Woy Woy.
Maybe we should make it just for a bit of fun. That if they do go into tomorrow, the Bear does it all on his own. Anyone want to vote for that?
I reckon you might want to vote for that.
I might want to vote for that. I just need some support.
The answer there is Hendo. I don't think we'll be on air.
Seconded, mate. Seconded.
Well, I refuse to come in.
You've got to get yourself on air, so you're going to be there whatsoever.
I'll third it because Bear clapped at Not Fred's when he had a go at me before about mentioning Josh De Silva, and Bear sat there. So I'll third that for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's by popular demand, Bear. You're back tomorrow. The none of us. Even if it doesn't go to tomorrow, you're back tomorrow. Anyway, it looks like it's going to be Ramesh Mendez to continue. 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 34. The crucial wicket of Joe Root, bowled round his legs, trying to sweep. He's been an expert at the sweep in the last week or two, but just got one a little bit wrong this time and ended up on his way back in the pavilion for 11. But Sibly has been batting very well. I didn't think he had it in him. I was all ready to jettison Sibly for possibly the rest of time. But Mendes bowls, hits him on the pad. The ball that comes a long way back. Massive appeal. But the umpire is not keen. And now he does appear to be saying something to the Sri Lankan fielders, as if he.
I think he might be
happy with it. I think he was a little bit perturbed by that appeal. But I have referred it nonetheless. So we are going to have a look upstairs. Sibly wanders down to Butler. They punch gloves, as is the fashion in these situations. We're going to have a look at it. It's a considerable turn from a good foot and a half outside off stump. He's gone back. Ooh, well, it's height again, isn't it? I think it's going to be height. I think it's going to be clipping the bail, the leg bail. But I think, on the basis that it's been given not out, that will stay with England. I'm pretty sure it's about 2 or 3 inches above the knee roll, maybe a little bit more than that. It's no inside edge, so that wouldn't save him. Here we go. Front on, we have a little look, pitching outside off, impact in line, and umpire's call. There we go. It is just clipping the leg bail, and the decision, frustratingly for Sri Lanka, goes England's way again. I think England have got about 3 out of 4 of those in this innings.
Have you done this before, Hendo, by any chance?
Seen it before, once or twice. Once or twice. Leg bail. Only after a while you begin to.
Sharp spin though, sharp quick turn. That's not going to get any easier to start facing.
Not at all. And I quite like Ramesh. I think he's got a little bit of work to do on his consistency of line and length, but I think he's got a nice loop. And as we've seen, he's taken 80 odd wickets in first class cricket. He looks like a pretty useful all-rounder. Here he is again into Sibly, 3 men round the bat. Oh, he has to get forward to that one. He's almost crouching as he plays that. Sibly, who's straining every sinew to get England over the line here, with just 40 odd runs required. And will we get them tonight? We should go through to 12 o'clock, as we said. The light seems to be quite good. Doesn't seem to be that massing of cloud around the ground as we've seen a couple of times in this test match.
The fridge door, thus far, so firmly shut.
Yeah, he's giving out nothing, is he? He's giving out no snacks to anybody. Here comes the bowler again, flicked away by Sibly. He's going to get a single to square leg, and he will move to 44. And England need 44 more runs to win.
I know what you mean about Sibly, Hendo, and a lot of people are probably ready to put him out to pasture. But I'm actually really glad to see him, fight this hard for his place. It's not an easy innings to put together. And if he gets to 50, I think that's people say that runs are worth double in these kind of situations, do they not?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This one is a little bit quick, a little bit flatter. Butler almost gets himself into a bit of a tangle, but then ends up deflecting it down towards short leg and survives. 120 for 4. Butler's on 14 from 18. And he's in again. He gives it that loop. He's tucked it around the corner. There is no leg slip. Just for a moment, I feared there was. There is a man on the 45, and Josh Butler runs through the single. He says, "Thanks, Dom," because Sibly was backing up and got through, made it into a run.
Well, he was asking for a review there.
What was he asking for a review of?
I don't
That would be a curious one. So the score required comes down by 1 to 43. Now, it's, Mendes is in again. Oh, is he aimed? Oh, I thought for a moment that he had played the shot with the man now in at leg slip, but he didn't make any contact with it. Outside leg stump. And all is well. That ends well at the end of that over. 121 for 4. Tweets.
Well, we've got more stats discussion on YouTube. While Gary is not wrong that stats alone can't always show the entire picture, sabermetrics can reveal a competitive edge. If see Jared Kimber's video on John O. Wells, Andy Robertson's LIV career. And working at a data science university department, says Stephen Kelk, I will hold my tongue during this discussion.
I probably that's one thing that I do agree a bit with Gary on, the overutilization of stats in a sporting context.
It's stats are a thing in cricket though, like baseball, aren't they?
They are, but do you know? I think there are too many irrelevant stats. I think these days.
Yeah.
You know, of only passing interest. Yeah,
It adds colour to a conversation, doesn't it?
I suppose. In comes Pereira, bowls to Butler, and Butler plays very well. Pushes this out into the offside. He's going to come back for a second because the man in the deep was too square. So really good placement from Butler. He picks up those two. 123 for 4. I imagine that Butler facing this is every part of his body is telling, whack it over mid, whack it over mid on, whack it over extra cover. Stop. Every part of him is pleading with him to do that. He goes back to this one, he plays it defensively, but it'll still bring him a run through open mid-on, and England moved to 124 for 4.
I mean, if stats were it, and that, you know, you'd never get things like the miracle at Medina or Arsenal beating Liverpool in 1989 at Anfield 2-0 to win the championship, or, you know, but they have a purpose to some degree.
Yeah, and but you know, not all stats are equal, is what I would say.
Yeah, some are complete and utter nonsense.
Well, they are. I mean, I'll come back to it in a minute. Oh, no, that's looped up and off the pad. Not sure whether there was a bit of glove involved, but it just dropped short of Shadow Fernando at short square leg. At the Times on a Monday, on a Sunday for Monday, there is a thing called Game by Numbers. It's written by this guy called Bill Edgar, all about the football of the weekend. Onto the back foot goes Sibly, defends. He's looking, there might be a single up there through mid-on, but no, there's a man come around from mid-wicket, and he, I mean, it's entertaining in its way because he gets the most obscure things like this has happened 3 times on a Thursday since 1956, and various things, and you look at them and you're mind boggled, not so much by the stat, but where the hell he gets them from.
Yeah.
That's the skill of it. Onto the front foot goes Sibly, really stretching out and killing the spin on that one. He remains 44 now, 119 balls he's batted for. Still a little bit of tension on the England balcony. You can see Joe Root, you can see Johnny Bairstow, you can see Dan Lawrence. None of them actually engaging in conversation, intently concentrating on the action out there. Onto the back foot goes Sibly, forces, but straight to mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. 124 for 4, another 40 required.
I mean, stats are used a lot by coaches, professional coaches and professional players in a lot of sports. I mean, you know, you look at things like golf and tennis, the players and their coaches will, you know, delve deeply into their stats. You know, golf especially now with things like spin rate and, you know, things like that on the ball and head speed, driver head speed, you know, and things like this, you know. So,
well, I suppose actually you're talking about spin. You're talking about revs, aren't you? You're talking about the revs, the number of revs on the ball that we get from spinners.
And they're all collected on site or on the course or on the court and whatever, you know.
I think with golf, it's almost then. Oh, sorry, I'll come back to that.
Start of a new over, bowled by Mendes into the line of middle and leg, flicked to mid wicket by Butler. There is no run.
I think with golf, it's a lot more kind of technology based in terms of, there's not much technology you can put into a cricket bat, whereas obviously golf clubs and heads and what have you, there's huge amounts.
In comes Mendes again, looking for that turn from middle and leg, hoping that Butler will just pop up a catch, will just maybe close the face, be a little bit out of control and give something for that man at short leg to look forward to. He's certainly throwing it up at the moment. He's in again. Little flex of the knees. He drives. Oh, it's almost catchable. The bowler is really angry. Dived away to his left. We'll have to see the replay to know whether he could have got there.
I think he's put this down.
Do you think he may have got something on that? We're going to have a look at it now. He has got quite a nice loop on him. Driven in the air. Oh, he has. I mean, that was a very, very difficult catch. It was so low. It was really hard to get his hand right underneath it, as well as grasping onto it, wasn't it? That was the difficulty for him.
I think that's Butler. His chimp on his shoulder,
Yeah, that was the one. He's onto the back foot here and plays with the turn up to mid on. Rabbiting away.
Yeah.
Evil Joss. Evil Joss.
Whack it.
Yeah. But a good effort, and maybe another 2 or 3 inches higher he would have had a better chance. It was very close to the ground, but a great effort. Mendes in again, he goes back. This one turns onto the stumps, onto middle stump, and Butler is solidly behind it, just dribbling it back to the bowler with a full face of the bat.
I wonder if any of these Sri Lankans are possibly looking at excessive appealing fines, match fee fines, after what happened with the umpire.
Butler pulls this, and he pulls it strongly, firmly. He's certainly going to get one good piece of fielding down there, and they get back for a comfortable 2. That eases the pressure a little bit. England go to 126 for 4. 36 overs bowled, 38 more runs to win. We've probably got about 45 minutes left tonight. Yeah, do you think they'll bother?
Well, I mean, something they're trying to stamp down on, isn't it? So, it looked like, I don't think it was Damasceno, it was the other umpire's name escapes me in a minute, was saying, just wait, calm down. There's been quite, and it's an important part of the game, isn't it? And obviously wanting to get Root or Butler or Sibly out or whatever, but I think they're trying to really clamp down on people who maybe even kind of overstep the mark even slightly.
I think that's good. I mean, I don't like to see the mass appeal of, the man down at... backward point appealing for LBW, unless you can see that the bloke's right back on the stumps just by that, and you're still taking a guess, aren't you? I much prefer to just see the bowler and maybe the slips and mid off, and that's about it.
Seagrave Saab says stats are very much like bikinis. As revealing as they are, they don't show you anything really important.
Very good.
Not all bikinis are equal. But that's another story. Change of bowling. Has he been out of the attack at all, or is it not a change of bowling? I thought there was a little change for Dulrawan to come on, but it looks like Embal Denier is coming back, or Embal Dinier, if I'll get it right the second time. And a rather stressed-looking Chandamal, hoping above hope that he can find a way through and create panic in the dressing room for England. This is nicely played by Sibly as he eases it through the covers, and they pick up another single. 127 for 4, 37 more runs required. Joss Butler renewing his guard. Maybe Steve Smith's been out there causing some mischief, or the ghost of Steve Smith, perhaps.
Go for a 6 here, I reckon. Just go for it. Go on.
Go on. Away in his ear. He's in his ear. Evil Joss. So, smack it.
Every fibre of his being is against this innings.
He's got a slip and a gully. No, he manages. Good Joss takes control and just defends this back to the bowler. Rather, talking to people who look stressed, little Sammy Curran is not looking altogether happy, sitting there on the balcony with his pads on. In comes Embal Denier. Onto the back foot goes Butler and crunches that away. Backward a square. Great effort out there. But I think he's been unable to stop it, and that's a massively important boundary for England.
100%. Very, very much.
Poor old Duruan Pereira putting everything into it out there on the cover boundary, but he couldn't just grab it. Force of the shot, took it over despite his despairing dive. And although he lay hand upon it, his body carried it into the boundary sponge. 131 for 4. Ooh, tossed up on leg stump, almost a full toss, but it ends up kind of being a little bit of a Yorker. Anyway, it's turned into the onside, not very far away, maybe about 10 or 15 yards, and Butler runs through for another single. 132 for 4. 32 more runs required.
At what point are you going to be really happy with this, Hendo?
At what point will I think England have got it in the bag, you mean?
Yeah.
17 to go. 17 runs to win.
No. Just so I know.
What about you?
I think they've got it already.
Okay. Denia in, bowls to Sibly, turns it from Midland leg, straightens it a little bit, but he gives the full face of the bat to that one, right out in front, and just blocks it back up the pitch. I'm afraid that... Oh, now, hang on, this is interesting. Mickey Arthur is keeping his shorts well ventilated at the moment, with a fan. This is defended onto the onside. It's the end of the over, 132 for 4.
Lots of stat chat on Twitter. Mm-hmm. Statistically speaking, says Dave Wood, the use of stats is about 50% useful, although that doesn't take into account the many variables. Yeah, there's lots of stats.
Is it interesting stats, or is it not very interesting stats?
People probably who know what they're talking about, and I don't. Apart from Josie Oak, who says golf is just boring, and Trump plays it. Say no more.
Freddie.
Not Fred has told me a bit of football news, but I'm not going to pass it on to you because this is boiling in to a very interesting finish. And
yes.
What happens at Stamford Bridge is of no interest to the rest of us. Flicked away to deep mid wicket by Butler. He'll move on to 25.
It's not definite yet, but that seems to be what they're saying. That's all I'll say.
It's kind of pathetic, isn't it? I mean, where are they? 8th or something? They've had a few bad results. They've got a promising team.
Klopp out.
Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous, isn't it? 31 more required.
Is it just me here, lads? I'd like your opinion on this. It looks quite easy for England just to turn the strike over at the minute. Does Sri Lanka need to be putting a lot more pressure on to try and break this partnership, crowd the bat a little bit?
That's a good point. Actually, that's prodded out into the offside. And there's a big gap there. I mean, I suppose the idea is that we've left a big space on the offside for the off-break bowler to try and turn it through the gap if you're trying to push it in that direction against the spin. But I agree with you. I don't think it's really working. I think you've got to bring someone up on the offside. Certainly one more, I would.
Well, it's 30 more runs to win. They need to tie something, maybe something unorthodox. Why not?
Well, yeah, but
why not?
It depends what you mean by unorthodox. Maybe I think maybe bring in a couple more people. Driven in the air, but well by Butler. There's no one out there. He's risked it against the spin, but he does play inside out very well indeed.
All over.
Brought him up 4 more runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
And I suppose you'd have to say that I was going to say, if anyone at silly mid-off there would have taken that on the kneecap. To be fair, I wouldn't want to be up there to Joss Butler.
Even if you put people around the back, just in the eye line, just to sort of shake things up a bit. But I think now it's too late.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yeah, they needed to do this maybe
and get another 1 or 2 quickly. Then all of a sudden, 20 win with 4 wickets left.
Yeah, no, they've got to do something. You just wonder whether the shoulders have dropped finally. That was a very good shot from Butler. It really was. Just
you want to be ultra aggressive here because they're not. Doesn't look like they're going to win.
No, this is down the leg side, and he gets into sort of square front-on position to help the ball round the corner for a single. 139 for 4. England now need only 25. Partnership of 50 from 76 balls, which kind of shows how comfortable it's been in one way, notwithstanding one or two juicy and excitable appeals. 31 of those to Butler off 33 balls, 19 to Sibly off 43 balls. But yeah, I'd like to see Sibly get to his 50. I'd like to see him carry his bat through to the end. And he flicks this away past one of the close men there. Picks up another single. I think he'll need 24 more runs.
The amount of runs, the amount of singles they've taken to that man at deep backward square, plug that gap with another man around the corner. You've got short leg, you've got leg slip. Have another one at kind of a leg gully. Why not?
Yeah.
You can only have two men behind square, Jono, can't you?
You only have two behind square.
Yeah,
but
so
I think
bring that man up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I suppose they'll just go. They think against the off breaks. Certainly, it becomes a bit of a free hit then, doesn't it? As this is smashed by Butler, the man at deep backward square gets round and puts in the dive. Kusal Pereira, I think it is, and they get through for 2.
I mean that delivery there, for example, it's a long up. So if it goes for 4, it deserves to go for 4. That doesn't deserve to take a wicket. But surely 22 to win, crowd the bat, make them feel uncomfortable, a little bit of chatter. Just try and make it difficult for them. At the minute, it's too easy for England just to rotate the strike and whittle it down single by single.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they've put themselves in that position. They've been able to do that, and Sri Lanka have, I suppose, been reluctant, knowing the number of runs that are required, to actually be a little bit more attacking. That's maybe what they needed to be in the end, but they just haven't had the nerve to do it, I suppose.
This has been a great performance by both Butler and Sibly, though.
Yeah, they've had to work very hard.
Yeah, I mean, but just nurdling away the way they have.
And it's not always easy to nurdle when you know you've got a man at short leg. I mean, we saw the way that Sri Lanka themselves played, clipped a couple of balls to short leg, didn't they? A couple of catches to Crawley earlier in the day.
It's class nurdling. That's what it is.
It is. It's top class nurdling.
Yeah,
it really is. And
nurdling is never to be sniffed at in my book.
I agree. I
love a nurdle.
I like to nurdle. Around the wicket, and there continues. This is left alone by Sibly.
That's so dodgy.
Well, it's my two favourite things in cricket: is spin bowling and nurdling.
I thought you were going to say sniffing.
They often go together.
Yeah.
And Baldonea bowls. There was a little bit of turn, and he was reaching for that a little bit. It's skewed off a thick outside in edge. It wasn't really in the air, but it wasn't quite where he intended.
The spinner against the nurdler, I love, and also I like the dobber. I love a bit of dob.
Oh yeah. Outside the off stump, too short cut, but they have now brought men up. They've not come into catching positions as such, but they are saving the one, which makes that a little bit more tricky for Bess to get the ball. Sorry, not Bess. Sibly to get the ball through. Just the one slip. That's the only real close catcher, and Sibly goes right down on his back knee to defend that. Back to the bowler up the onside of the pitch. Angelo Mathews is wearing the look of a man who knows it's all up. He'll be disappointed that he didn't do more with his innings today. And Sibly is forward again to a flatter one. And Mbaldania stays down in a kind of despair, as if they know this opportunity has now gone. Mickey Arthur is crossing his legs, but he looks like a man who has kind of accepted the inevitable. Thrown up this time. Sibly does get his foot to the ball and plays a very pleasant shot through the offside. Does find the gap this time. Will take a single. 143 for 4. And that is the end of the over. He has 3 for 62 to go with his 7 in the first innings. 10 wicket return for a very promising left-arm spinner. Jono.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sibly, for all the grief that I and other people have kind of given to him and saying that how bad he's looked, now he's gotten himself in, he actually looks very, very difficult to remove. As most fridges would, easier to displace early than once they've been sitting there for a while.
Well, it's the ones that have the freezer at the top, isn't it? They're really tricky to manoeuvre around.
So heavy and just
Yeah. I think. Did you ever read that book by Tony Hawkes called Round Island with a Fridge?
Yeah.
Round Island with Dominic Sibley should be the follow-up.
Messi Gez wants to know, is nerdling the Essex version of dogging? Brian Barry says, isn't nerdling what happens when a bunch of Star Wars fans stay out in the sun too long? And Dave Sarah says, when's Sri Lanka's next Big Three tour?
Test match-wise, I couldn't tell you, but I do know they're coming to England to play some ODIs and some T20s in the summer. Not sure on when their next test outing is. I'd have to look at the future tours program to give you that. I mean, they will have played 4 tests in the last month, won't they? Just about, because they played those 2 tests starting on Boxing Day in South Africa, and they've come back to Sri Lanka and have played these 2 tests. I imagine there'll be another big gap there. That's the problem.
Chelsea have sacked Frank Lampard.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I could not see that coming. I just had no idea that it was even on the radar until it.
Frank.
Well, it's very strange, isn't it? I mean, what are they going to do? Well, I tell you what. I mean, this might be hot off the press, but someone on the AFC Wimbledon forum the other day, must have been Saturday evening, swore that he just saw Rafa Benitez at Wimbledon District Line Station. Ooh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Maybe he's looking at a flat or something.
Maybe he's going back because he's left the Chinese team that he was with. Anyway, that's football. Boo, boo. Don't talk about football.
Knackle has sent in a stat tweet on the impulsive Butler narrative using stats. Since she was recalled to the test team, only Joe Root has batted 100 plus more balls in innings more than Butler. He's faced 100 plus balls in 31 of his 55 innings, so just over half.
Well, he had a good series against Pakistan, didn't he? Hit that partnership with Wokes to win that game when they really had no right to. First of the 3 tests, I think it was. Yeah, I mean, he at the start of, well, even halfway through last summer, there were still thoughts about whether he really was a test class batsman. But he's, every time you think he might not be, he comes up with something. Which most of the
Sri Lanka are meant to be playing India in a series this summer.
Yeah, yes, I've just seen that note.
Jono's got to jump off.
Okay.
Thanks all for this series, and look forward to seeing you again very soon.
We'll be in touch about India.
Take care.
That'll be fun. Dilruwan Pereira is going to come back into the attack. Should we give him one more final jingle, Bear? Should we give him another jingle?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's supposed to be a change now.
Is this overspill, by the be Am I supposed
this
to
is overspill. It is overspill. I'll Fred, do you want to take on the overspill?
I'm happy. Excuse me, I'm down to do bloody ball by ball for the overspill.
Hang on,
No, Gary is. Gary is
going to do it.
He's got internet issues. If you want to do it, Bear, by all means.
I'll do it.
I hopefully won't see you tomorrow morning.
Somebody do ball by ball because my internet's no good.
Okay, defended up towards mid-on. Bowler went across and fielded it. Let's have his jingle for the last time.
The fastest Lankan to 50 wickets, and the fastest to 102, an average of 32. Dilruwan Pereira bowls off great. Dilruwan, how many will he take? Right, I'm afraid.
That was just played up by Sibly, who now moves on to 49, up to long on. Butler takes over 33 or 34. He's just playing like an ODI, just tipping it into the gaps, and that's a beautiful extra cover drive. Don't think there's anyone down there. No, there isn't. I think Butler might be looking to get this done quicker than most others would.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, you're not allowed to reply to this, Gary, because we're not going back there. But Neil on Hot Mic just says, I'm enjoying the commentary more now. The resident Blue Nose isn't talking nonsense about numbers anymore. Sorry, Gary. It's looking like we should win now, isn't it?
I can't hear it.
You can't
hear it anyway. So
that's okay. Brilliant. It's a good job you didn't, because we'd have started all again. But I had to get it there. Tossed up, horrible, and kind of weird shot by Butler. It's like a top spin backhand. Played very late with broken wrists. Didn't really get much timing on it, and it goes down to backward point on the boundary, and there'll be a single.
And there's one Barmy Army supporter on the fort who's standing by himself, socially distanced from the world, giving it his all, singing his songs, waving his flag. Good luck to him.
Well, he went out there to stay out there to watch England play this Test series from last year. I guess he'll be a happy man.
Yep.
They won 2-0. And he got to see it all. Got a press pass because he's the only one of the few legitimate people to tell you what's going on in Sri Lanka from an English perspective. As Sibly goes right back in his crease and defends that into the leg side, and there's no run. And so, 149 15 required.
Gary, are you doing tweets?
I'm going to try to. Even that's a bit tricky, but I'll try.
Sibly again just plays that out to mid-wicket. I think the skipper Chandimal is fielding. And there is no run to end the over. 40 overs gone. 149 for 4. Butler 38 of 36. Sibly 49 of 135. I'm happy for Sibly. Come on,
Angelic Scooter says, I think I was looking at the proposed next World Test Championship recently, and the team whose away schedule jumped out as very winnable was Pakistan's. Martin White says, I reckon an Embledenia hat-trick is coming. That'd test England's resolve. Well, even that may not be enough at the moment.
Yeah, it might not be. Right.
But let's not test that hypothesis.
Warren's joined us. Morning, Warren. I presume it's quite early. West Coast America, East Coast America, but not too early. So 7 o'clock in the morning, roughly.
Yeah, 6:30 now.
Yeah. So, good morning to Warren. Butler plays that from the crease, spins, and he just jabs at it. Just plays it out to backward point, no run.
I often say the most important thing in a Test cricketer is the ability to make something happen. The second most important thing is the ability to find a way, and Dom Sibly has certainly found a way.
Well, he has. Nice cut by Butler. It's beaten the man at backward point. Is it going to beat the man chumming round? No. I think it's Pereira, Duran Pereira, down there at deep cover. Gets around to stop the 4. They will get 2, though.
And the third most important thing, Gary, is stats.
It's stats indeed. I was laughing there because the buffering on my computer was such that the fielder was labouring after the ball for about 10 yards and then sped up to a hilarious speed and then slowed down again.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Zoom, isn't it? It does the catch-up thing. It doesn't just drop out and then come back in. Butler just defends it out square on the offside and there is no run.
It was like the final scene in an episode of the Benny Hill show. When, of course, Benny is chased rather than doing the chasing.
By ladies in suspenders and nurses' outfits, yeah?
Yes.
Defended into the offside and there's no run. Always seemed to be the case.
It was always a misunderstanding, though. They got the wrong end of the stick. That's why they were chasing him.
Yeah, I never remember, but it was always him being chased around a park.
Yeah.
Yep.
With lots of women in sort of aprons and suspenders. Strange.
Under grey, miserable skies.
Exactly. And left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. The British sensibilities, eh? TV of the 70s. It's a very different world now. Thank God. Embledenia, who's bowled extraordinarily well. He's going to be on the losing side again, though. He's had a pretty good series himself. Defended right on the front foot goes Butler, back down the track to the bowler, no run. 13 runs required.
Embledenia does look like a very young Mutai Muralitharan. His facial features are quite similar.
Not indifferent, yeah. I know what you mean. The drone boy here has had good amount of work, it has to be said, for this Test series. He'll be very happy. There'll be lots of international TV companies going, get that drone guy.
Ravi makes the important point that he says, is the Bear keeping his secret fingers crossed that England finish this tonight?
That's a
Don't
bloody
worry,
loopy.
Test cricket fans. Gorilla SA will be on tomorrow.
That's true. There'll be some more Test match action from them boys down under. They're a little bit different to us. I don't think they're quite as raucous as us. They decided to go a bit straighter. Which, we're gorillas. You can do it whichever way you like. Duran Pereira is in to Sibly, who remains on 49, and I'm sure he just wants to get that single and get to 50, and then he'll be a happy man. Just defends it into the leg side, and there's no run. I don't want to have to wait until tomorrow morning for him to get that single, however.
What's the Windiz prediction for swearing on the coverage tomorrow, then?
A lot. Clipped into the leg side, straight to mid-wicket once more, and there is no run.
Are Gorilla South Africa doing it remotely?
They are. They're doing it on something called Stream something or other. It's kind of like Stream Punk or something. This time, Sibly. Oh, has he dropped? Or did he just play it into the ground to the leg slip? I think he just played it into the leg ground and the leg slip.
Bounced in front of it, yeah.
I think it goes out on YouTube and stuff, but I think bandwidth over there is not nearly as good as it is here, so they have to go to one of these distribution sort of hubs. So they go direct to that. StreamYard they do it on. Clipped into the leg side. And it goes out square. Chased down. It should only be one. And that is Sibly's 50. Well done, sir. He's had a pretty torrid series up until now, and he's done himself pretty well. Good.
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job has only just begun.
Butler just clips that into the leg side and there's no run, so Butler can now freely just hit 3-4s and get this over. Knackle does say on our chat, Butler's not going to leave Sibly stranded on 49, is he? I was a bit worried about that myself. Sibly's taken the chance and he's got his 50, and that'll make him feel a lot better.
I'm no great fan of milestones, but honestly, if he would have been at 49 not out, that would have been it'd been a fine innings, regardless of whether he gets to 50 or not.
Yeah, it would have been true. Butler just goes across, rides the spin, plays it down to the man on 45, doesn't get a single, and that ends the 42nd over.
Yeah, it's just these stats people who insist on having stats on how many times they've got past 50.
Well, I
converted them.
Just coming to mind was the late Jeremy Hardy line when it comes to Dominic Sibly here. I must say, Mr. Sibly, I do admire your balls, because he certainly has shown some moral courage in going out there when I think everyone was expecting him to be a bunny again from Bull Denier. But he's got through to 50, and that should be enough to get England the win and a 2-0 series victory.
Which moral courage.
Yeah, moral courage, because
sporting courage.
Well, maybe sporting courage. Call it what you will, but it's not courage as in sort of the line of fire, which was literally what Jeremy Hardy was talking about in Blackadder. But to face your foes and treat them the same, or whatever that line is from Kipling.
Yeah,
those two imposters.
Mental fortitude.
Mental fortitude.
And we did think he'd be a bit of a bunny, didn't we? I mean, it did wonder, but they've shown faith, and that is only 2 matches, and he's had 3 horror innings. But
you could be pretty sure that Dick Weller was telling him he was a bunny at the start.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Baldenaya is in, bowls, and Sibly just defends back down the track, and there's no run.
On that point, James Bush says, surely if the most important thing for a test cricketer is to make something happen, the second most important is to prevent the opposition from making something happen, which has a certain symmetry, but I'm not quite sure it holds.
Sweep by Sibly, and it's gone very fine. It's been chased down by Slip. It's not quite going to make it down to the boundary. Lackmal, who has basically had to bat and not bowl in this second innings, which he won't be particularly happy about. Chases it down, and they get 3 runs for that, which means that England are now require single figures. They're down to 9 required to win the game.
I can't remember which batsman it was, but somebody who once asked whether he was in form. He said, "I don't know. I keep getting out early," which is which is a point. If you get out for the first ball you nick, then you don't know if you're in any form or not.
It's true. Slog swept by Butler, bloody hard, out to wide, long on, and no one's out there. And he's decided this game's got to end, and so it shall. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Birds in Rust Umji on YouTube says, I'm always reminded of the quip by Navot Singh Sidhu. Statistics are like miniskirts. What they show is intriguing. What they conceal is vital. Interesting. Can say the same thing about Mickey Arthur.
The same thing about Benny Hill.
Yeah, well, exactly. I presume that's for shorts. Jamie Wilson says, Rolf Mickey Arthur's hair nutsack can stay in his shorts. Yes, it can. It hasn't quite made an appearance, but it looks like it should do at any time. Defended back down the track by Butler. And Baldenaya fields off his own bowling, and is no run. 159 for 4.
O'Neill Harris confirms that Gorilla SA isn't quite as raucous as the Bear.
Yeah. tossed up wide of the off stump, and Butler just clips it out to the man fielding on the cover boundary. Sri Lanka looked done. England looked like they should wrap this up. 1-4 required, and Sibly would have staved off. He would have got a not out and increased his average to about 20 for this series, instead of being a paltry single figures, about 3 or 4. So you should be happy.
You're being taken to task by Dave Emrys, who says geography isn't a huge knowledge area for me, but I don't think South Africa is down under there.
Did I say down under? I didn't mean that. You know, they're down south.
Down under the equator.
Well, exactly. Clipped into the leg side, and Sibly will get himself a single. That ends the 43rd over. He'll retain strike. 3 runs required.
Seagrave Saab says, good old British TV in the 70s. Perfectly innocent fun. Nothing offensive at all. No harm to anyone. Well, on that point, I recall that the Benny Hill show was shown at 8:30, I think, on ITV. And at 8 o'clock on ITV was World in Action, which would literally show pictures of genocide. And you can have different levels of offensiveness or taking offence at things, but the really offensive stuff was in World in Action rather than the Benny Hill show. But there's a spectrum here. I understand that.
Neither of those were anything like as offensive as bread.
Bread. Bread. We remember bread. That just clipped into the leg side. No effort made to really field it, and they get 3 for an easy single. 2 required. Simply got that single. I was going to say that the GPL was open today. How many runs have we had? England, they got all their 123 runs today, and England will have got 160 odd, so that'll be at least 280.
Plus England's first innings,
which is only 5 runs this morning added.
Yeah.
So it'll be England plus 5 plus 123. Reverse swept by Butler. He didn't get hold of it. He puts his head up in the air. Wanted to finish the game with a flashy reverse sweep. Doesn't get it. Gets a single instead. And the scores are level. England need 1 to win.
I think this will be England's 5th away test win in a row, which doesn't happen very often.
It does mean we only have to win 3-0 in India to get to the World Test Final instead of 4.
Doddle.
Absolute doddle. No hope. Right, Duran just clips that up. It's clipped into the leg side, and England have won. They've reached the target of 164, so that's 169 plus 123 is 294, I believe, for today's score. When no one won the GPL today, the highest score was Messi Jez on 263. So it rolls over to next Friday, a week this Friday, when England will start playing India in India. Scary. And the pot will be a whopping great £116 for the next one.
Well, that's a really good performance by England. For the second time they lost the toss, but this time Sri Lanka made a very good effort in their first innings. They scored just shy of 400, and Joe Root batted exceptionally well, but they still conceded a first innings deficit. But in the third innings, England really put their foot down and grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck. And even though 160 looked like a tricky target, and even though they did lose wickets all the way along that, the fact is they played really well. It's a good team performance. We had all the seam bowlers taking wickets in the first innings, spin bowlers in the second innings. We had Root scoring runs in the first innings. We had Sibly and Butler scoring. So they can be pleased as a team. They've done the job. They've played their 2 test matches. They won them both. You can't do any better than that.
No, you can't. And they did go on to win that without Root as well. He got himself out. So we were all a little bit scared that if he got out, the rest of it would not happen. So a really good innings. Let's go through it. I mean, today Sri Lanka threw it away. England only came out and got 5 more runs to add to their total. They went into their second innings trailing by 37 runs, I think it was. And Sri Lanka came out and just screwed it up, really. Kusa Pereira got 14, Dhiramani 13, Ashado Fernando got 3, Angelo Mathews out for 5, Dinesh Chandamo out for 9, Dick Weller out for 7, Ramesh Mendes was out for 16, and Pereira was out for 4. At which point, after they were 70 for 7 at one point. They were saved by Lasith Embuldanaya, who came out and got 40 off 40 deliveries, smashed everything about. In fact, they were 8 for 78. And that got them to something, which was basically 126, because Asita Fernando was bowled first ball. Well, actually, he played a wide one outside of the stump, dragged it on. Off Root, who got the final 2 wickets. which set England a target of 163, which could have been tricky on a turning pitch, but it never seemed to. It has to be said, today is the 4th day. It's not the end of day 5, or after lunch on day 5, whether you'd hope the wicket was completely disintegrated. It didn't seem to be an absolute minefield. If you were watchful, you could play your shot still. And England has certainly learned how to play. Well, some of the players certainly have learned how to play in these sorts of conditions very well. Root's been an absolute god out here. Bairstow looked good, but of course he's not going to India for the first test. And Sibley got himself a 50 today after we all coruscated him and thought maybe he should be dropped. But hey-ho, there you go. And England got to their target for only 4 wickets down. Ended up with, who's it? Zach Crawley got 13. He hasn't had a particularly good series. He's not looked bad at any time, but keeps getting nicked off to the slits off turning balls, which the bowler will be happy with. Sibley not out 56 today. Johnny Bairstow got 29 as LBW. He got one, went straight on the quicker one that followed him onto the stumps. Could have been given not out, and he would have been not out as umpire's call on the leg stump. Joe Root, strangely, got bowled by Mendes trying to sweep one, and got a sort of under edge, under glove, and dragged it actually onto his leg stump, and he was bowled. Dan Lawrence was trying to clip one into the leg side, inside edge onto pad, which ballooned up to slip. He was out for 2. And Joss Butler then came in to join Sibley, and he cruised along 46 off 48 deliveries and remained not out at the end, and England won. So all good, and England win the series 2-0, which means that's the end of the day. And I don't have to come in tomorrow.
And we're going to have a little break, a well-deserved break for the Bear and for Hendo and for Gary and for the early starters of this test and the last test. But it's all going to start again in about 12 days' time, with perhaps the main meat of England's winter series, which is away in India.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, this is the if this is the appetizer, that's the main course.
The hors d'oeuvre.
The hors d'oeuvre, yes, and it's quite an appetising. I think we all view it with a bit of fear, don't we? I mean, I know what you were saying about pace and everything, but I still think once the pace is off,
India are massive favourites for the series.
Yeah.
I honestly, I struggle to see how England are going to win a Test match. But you don't know. England are not. You remember last time England went to India, they went to Bangladesh beforehand, and they'd already lost the India Test during the Bangladesh Test matches. That's how bad it was going. Playing Duckett and Ansari and what's his name, the old Gareth Batty. It just was never going to work. This time they've gone to Sri Lanka in a similar sort of situation ahead of a tour of India, and they've not looked perfect by any means. England, there's question marks in a lot of places. There's question marks in the openers. There's question marks in the spin bowling. There's question marks in the seam bowling, the wicket keeping. But they have done what they've had to do against, let's be honest, Sri Lanka are not a very strong side, but teams are difficult to beat at home.
Yeah, they are.
And they've done it, and they've won both games well and comfortably, albeit, not, they haven't absolutely crushed them into the dust, but they've played really well.
They've done what they had to do.
That will give them some good vibes going into the India series, but it's going to be very, very hard.
It is going to be very, very hard. I do think, we've got a pretty decent, for once, pool of players. I mean, you'd say the obvious choices will be back. It's good to have Archer back, and I think you might be right. I mean, maybe you should be playing 3 seams out. You forgot Wokes, of course, in your earlier summation.
And Stokes.
Stokes as well. I mean, having Stokes back is great, and if Burns comes back, I'm not sure about Burns and spinners either, but he's all right against pace bowlers.
But the point is, it may not be like they have been in Sri Lanka, having to face spinners with a new ball. They're going to be facing seam bowlers, very good seam bowlers with a new ball, but it's much more what they used to. And even if they're not that great against spinners, they may have been in for 20 overs before the spinners come on.
That's very true.
Well, hopefully they'll be thinking they will have done. So it's a very different scenario to spinners like Embledini opening the bowling here with a new ball.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I don't see the spinners in India taking the new ball unless it's in a second innings on an absolute ragging turn.
Yeah, which, as you say,
facing Bumrah and and Mohammad Shami and all. These are very difficult bowlers to face with a new ball. I'm not underestimating that, but it's much closer to what England openers would be used to.
Well, you have to say that we have two of the finest, though, don't we? In Broad and Anderson, if they do play together. I mean, they've got
Broad and Anderson, they've got Archer, and they've got Stokes.
And Wokes. And
unless they are absolute raging bunces, you may say, well, let's go in with our best bowlers, even if they're seam bowlers, rather than having to play spinners because we think the ball's going to turn.
Well, yeah, this is why I think they'll retain Leach because he's a lefty, and then that gives you the option if they want to go for another all-rounder, if you like, they bring Moeen back as the right armour. I mean, he's reasonably...
but because of the chopping and changing, it's been difficult, and England's tail, they couldn't carry a tail like this into a series in India. There's no way you could have Sammy Curran.
Well, you say that, but then you look at India's tail, it's not particularly bloody great either.
Well, that's true.
I mean, they have Ashwin at 7, and then not a lot after that. You got to take 20 wickets. You got to take 20 wickets.
We hope it's going to be highly competitive.
Yep.
And you can catch every ball live on Guerrilla Cricket.
Absolutely.
4:30 in the morning till whenever it ends, around midday.
And it starts a week Friday, so you've only got 10 days to wait, 11 days to wait, and we'll be back.
We hope you've enjoyed our coverage.
Indeed.
Thanks to the very, very many people, too many to name, who've been part of this series. I don't know if you've got a list there, probably not, but who was on today? There was, apart from the Bear, there was Hendo, there was Gary, there was Jono, there was Nestlers, there was... I'm struggling now, but it's been great. We've enjoyed bringing it to you, and we hope you'll be back with us on Friday week. Should we wrap it up there?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just looking to see if there's any last tweets, and I can't find any. SA isn't quite as raucous as the Bear was the last tweet we have, so thank you if you're anyone's listening still. You might have all just chipped off at the end of the game, which is why we don't hang around very long after games, because let's face it, that's what most people do. I certainly did that when Liverpool lost last night to fucking Man United. I wasn't a happy bunny. So I'm going to play the theme tune now.
Or Burnley.
Or many others. I'm going to say goodbye, and we will see you a week Friday. Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla Cricket.